Hey guys, working on wrapping up the books today. I've got, I think, one or two more maps that I need to finish drawing. Hey Tal. There's been some discussion on the Discord about doing some final tweaks to the spells. Maybe bringing back some more of the big fistful of dice for some of the like really high tier spells. I'm pretty sure we're keeping any of the abilities that would be used like every turn, like a lot. I think those just have to stay fewer dice because you know, rolling like 10d6 like once is like really cool. Like that feels great. But rolling 10d6 like 5 or 6 times per encounter, like all right, that gets a little bit annoying. Thinking specifically about the rogues sneak attack or the cheat sneak attack. But for some of the spells, like the really high tier, like tier 7, 8, 9 spells, I could they have like big fistfuls of dice? Yeah, I think maybe they could. So thinking about that, got a few small tweaks to like typos and things. I'm going to update the license stuff. I got it a little bit more streamlined, a little bit more clarified. And just small little tweaks. And if you guys have any questions, we'll get to that. But that's what we're doing. If you guys have any questions, um, feel free to chat away. But I'm making some just a little bitty tweaks to make things a little bit better. So for the third party license, I guess we'll start there. Just streamline it a little bit, remove some of the extraneous language. Like repetitive things, and just making it a little bit better. So I'm just gonna copy that and paste it. So like we went from this many words to this many words. So just trimmed maybe 10 or 20% out of it. We'll do like the final tweaking later, but I think it's largely okay. So what I like, so initially this document had the baseline grid, but it was making a little bit some things a little bit wonky. So I removed the baseline grid. So like now, whenever there are bullets, it gets a little bit wonky. So I'm just trying to make sure everything is lining up in a nice, pleasing way. How are you guys doing? You guys excited for Christmas? Yesterday. Or tomorrow is Christmas Eve for those of you who celebrate Christmas. So my kids are pretty excited about it. Why did it? This is acting a little bit wonky. Hey, Edward. That's okay. Hey, Gary. Small typo you may use. Yeah, thank you. Before you may use to use compatible logo. There's one on the left. But may use. You're sure the old one? Okay. Yeah, I think I got that fixed already. I really don't like legal text, so as little of it as possible is preferred. Okay, so I've got to change. So the font size is 8, and the line height is 9. Font size 8, line height 9. There we go. And if I were to do this again, I would definitely have fewer paragraph styles. Like if I delete one now, I'm afraid that everything's going to break. The entire bullet point seems to have gone. Yes, I combined the second two bullet points because it was basically just one thought. Twin Steel, hey, good to see you. Daniel, good to see you too. Greetings from Brazil, by the way. All right. Tomorrow's your birthday? Oh, man, Daniel. Congratulations. Sorry to hear that, though. My daughter's birthday is like just after Christmas. So it's hard not to just say, like, we'll save this present for later. um, you know, we'll keep one present back and give it to her in a week. So I hope your parents didn't do that to you growing up. It's Daniel's birthday. It's right before Christmas. We can't get him. We'll just give him some of the presents early. Edward, doing good, man. Doing good. How are you? I was feeling a little bit rough yesterday, but doing better today. Okay. So there we go. We've got that, and then if I go over to, give me 1 second, everybody. And I've got this camera. You might see it like right there. I've got this camera updated, so if I do need to show the desk, it's a little bit easier. I don't need to like move everything around. It's not like in my face. So I can make we can go back and forth a lot more easily now. What was I going to look up? Oh, I was going to look up the ISBN information. Bunker. Because I copied and pasted the ISBN from one to all three of them, but each one is supposed to have its own ISBN, apparently. So the core rules, this is the ISBN. Let's go over here, core rules. Okay, so that's the ISBN for the core rules. This is the ISBN for the heroes. I think the heroes one is correct already. So just like little things like that. Yeah, so that one was already correct. And then the GM's guide needs to be updated. GM guide. So little things like that are easy to overlook in the rush to get everything finished. But I want to make sure it's all correct. Okay. So I believe everything here is good. I might add like a little bit more information. Might add a little bit more information. I'm not sure, but at least the information in all three of these is correct. So the core rules didn't have any of these people. Actually, Bob World Builder did contribute. Valentin? Trek did, and Terran did. They both contributed to the core rules. Bob World Builder helped with some of the monsters. So I want to make sure they are. I want to make sure they're included, and then the heroes was pretty much just. There we go. I think that's okay. I do want to include the cover credit. Cover art. Cover art for this one is Earl Lan. Cover art for this one was also Earl Lan. And then cover art for this one is Justin Gerard. Cool. And then we can fix the spacing here. Oops. Push the wrong button. Give me 1 second. Core rules, heroes. I closed the GM guide on accident. Warren Rowlings, haven't been in one of these in a while. How are the spell cards going? Running Nimble 2024 5 in this commission. Nice. Good luck, Warren. Spell cards. So I'm planning on wrapping up the spells completely today, if possible. So a few small tweaks. Once that's done, the spell cards shouldn't take too long. It'd probably be a day of work. I might do that tomorrow or the next day, if I have time. So spell cards shouldn't take too long. Let's take a look at my list. Where's my list? We might just start immediately with the. All right, so we have to review some of the legendary monsters. And something that I was interested in doing is getting like drawing out. Hey Trek, good to see you, man. We're just talking about you. I got you here in the additional writing contributions. Deacon has some final notes to Sharon Spells. Okay, nice. Yeah. Have some for Oathsworn. Yeah, Ross, if you want to hop in the chat, we can do that now, if you like. I think the core rules edits are largely done. We can cross those off. But I really liked how Indestructible had like this is the radius and this is a cone and like that kind of stuff drawn out. I liked that and how that sort of interacts with the grid. So I might put that chart on one of the pages. So I could do that. And then I also have, let me see if this will turn on. Will this work? Hey, it does work. All right, so I've got another one of the maps drawn. So like, or at least initially laid out. So here's like a camp. You start on the surface, then you sort of travel down. You're at work. All right. Oh man, they have you work on Christmas Eve. That's rough. So yeah, you drop down. You go to the left or to the right, and then they both sort of converge on this area. And then this area sort of you can drop down into this little area, and then you exit over that way. So this is the Lost Temple of Hatet-Sekat. Oh, they're looking pretty cool. That would be great. Spell images. I love how it was shared a while back. Yeah. So I'm gonna see if I can grab that. Wow, what is a vagabond? So I really like how the artist that Taryn hired did his. I think I have the older version of the rules though. I think I've got the older version of the rules without that. So he's been doing some cooking too with his. September. Is that the newer one or is that the older one? I don't remember. I think that's the older one. Blue line work looks clean. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. So blue lines is like a thing where people who are like if you're doing like physical art and you need to like scan it in, like the blue doesn't scan through as well, so you can erase it more easily. Hey Chris, hey missed a few of the recent streams. What's focus today? Adventure stuff. So adventures are largely done. Looking to do some final tweaks on the spells, some final tweaks on legendary monsters, and just sort of like overall tightening things up. Might do an additional couple of maps. And here's some cool art from Annie Gerard for a potential new class or subclass. But that's for later. So for the GM guide, a few of the adventures could use a map. And actually, I do need to make a map for a couple of like not really a map so much as like a point crawl type, like a layout thing. So like obviously that this sketch is not final, and this sketch is not final. So, got to do those. But for some of them that where the adventure sort of filled the whole thing, I might use some of these additional free pages to like, hey, all right, here's the map for this adventure, here's the map for that adventure. Yeah, blue pencils for scans back in the insurance agency. All right. Any good art for the book spines? I used to get what was it, Nintendo Power back in the day. And I really liked how, like Nintendo Power, this is Double King's cool spell feedback. Nintendo Power spines. I really liked how Nintendo Power, like once you collected a bunch of them, like they sort of made, they made like a cool thing. So I don't know, might do something like that. For a lot of the art, the like so the art like this piece like is actually much wider. So I think if I hit W, you can actually see. Oops. You can actually see the art is much wider. Maybe you can't. Anyway, this piece is much wider, so I might just use like the front and the back of the art for some of these. This one is much wider. So like the back of it might just be like the back of the battle. This piece is not a whole lot wider. I don't think. It might be like a little bit wider, but not by a lot. And I might actually edit this piece to like move this hero like up here so that I can sort of reframe it a little bit. Because there's actually 5 heroes in this piece, and this guy like looks really cool. This guy looks really cool down here. So I might do a little bit of doodling to move that guy. You still have a bunch of Ninja Power magazines? Yeah, print is so cool. Lewis, hey Lewis, good to see you. Spells are fun, yeah. Been playing a low-level Turtlefolk Chaos Mage and Rhyme with Frost Mage. Oh, awesome. 5e books went to the cover. Yeah, I do like. It is nice, sort of having like all of the covers like, or all the spines like sort of match. So, hey, my left mist, happy holidays. Good to see you. Glad you make it. Okay, so let's go and get started. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and get started with the spells. So with the heroes, I think the biggest offender. So rolling a bunch of dice is a lot of fun. Sometimes, like as long as it's sometime. If it's sometimes enough, rolling a bunch of dice is really cool. But if you're rolling a bunch of dice a bunch of times every round, then it gets like annoying and it gets a little bit too slow. There's a high mental load with calculating that, and everybody has to wait. Like, and also like if you're rolling like 2 or 3 d6, or like 2 or 3 of the same dice, like you get a nice bell curve. And sometimes like all 3 dice will be really low, and sometimes they'll all be really high. Like so, like the chance of the tails are like fairly high. Like there's bell curve, like it'll typically be in the middle, but the chance of like a really low or really high result is possible. But if you're rolling like 10d6, like if you're rolling that many, like the chances of all of them, like the chances of you hitting like a really low or really high basically are non-existent, right? So you're always going to get, or basically always going to get like something like within 5 or 10% of the average. So the more dice you roll, the more average it is. So rather than rolling those dice, just say like, oh, you deal 30 damage. So you're doing a lot of math, and you're gathering a lot of dice. You're doing a lot of math just for like the most average result. So like fewer dice is more interesting in those kinds of situations. So the biggest offender was the cheat or the rogue. So we did switch it to 3d20 at the top end, which is like feels really cool. So d20s are actually kind of hard to add together. So like once you have, so let's just since we have the do I have 3 of these? They sent me 3. Okay, so since we have the dice cam, let's go ahead and let's go to the dice. So here's another bug hunt. We'll go and roll on top of another bug hunt. So 16, 6, and 5. So like it's not the hardest numbers to add, but like It's going to be harder to add together than like 3d6. So if I were to roll 3d6, for instance, 6, 2, and 1. Like, so this is much easier to add than this, right? But like this isn't too hard. So 6 and 5 was 11, 11 and 16, 27. Okay, so it's not that hard. But I wouldn't want it to be like much more difficult than this. Let me go and get my all my best Josh dice. Okay, so 1, 1, and 2. That's easy for. Um, so that I think the thing that makes the rogue sneak attack more interesting, or the cheat sneak attack, is they have this ability, twist the blade. Change one of your sneak attack dice to whatever you like, which is like very cheaty. Like it's very much the cheat thing. All right, so there's 5. Oh, that's not a 5. That's a 20, my friend. Right. So the cheat had a really weird sort of mechanic where because they can move for free, and they really only care about like the one attack, because like once per round they can once per round they can basically cause any attack they hit to crit, within reason. They largely had like 1 or 2 actions every round that they kind of didn't really need. So having this ability where they could do this cool thing, where to like it's a cool little mechanic, a cool little choice to where they can, maximize the damage and do more cool things. So this feels much more cool and involved than like just rolling like a fistful of like other dice, and you're pretty much always going to get like some average result, right? So the cheat is in a really good spot, I think. Like rolling 3d20. And then, ooh, we got another 5. And then we're going to change this one to 20. So 19 and 20, we got 39. Plus 9, that's going to be 48 damage. Like, that's it. That's it. If I wanted to, I could spend another action to just go to change another one, right? So if I'm not being attacked as a cheat, I could just sit there, just keep twisting that blade, ha ha, really giving them the business. Relatives here, okay. Um, so that is something that we could definitely do. So my wife is telling me that I've got relatives here, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So I'll be right back. I gotta go say hi. Cheers, stream. Okay, sorry guys. So I think so as far as like the dice situation, Evan's office 10-hour ambience coming soon. No commercials, ASMR. So as far as the dice situation for like spells and abilities, I think the cheat is a perfect place to limit the number of dice. So initially, it was like 10d6 at the top end, which is just too much. And this both gives us a really cool ability, and it makes it quicker and more flavorful. So that said, for other classes and spells, I started limiting many of them to like 3 or 4 dice maximum. So rolling, and adding up 3 or 4 dice is relatively easy. So especially for like the lower tier spells that you'll be casting a lot, it makes it much more quick. That said, some people have been giving, I think, a good feedback that maybe we can. So like we went from like a lot of dice to like very few dice, and maybe we could like dial it back to a little bit more reasonable, like to somewhere else in the middle. So. Um, let's just go through the spells, and then I think if Double King or Ross, if you guys want to hop in chat, we could definitely do that. Let me see. I haven't seen them yet, so we could definitely chat about it more once you guys get some time. But for now, I'll just go ahead. Still planning to put some handy tables in reference. Yep, yep. So the inside, one of my favorite things about a lot of these OSR, OSE books, so this is Cyborg, they have like the front cover is really utilized a lot. I don't know if you can see that. I've got a bright light. But like the front and back cover is basically useful roll tables. So a lot of that is going to be like, the most useful information for the heroes is going to be in the heroes thing. The most useful information for the GM is going to be in the front and back cover of the GM guide. So like I think the back cover of the GM guide is going to be the chaos table. The front cover for the GM guide might be like rewards and things, like this much gold at this level, like certain rules that might be hard to remember, conditions, that kind of thing. And then the core rules, we'll see. So I've got to figure that out. What if you can power up a certain spell by adding more dice, but do that? Well, yeah, like upcasting. Yep, exactly. Daniel. Exactly. Okay, so Flame Dart is perfect. I think we don't need to change that at all. Heart's Fire, there's no dice there. We don't need to change that. Initially, Heart's Fire was a tiered spell, cost mana, but changing it to be just a cantrip actually made it much more interesting. Enchant Weapon, there's no dice there, so that one's fine. Flame Barrier. Okay, so the first one that we're going to look at is Pyroclasm. So initially, Pyroclasm was like a bunch of D10. I think it was like 5d10. So right now it's 2d20 plus 10, and then the upcasting was you can add d10, I think initially, and then so you do have to be really, really careful about increasing the damage by upcasting AoE spells, because for each additional monster, the damage is sort of like increases exponentially, so to speak. So rather than single target spells, if you upcast a single target spell. Okay, all right, cool. Appreciate it, Ross. I love Nimble. So hyped. All right, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying it. So single target spells, I think it definitely makes sense for them to deal more damage as you level up or as you upcast them. That definitely makes sense. But for AoE spells, I think they need to have other utility other than additional damage, because the damage from AoE spells comes from like getting more bad guys in the area, rather than like increasing the damage, because you can run into the 5e problem where like the AoE spell like Fireball is always the correct answer, even if there's like one or two dudes there. Or not always, but like it's like so overtuned that like Fireball is frequently like the best answer. All right, I want Pyroclasm sometimes to be the best answer. I want Pyroclasm sometimes to be the incorrect, like quote unquote incorrect answer, or at least suboptimal answer. Fire Embrace. So Pyroclasm, I think Pyroclasm is okay, because this is a tier 4 spell. You get it at level 8. And it is a spell that you could conceivably be casting rather frequently, because Living Inferno, you cast it twice, right? Your hairs. Yeah, that happens as here's the yeah, that's okay. That happens as you get older. I'm embracing it. I did just cut my hair yesterday, so. With Living Inferno, Pyroclasm is something that you sort of have to cast, more often than not. And I do see a typo here. Put a little space there. There you go. Flameberry stewards. Dragonform, I think we leave that alone. The only question is pyroclasm. Initially, so previously the upcast was increasing the area, so increasing the range, which I don't know is the reach. I don't know that that's necessary, because like you don't want to be hitting your allies with that, and you're more likely to hit allies if you increase the range. So rather than that, like why not give like a little additional mobility? So I don't know if like movement is the right thing to add to that. Um, I don't know if movement is the right thing to add to that. Um, Maybe it could be like upcast. Like after you cast it, one creature is smoldering or something like that. I wish I made my what an ad. um, you guys. So I fire movement is really sort of the domain of like the lightning spells and wind spells, and movement isn't really it's not really a fire thing. So one idea is maybe like upcast, like get like you could give one of the targets smoldering or um you do smoldering. Yeah, I can't really think of any other good thing. Like maybe you can like maybe you can like knock down a creature from like the force of the blast, that kind of thing. So for movement on you or your targets, like a backdraft, you suck one enemy one space closer. Yeah, maybe. Twist. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see what Ross is. What's going on here? All right. Ross, you there? With a logical step up for AoE range increase as you upcast. Yeah, that's what it was. And maybe that's okay. Maybe it should just be range. You just make a bigger explosion.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, how's it going, man?
Well, yeah, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Excellent. I know that DK has more notes than I do. The ones that I have are um, I didn't have a whole lot of notes for fire. The DK and I were talking, and I was when I was on last time. I wasn't so much opposed to movement from fire as much as it felt like that the last time we played, we were talking about how much teleporting there was in lightning, and that maybe if we could back one of those off to something else, that it would
Right.
feel it would be better. And then then that could open up the space for movement for fire. I don't know, but he and I have not talked about fire at all. We've talked about lightning and ice, and I can give you those insights
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
when I
Yeah. Feel
wait.
free to
I can
start.
wait until you're done with fire.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
Um, as for lightning, we talked about we talked about if there was anything else, because teleporting is it feels right with lightning. And like you teleport along the power lines or the conduction path, and then you show up on the other side. That feels right. So
Mhm.
are there any other kind of rider effects that could be in instituted, which would make something kind of more interesting, while if you're going to take away teleporting on any of them.
Yeah,
So I'm going to just
thematically, like yeah,
go.
teleportation or like maybe like a shock effect, like you're paralyzed or dazed or something like that. Like that kind of
Yeah,
thing makes sense.
yes. So he and I talked about that. A couple things we came away from our conversation with was that the the kind of, we described it as a live wire effect. Like when you get hit by a live wire, you're you know you're stuck in place. You're shocked. We talked about a couple of different things. You know, restrained versus um, uh, uh, dazed versus paralyzed. One of the things that came up was the concern that if it became, you know, like a really consistent paralyze or daze effect, that it could end up being too potent and more of like a save or lose situation,
Mm-hmm.
which I know we've been trying to avoid. So we talked about, could we make something like, let me forward you some of the notes, that way you can look at them
Sure.
while we talk. But can we find a way to take something like storm storm stride, which we felt like kind of was so similar to the
The storm shifter's ability.
storm shifter's ability, that it could be something that we mm, could work with. And it felt like it was the one where maybe thematically teleportation was the least well tied to it. And he described this ability that I'm trying to forward you right now. I'm hoping it works. It's like a chain lightning ability, but it's a little bit different than the old chain lightning. And it creates, I think this picture might be the most useful thing that he put together to kind of give you an idea of what it does, which is it would kind of create like an electrical current between you and the target that could be kind of redirected or reoriented. And then that line could either damage the enemy that it hit, or it could daze them and kind of persist, so that
Mm-hmm.
as you move in and out of it, like if your enemies have to cross it to get to you, then they'll be dazed and they lose one action. So it would, as a
Right.
concentration effect, it would prevent you from throwing it out like a whole bunch of times all over the field.
Yeah.
As an effect that the enemies were aware of, it would prevent you from kind of getting into this, oh, I can just daze them or paralyze them infinitely, and it becomes a save or lose
Yeah. Let's read it real
spell.
quick. Target enemy which marks the end of the line. The target gains condition. Perhaps the condition scales backwards from the target down the line, or in a circle square out from the target. Okay. Live wire created with the path of the line grants condition to any of the line. Okay. I think we're better off suggesting set ideas. Okay. Rather than one concrete spelling might shoot down. Concentration up to 1 minute. Reach 8. Okay, so let me just see. Are there any? So electrocharge is one concentration spell. Seeding storm, that's level 9 though. So I'm just looking real quickly. Biting
Yeah.
fog is concentration. Rime blades, that's a big one. Fire embrace, enchant weapon. Okay, so there's some concentration spells. It wouldn't hurt to have one additional one. It wouldn't, it's not a plus or minus. Okay, lightning bolt streaks from you in a straight line, dazing anyone within 1 square of it. Once, if it hits a creature on its way, you may cause the line to alter course toward another creature within the remaining reach. Any creature that moves within one space of the. Okay. Or concentration up to 1 minute, reach 8, lightning bolt streaks from you in a straight line. Dazing. Are these both the same?
Oh, I think I may have sent it to you twice.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It's a cool idea. I like the idea of dazing. I do like that idea.
Mhm.
Um,
And we
I
talked
so
about,
if any of these
okay.
spells do daze, that's pretty big utility. Um, uh, I think the damage would like the damage might need to be decreased, or something else
Yeah,
like
in this one, we described it as doing, so as he and I discussed it, it would be no damage, as is written to you right there. I mentioned to him, which would be kind of interesting, and unusual. But I mentioned to him in one of my statements that I feel like a low damage spell might be pretty interesting, maybe an underutilized thing. But if, or sorry, a no damage spell might be interesting, kind of an underutilized thing. And then I went
Hmm.
back and looked, and I was like, oh, there are a fair number, but it might be a good thing to have, since lightning so frequently bypasses armor, or at least metal armor. Might be a
Hmm.
good one where it's just like the complicated thing that you have to manage isn't dice; it's drawing this line across the field, and then if there's damage associated with it, it would be a low amount of flat damage.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me think about that. So let's actually look at. So I want to. Yeah. A really cool but fiddly. Robin says. I think we could maybe we might be able to work with something similar. So maybe not that exactly. So lightning
Yeah,
blinding, that doesn't make sense. Charming, no. Dazed. So dazed does make sense. Frightening doesn't really make
yeah.
sense.
The ones we
Grappled.
talked about were dazed, restrained, and paralyzed. um, Restrained I liked because it stopped you and you can still act. The trouble is with something like this that we were describing to you right now is that if it created like a stable position of you are restrained, then you would be stuck there.
Hmm.
If you had a spell that created this live wire effect that wasn't an ongoing concentration spell, I like restrained more than dazed, because you can still essentially fight. You're just kind of stuck in place
Hmm.
for a round. And if it were something like the chain lightning that DK put together that I just sent you, that was a kind of an ongoing effect, we preferred days to restrain because it seemed like kind of a natural assumption, even if it wasn't the way it was designed. The natural assumption would be once you're restrained, you're stuck there because it's an ongoing effect that's still restraining you. And then it would lead to either
Sure.
just constantly being restrained or having to roll extra saves over and over again, which would be just more stuff to have to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, Lewis. New art. Got some new art here. This is a a cool Medusa, and like Earl really went pretty deep on this. Like, yeah, there's a lot more snake down there. So yeah, so I think if it dazes, it can still do damage, but just like maybe a low or medium damage. If it like incapacitates or like stuns, in other words, I think it has to deal like it has to either deal damage or incapacitate.
mhm,
Okay, so I'm just looking at other conditions or things that it could do. So currently, there's one lightning spell that could knock prone,
mhm.
like just sort of like knocking you back from the blast. But it might make more sense if it like sort of like stuns or dazes targets in the area. Let's take a look.
Mhm.
Okay, so we have a pretty good, like a very good single target cantrip, single target DPS. We have a short range AOE, short range conditional AOE. We have a bigger AOE, or like multi target ranged attack. We have a teleportation, like a defensive thing. We have another AOE and repositioning thing. Like trickery is like a cool utility, defensive utility type of thing.
Yeah.
Um,
And I
uh,
sent you I forwarded you as well a little sort of breakdown that DK did of the various different spells that you kind of have in place right now, uh,
gotcha.
along a similar kind of idea, sort of a breakdown.
Um, Existing situation: alacrity, defense reaction, storm stride, targeted teleport, AOE, electricity, teleport swamp, defensive unique, ride the lightning. Seems the least unique slash important teleport spell, not the whole spell, just is Storm Stride. Teleport in this one is completely unlinked to the rest of the spell. Um, it didn't used to be there. Yeah. Nominate Storm Stride as a spell. Could use teleport? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Storm Stride doesn't scale very well as far as concerned. Let me see. Okay. I like the idea of live wire. Let me see. Let me think. So yeah, currently, so Storm Stride and Ride the Lightning are pretty somewhat similar. They both sort of like move you and deal some damage along the way.
Yeah.
Um, So I do like Storm Stride, but we do have that as a Ride the Lightning already. Why was the old
Yeah.
Chain Lightning removed? For more mobility? Yeah, yeah, just more mobility. Just make it a little bit more interesting.
I
Um,
was since I have a storm shifter at my table, we kind of as a table when we saw Storm Stride, we were kind of like, hey, that's what the that hey, that's what he does. Why can't why it felt kind of like they were sort of infringing on one of the things that made the Storm Shifter unique when that spell
yeah,
came out.
yeah. So initially, when we were tweaking, making the tweaks to the Storm Shifter, I was thinking like, oh, just let the Storm Shifter cast Chain Lightning while they're shapeshifted. Then we came up with this new cool ability, and I said, well, that's so cool. Let's just make this spell like essentially that. So the one did come from the other. Um, okay, yeah. So the fire one, the fire spell, the fire AoE is sort of like the damaging one. And then the lightning AoE could be like the controlling one. I don't hate that. So what is the ice one? We have Rhyme Blades. Yeah, it's much more of a control and combo type of situation. Okay, okay. I don't hate that.
One of the
I'll
things that
just
we mentioned
just call it
also
something
with
like
this idea
Electrolash. Uh-huh.
of the idea of setting up this sort of live wire effect is it gives you kind of a sort of utility that I don't think we see much elsewhere, depending on what you would say the target is. So if the target is like a space or even like an object, you could actually set up sort of a trap where I said like, you could cast it across, say, a path or a door. The sound attracts enemies on the other side. They burst in and run into this thing, and you kind of created sort of a surprise situation or a daze on the front couple of them, and it creates a sort of play style that I don't think we can achieve with most other spells.
Okay, so let's look at. So initially it was Chain Lightning. Okay, so that's the previous version. I'm trying to find core. I'm just trying to find the one of the older versions. I think 1.8 had the earlier. Oh, come on. I'm just trying to see what it used to be. Chain Lightning,
Oh,
10 foot wide, 60 foot long bolt of lightning. Originates from you, deals 5d8 damage to all creatures. Okay, so just straight up a line of damage. Um, so what if it was something like choose a space within reach, creatures in a line creatures within one space of a so like this is the rough first draft. Choose a space within reach. Creatures within one space of a line between you and that space. All right, so we'll fix that. Must something 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 or dazed slash incapacitated damage question mark. Okay, so if I'm going to be spending all 3 actions and 3 mana, it's gotta be pretty good. Hey, Taryn. Oh, Taryn, do you have the art for that you're using in Vagabond for like this is what a cone looks like, this is what a sphere looks like, this is what a line looks like, that kind of thing? I really like that art. I was thinking of drawing something similar. I was looking for it. I don't think I have the latest PDF of Vagabond. Yeah. Um, nice. Appreciate it, man. Okay, so yeah, so something like that might be cool, but it has to be good enough. It does have to be good enough. I think it should deal some amount of damage.
Well,
Um,
yeah, that's good. I'm not opposed to that as much as we thought it would be if the ability was too potent. A way to offset that would be to really decrease the damage. But if you're not feeling like the ability is too potent, or if you adjust it so that the ability isn't too potent, then damage is a okay. Uh, and electricity is a nice one because it tends to be one of the ones that can move, pass through um, armor frequently.
yeah, so what if
And
it's
the
you can on save dazed, on failure incapacitated. So we have to be very very careful about incapacitated. A creature like just
mhm.
skipping a turn is like really really powerful.
Yeah, that's
But
the concern we had was like,
yeah,
is it going to be a save or lose?
yeah, but saving. We had a conversation about speed of movement. If you want to take a look at it, yeah, my left missed. Yeah, please let me know if you want to chat about anything. Um, Sorry, just checking something real quick. Okay. So say risk. Like I don't want it to be so swingy where like if they fail to save, it breaks the game. I don't want it to be so uh or like if they save, like it just does nothing and it feels really bad. I waste my whole turn and 3 mana. So it has to be like within these bounds of like still pretty cool whether they save or not.
Yeah.
Um
So the way we were talking about the kind of the one that DK and I wrote up was that it was by choosing to pass through it, you lost an action. So it was instead of it being like you need to save to prevent being dazed or incapacitated or restrained, it's more like if you choose to move through this effect, then you're choosing to give up an action.
okay, so we've got our magey boy here and we've got a bad guy here. All right. So, are you saying that like the mage, like he's got his bolt of lightning? So this is top down. So if this guy like walks across the lightning, then he's dazed. Is that? Well, I'll just do it up like this. So,
Yeah. So we had a
is that
couple,
kind of
but
thing you're talking
mostly DK was saying either I was going to try and point at this, but I can't do that. DK was saying if you got within a certain distance of it, I like if you pass it. So you say, for example, you have a target on the other. Say you had a target on the other side, like the goblin wants to go and I don't know, steal a, a piece of gold or some treasure. So it wants to run across that line. If it ran across that line, um, and it had like for on its turn it had like move and attack, then it would end up just moving and it wouldn't be able to attack. And
Yeah.
then on the next turn, it would be back to its normal action.
But like
Acting.
in what situation would like an area denial effect type thing? All right. So I can just show I can just show my
Be
iPad
a
here
way
this way.
be
So
a way
let's
to so it's like a way to slice it. Well, if you ignoring the potential interesting trap option, be a way to do it's a form of battlefield control. So
So like if we have our
you're
mage here, he could like be zapping this way, zap 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 zap. And if there's a gobbo here, a gobbo tries to come, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's the trap idea that I thought was pretty interesting because I don't think we have anything quite like that. So you have the mage standing down there. They cast it. The spell attracts enemies. They scream down the stairs, and suddenly, bam! They run into this interesting trap. But then on the other hand, during a fight, you could have you could basically cut the field in half and make it so that one side like the hunter could be doing range from the distance, and the barbarian or so the berserker and the oathsworn are over here with the big bad, and then the cheat is, or I should say the cheat and the oathsworn over there with the big bad, and then the barbarian is running around on the other side, hitting a lot of minions. So it creates this sort of
Sure.
battlefield control that lets the mage dice up the field as they see fit.
Yeah, I mean that's a cool idea, but like my question, it's not an objection, it's really a question. So my question is, so like we've got the mage here, and we've got a couple of heroes and then some goblins, right? So in what world,
Mhm.
why would the goblin ever want to go to this side? Like if they could just come here and just like smack the mage, right? So like
Well,
in like why would they cross
I
over
would
it?
say that you've got two here, like you've got two heroes right next to the mage, so they might not be interested in going down to the mage. They might prefer to get whatever's on the other side by not going around the mage. Also, DK, his version with the kind of reorientation would make it so it's not just a straight line, though that may not be what you're interested in.
Yeah, that I think it might be too complicated to have it like ziggity zaggity. Don't spoil
Yeah.
the puns. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, force movement, yeah. Hey, Judd. Terry. Tin Man says some of the other classes have abilities that can force them to move. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. Like I'm definitely not
Detente.
against it. So what if it was choose up to 8 spaces in a line, creatures in the area, creatures within 1 square of the area. Like if there is a like a hallway type of thing, thank you, Taryn, appreciate it. So if there's like a hallway, there's just like a hallway denial effect. Basically, it's just like forever permanently by
Yeah,
Guillaume
so they would need
Bonnet. Cool. Yeah, go ahead.
like to so they could break the concentration with like a ranged attack. But if you had set up this to be like there's a horde of goblins, then they'd be like, well, you know, these goblins aren't going to be entering, so it's kind of like it'd be kind of like shutting and barring a door. Um, that isn't a scenario that I was necessarily seeing as especially interesting, but it certainly
Sure.
has a significant utility. But the combination of the utility and sort of the unique
Yeah.
applications interested us. Plus the fact that it would be instead of a teleport, it would be a daze or something similar that
Yeah.
would be
Yeah.
in line with electrical,
All right.
the live wire effect, kind of sort of thing.
Yeah, yeah, I got you. I got you. So Taryn just sent over the cool art from Vagabond. If you guys haven't checked out Vagabond, check it out. Out of everybody, so I call Taryn the professor because he has like professorial knowledge of everything about TTRPGs. Out of everything. Out of anybody I've ever talked to, he has the most encyclopedic knowledge about every TTRPG ever. Um, but so I really like this art here. Um, and especially okay, yeah. So especially this one. So like, what does a cone look like? Yeah. So these are all cool and like super duper clear. Guillaume Bonnet, I think I hope it's pronounced Bonnet, was the artist on these. Dude has a great eye for isometric diagrams. Man, Taryn, I've really been falling in love with isometric drawings and stuff. I've been doing a bunch of maps for some of these different adventures and stuff, doing isometric. Um, G-U-I. How do you spell Guillaume? Guilaume. All right. Cool. I'm gonna check him out. I'm gonna check him out. It's just a better display of information. Yeah. Okay. So I think we can definitely revise this one to be more of a control-y type of thing. Like some damage, more control. Like
Yeah.
we don't need like 3 different or 4 different like AoE damaging things. That's sort of all it does. ZAZB. Okay. Okay. ZAZB. ZAZB. Cool. All right. Appreciate it, Taryn. Okay, so I'm gonna cook on that for a little bit. Ross, do you have any other thoughts about some of the other spells?
Yeah. So DK and I also talked about. Well, I think you said you were following most of the conversation about Glacial Shard.
So
Um,
just sort of like
the-
cursorily, so like not super closely, just sort of like
yeah,
noting that like some tweaks could be made. Yeah.
yeah. So the gist was that we were having a conversation. I'm gonna go to it just so that I can. It's all there, but we were having a conversation. I think starting yesterday or the day before And the first thing that I was saying was like, I'm concerned about just kind of like it starts with advantage, and that's cool. I like advantage if they're hampered. I really like. I actually think it'd be cool if there were even more abilities that fell off of, or that like built off of the charged, smoldering, hampered, undead kind
Hmm.
of I can't remember, like statuses that don't necessarily
Right.
have any intrinsic problem. So I really like that. No problem with that. It's just that it was like, okay, it starts off at 3d6, and then if they're hampered, it's you're rolling 46. That's fine. And then as you start to upcast, it quickly gets quite large, and of course it peaks out at level 9, which are tier 9, which ostensibly people are using fairly infrequently, but it peaks out at about 11 dice, I believe, which seemed like a lot, or at least a lot more than you had been wanting to do in when compared to all the other spells. And we
Hmm.
talked about, well, with all of the stacks of advantage, one of the ideas that came up during one of the streams was, well, you roll it, and then if it's not a 6, then you re-roll that one until you're done. And the trouble we noted with that was, how are we sure what crit? Because we're normally supposed to roll them all and then like move from left to right.
Sure,
Um,
sure, sure.
and
Okay.
then yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So let's do a little bit of. Sorry. So say we roll. So we roll. Let me actually look at the spell. So advantage against the hampered creature. So you would only cast it against the hampered creature. So you drop the lowest. So this one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure my desk. So this one, you would remove the lowest. So in this instance, it would crit, right? So,
Yeah,
um,
yeah. So if you have all the dice to cast it, it was fairly straightforward.
mhm.
The number of dice started growing very quickly, and so I was a few of us were like, "Well, is that a problem?" So I sat down and maybe for 20 to 30 minutes, I played around with rolling and like the best ways to do it, and really the way that you sort of almost have to do it, if unless you're saying like, "All right, I'm going to roll with advantage, and now I'm going to definitely decide if I'm rolling to the left or to the right, because I can just roll to the left or to the right." Like
Sure.
and really the best way to do it is to roll them all at once, and that really follows with sort of the rules as drawn out in the actual books.
Okay.
And it
Uh,
was quite a number, it seemed like, after a while. But if you were rolling them like that other option described, I'd be interested in hearing kind of how you described it, because when I did that, I found a few other concerns.
um, if any die rolls a 6, this counts as a crit. So what if we did something like this? If any die rolls a 6, um, so what if we did something like that? So rather than
Let me
starting with
see it now.
advantage, if any die rolls a 6 against a hampered target, this counts as crit. So I need to let's do a little bit of quick math.
Oh, that certainly would get rid of a couple of the concerns I have.
Yeah, let me.
That's better than advantage, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah, you're
because
starting
it's
with triple advantage, right? So
yeah.
it's actually this one. So if we have 3d6, any at least one of the dice equals to 6. So yeah, you have like a 45% chance of critting against the hamper target. And then if we increase it, so if we upcast it once, it goes up to a 51. So going from like 40 to 50 to 60. So yeah, each additional die increases it
Mhm.
roughly by 10%. Of course, there's diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Um,
So
I think so
that
that limits
okay.
it certainly. That makes it a
Yeah,
little bit more
I
interesting.
definitely like that.
Uh,
Um,
so,
if you
yeah, go ahead.
if you I would say if you So it depends on how many dice you have. I mentioned on the thread, I was like, I have my travel set of dice, and I carry quite a few on me. I had to get out my second bag of travel dice to sort of play it out. Once
Yeah,
I
yeah.
started ramping up the spell. Now this will help by decreasing it by one, so it would peak out at 10 instead of 11.
So not
Um,
only does it help, so it helps, it reduces it from what, 11 to 10, but I think more
mhm,
interestingly, so you roll your dice. So like the arrangement of the dice doesn't matter. So if I roll
mhm.
my 3d6, like, well, one of them crit, so I know what happens. But like if this was a 5, I could just, so if I know I have like say 5 stacks of advantage, I can just keep rolling the lowest like 5 times and until, all right, so that's fives, you know. So I could do that kind of thing without really worrying about like the arrangement of them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, the arrangement. Yeah, the arrangement that absolutely removes the arrangement issue. It does do a couple other things. You'll need at least one extra dice, because if you were to roll, say you had like a 2 and you just re-rolled it and you went down to a 1, you'd need to
Right, right.
remember.
Yeah.
So you need at least one extra dice.
All right, so
But also,
say we did that. All right, so the 3, we'd roll that once. All right, so that's a 5, and then this one is the lowest. All right, so we crit. Let's roll 3 more times just to see what it is. It's a
yep,
4,
and
a
you
4.
take the other
Okay,
one over.
so
Perfect.
6, 5, 4. So there it is, plus 20. So
Okay,
like
now
that.
we switch to 4. Good, good, good.
Yeah.
Keep
So
going, keep going, keep
that
going,
was 5.
keep going. So,
Yeah, that was 5.
so so the other thing we noted was the making sure that you're keeping track of the number of rolls you have done, because it's easy to roll 5d6 or 66 when you have all six in your hand and you just drop them. It takes a few more steps, and you have to remember, and it depends on how you want to do it. But when I was first doing it, I was like, okay, reroll, perfect, perfect. How many have I done? Uh-oh.
Right.
And that is something you can definitely learn to do. Uh, but I'm not sure it's
Okay.
I was concerned that that was a potential level of I don't know, you're keeping track of maybe two or three separate things at once, and that can be difficult.
Yeah. Okay. So I've noted this one. I think we made a step toward making it more simple. I'll cook on
I
that one a
really,
little bit longer.
I think that's a really straightforward way to do it. Um, I
Were
know,
there any other spells that you wanted to look at? So I'll keep cooking on those two a little bit
yeah,
longer. Any other spells?
yeah, hold on. Let me pull up my conversation with my mage. They mentioned,
Yeah, Robin says if it's not immediately clear to us, it's not going to be very clear at the table. Yeah, we can always word it more clearly or tweak the mechanics to make it clear. So yeah, like as we're sort of like riffing and rough drafting it, it's not going to be as clear. But after a couple of drafts, it usually gets a bit more clear. Um,
um,
and
they mentioned the same thing I mentioned to you, which was
mhm.
it would be my mage mentioned the same thing I mentioned to you, which was it would be cool if there were other ways to engage with the interesting kind of rider abilities, or I should say the conditions that don't have an intrinsic complication, like smoldering,
Yeah.
hampered, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
Um,
just like a note for anybody who watches this later, you do have to be very careful about like relying too heavily on like the triggers based off of these like secondary conditions, because then like if you have it too much, then it's sort of like expected thing. If you don't have it enough, so there is a fine balance of
Absolutely.
that kind of thing. Um, so
Yeah, for
you
sure.
do want to be careful about that a little bit. Um, cool. Any
Absolutely.
other
Absolutely.
spells that you wanted to go over real quick, Ross? I know you're at work, so I don't want to take up too much time.
I appreciate that. I'm I'm trying to think. DK will have more. He had a
Okay.
lot. He had a lot more insight. But the one that he said he definitely wanted me to talk about was
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to communicate that concern
Sure, sure.
effectively. And then I think he'll have more thoughts on the live wire spell.
Okay.
Uh, but
Yeah, he's up in
I'll be
Alaska,
happy to
so
chat about.
he's probably still
Yeah,
waking up.
He's about 6 hours different from us.
Oof.
I'll be happy to chat about if you want to talk at all anymore about the Oathsworn and the potential for interposing judgment dice.
Okay.
Whenever you're on to that part,
Yep.
if you end
Okay.
up being there today.
Okay. Very cool, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Enjoy your work.
Oh yeah, the most fun.
See ya. All right. And if anybody else wants to hop in chat, Taryn, if you're still around, if you want to hop in and chat, it's always fun. Okay. So, but if not, let's cook on this this cold ability real quick. So because it's such a low tier ability, the range for upcasting is pretty high. So an alternate option is to make it a higher tier so that you could, instead of upcasting it 7 times, you can only upcast it 6 or 5 or 4. You can only upcast it so many times. So like that fixes it. You need to increase like the base damage or whatever else to make it worth it. I'd rather not move things around because there's a lot of other knock-on effects. So Glacial Shard is a really nice single target high damage spell. Um, tier 2, and there isn't any other like single target high damage spell for the mage around that level. So I think keeping Glacial Shard as a really good single target high damage spell at that level is the right idea. So what if instead of upcasting, so what if you could really count on what if you could really count on the crit? So what if instead of gaining advantage, increment 1 die by 1? So like what if when you upcast it, you could just increment 1 die by 1, right? So making it a lot more reliable. So what does that mean? So like, first of all, does that make sense? So we'll roll our 3d6. So we got a 1, a 2, and a 5. So in this spell says if any die rolls a 6, it's a crit. All right, so we can increment this die by 1, and turn it into a 6. So if we upcast it just once, then we crit on a 5 or a 6. If we upcast it again and again and again, so what would that mean? It's like, what if we roll like a 1, a 1, and a 1? Like, I mean, the odds of that are pretty low, but we can actually see what the odds of that are. How many dice? 3. A sum of 3. So what are the odds of rolling all 3 ones? Okay, it's like, a 0.5%. So like, that's not going to happen very often. Oh, you guys can't see. So one in 200 basically chance. So it'll happen sometimes, but it's not gonna happen a lot. So if we upcast this 5 times, we can turn that 3 damage 1 into a crit, right? So it's a 6, 7, 8. And then we'll also get to roll another one. Oh, you guys can't see. So we can change that miss into a crit that will then deal. So we'd have to upcast it 5 times to guarantee it. So at tier 7, you're guaranteeing a crit. You're guaranteeing the damage, which feels pretty cool. Like by level 14, you should be able to do that. So it would be 6, 7, 8, 9. So 29. And we upcast it 5 times. 29 plus 25. Yeah, so you're guaranteeing like a big truckload of damage. Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. And if you upcast it further, you can just like increase the damage by like 1 or 2. So the most you would probably I'm a noob to all of this, but that sounds great. Yeah, cool. Ooh, so if you upcast any die, so upcasting this to a tier 7, it can make it so that even if you roll all ones, let me go back to the desk. So it can make it so that if you upcast this to if you upcast this at level 7, even if you roll all ones, you can guarantee getting a crit, which feels pretty cool. But what if you roll like twos, right? So like what if you roll like a 2, 3, and a 4? So let's say you roll a 2, 3, and a 4. All right, so I'm going to increment this one by 2. So I've got 3 more dice that I can increment. But now, since it's crit, I'm going to roll an extra die. Ooh, there it is. So I can increment this die by 1 because I've got 2 more increments. So I can roll again. There's a 2. So, but like if I rolled a 4, I could say, well, I crit again. So like that makes it really really cool. That makes it so cool. I really like that. I like that idea. I think that is a really cool, elegant solution. So damage is 3d6 if any die. So it still requires you to roll a 6 against a hampered target. That counts as a crit. On a crit, you can deal plus 20 damage to a medium or smaller target. Oh, plus 20 damage, and a medium or smaller target is knocked prone. So if we, all right, so let me think. Yeah, really. Do you decide to upcast before? So upcast is like I'm casting this at tier like whatever. So that is something that you do before. For all other rerolls and things like the bardic inspiration and all these other things, you can do after. So if you have any other abilities that let you reroll, you could do that after the fact. But upcasting is like I'm saying what I'm doing. So I think if we're like guaranteeing that damage, I think a medium or smaller target is knocked prone. I think that that does need to be excised a little bit just to simplify it some. Increment 1 die by 1. So is it clear? Yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. If any die rolls a 6 against a hampered target, this counts as a crit. On crit, plus 20 damage. Increment a die by 1, plus 5 damage on crit. I think that's really cool. Not very clear that you can increment the crit die IMO. So there is this really cool spell from Hearthstone. I think it's called Hellfire. Hearthstone. Yeah. So this is a really interesting card design from game Hearthstone. If you're not familiar with Hearthstone, it doesn't really matter. It's like an online card game, but this like the use of all of caps is a really interesting thing. So three damage to all characters. So many people would read that and understand that to mean. So let's if we go to if we go to Hearthstone. So Hearthstone, this game has open image, a new tab. So Hearthstone has it's like this is my hero. So this is my hero. This is the enemy hero, and then these are like allies. So like enemy allies, my allies. So what you would typically think for a spell like this is deal 5 damage to all characters. So a lot of times, if you just read it quickly, if like the all wasn't capitalized, you would think that this deals 5 damage to all enemy allies or all allies, but this says all characters, so it deals 5 damage to the warlock and this guy. So it deals 5 damage, 5 damage to everything. At times, it's like kill my own minions, or yeah. So the use of caps can make you sort of stop and think, like, oh, why is this capitalized? Shutter, Shutterwalk. Oh, is that the yeah? Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Repeat all battle cry effects. Yeah, that broke it. That card just sort of broke the game a little bit. So I think if we say increment any die by 1, I think that makes people famously most busted card in TCG history. I think that is correct. I think that is correct. I remember when that card first came out. Uh, yeah, I loved Hearthstone before the cheese. Hearthstone is a really cool game. Like they really leaned into like this is a digital card game, really really well. Fixed a lot of the weird like mana issues with Magic. It has its own issues and stuff too, but really cool game, really well designed. Um, but yeah, it does get a little bit gonzo. Like every card makes 5 other cards and does 10 things and all of this. Yeah, so and it gets a little bit crazy. So Glacial Shard damage 3d6. If any die rolls a 6 against a hamper target, this counts as a crit. On crit, plus 20 damage. Increment any die by 1. So I think that is enough to make someone think like, well, what does it mean by any die? In relation to this spell. I think that is probably enough. And then if there's any additional questions, that could be like FAQ type of thing, sort of like in 5e, like the subtle interaction of like sneak attack on someone else's turn, that kind of thing. Don't know if you knew this. Probably didn't, Taryn. But Dan Felder, designer of Trail of Behemoth, worked on Hearthstone for like 6 expansions. Okay, cool. There was that's right, the professor. Thank you, professor. Professor Indestructible Boy. There was that. Who's that one guy who did? Was it Dream Quest? Like a really ugly game, but so much fun to play. Dream Quest. Yeah, Peter Whalen. Didn't he work on that as well? Like possibly one of the like ugliest games as far as like look, but man, is it a great game. Like deceptively, like this is like if you ever look up like don't judge a game by its cover. Um, this is like the poster child. Like here's why. Like this game sucked up so many of my hours. If you've never played Dream Quest, check it out. It's a very, very good game. But yeah, this is the art though. Yeah, so this is the art. Awesome. I think he correct me if I'm wrong, Taryn. Didn't he work on? Didn't this game get him hired by Blizzard or something like that? Awesome game. I'm gonna have to go play that. I'm gonna have to go play that sometime. Okay, so I think we have fixed Glacial Shard. That makes Glacial Shard a really spicy thing. Not sure when, but I feel like I've heard the name Peter Whalen mentioned alongside Ton Howard and Sid Meier. I think I've seen him. Peter Whalen. I think that's the wrong Peter Whalen. All right, it doesn't matter. And then yeah, this one. Battlecry, deal 1 damage to all other characters. There you go. You know, that the capitalizing of certain things really like draws attention to it, and I think clarifies things in an interesting way without being too wordy. Okay, I think that fixes that. I'm happy with that. If anybody wants to take a screenshot, I'll go take a screenshot and upload it. There we go. We got a screenshot. Let's go ahead and upload that to Spells Thoughts. Okay, I think that spell is a bit pushed. Hearthstone seemed to use capitalization, emphasize bold for keyword, bold for capitalization. Bold capitalization for memes? Really? When did they bold capitalize for memes? I'd be interested to see that. All right, so let's take a look at this spell. And Taryn, if you're hanging out, man, feel free to jump in and chat and just hang out if you want. And anybody else too, if you guys just want to sort of hang out. That's pretty chill stream. So. So Electrolash. So I think changing. So we have like a big damaging AOE here with Pyroclasm. We have a small damaging AOE with Arc Lightning. We have another icy blast. So we have other big damaging AOE's that do damage bigly in different ways. Um, so I don't think the lightning one really needs to be a big damaging AOE. I think like more of a controlling thing might be cool. That might be cool. um, Failure incapacitated, or what if it's like failure by 5 or more? Incapacitated 1 turn, that kind of thing. We're trying to wrap up some stuff for X-Men's plan. Hey, yeah, no worries, man, no worries. No worries. Okay, so something like that would be cool. I do like the idea of like this being a spell that could like last for a bit. Like concentration, like you hold your concentration on this. Hmm. All right, so let's bust out some minis. I think let's get some minis out. Let's see how this might actually work. All right, so we got some heroes here. That might just fall to table rolls / temp rulings for people that don't watch FAQ videos. Yeah, I mean maybe it could. I think by bolding it or capitalizing, I think it's like, I mean it says all right. I think that kind of thing is good. Okay. All right. So we've got. Let's lay out a quick little dungeon here. So we got some heroes, some hero boys going over here. We just got a bunch of added a queue. I asked a question, a few messages up. All cool if there isn't. Just been in mind. Let's take a look. Any plans to update the spell art? Maybe just me, but it bothers me how all the art sits sideways. On the spell cards, you mean? Up here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I might. We'll see about that. A lot of the layouts, like things sort of go where they go because of layout for layout reasons. Okay, so let's say like we've got a dungeon room here, and then the bad guys, they're all sort of like pouring in. You know, they're doing bad guys. So here's the grungs, the bad boys. Let's say one is already in here, and then like the rest are sort of like, you know, they're lined up. All right, so if this guy's our mage, right, so this guy's our mage. Going back to my previous points about conditions, the Electrolash idea would work well to use Glacial Shard as a follow-up. Glacial Shard hampered. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these can combo with each other. I like the idea of like if someone wants to be like a strictly a lightning mage, that's fine. But I do like the idea of like the mage is an elementalist, right? So like you'll get more out of it by switching from fire to lightning to cold, like back and forth, rather than just like, I want to only do fire because it gives me the smoldering condition. Right, I want these conditions to sort of be like a nice happenstance, or like an ally applies this so that an ally sets me up so I can do this big thing, or like the commander trips the guy so that I can like, you know, do X, Y, and Z. That kind of thing is really cool. Okay, so if the mage is here, he can blast like this bolt of lightning, like getting all these boys in a line, and obviously that's good. I don't know that it makes sense for it to be, all right. So he zippity zaps like a line, you know, maybe this big. Let's just make the room a little bit smaller just so we can. So this is like 6. So the line would probably actually be like, you know, that long. Actually, I've got a tape measure here. Okay, so this line would be to the blue guy. All right, so if the bolt is that big, so he does that, he zaps his guys, and then let's say the dudes go afterward. This guy, if he like tries to move inside the bolt of lightning, he can't or something. I don't know. It's I think the idea of like this being an area of control effect might make it too fiddly, might make it a little bit too complicated. If it's just like a blast, zoof, and like they're all dazed, that's kind of cool. Um, that's kind of cool. And someone else did have a really cool idea for like a water spell school that adds like the condition wet. And like, oh, wet creatures have disadvantage on, whatever, or lightning spells have advantage against wet creatures. Like that kind of thing is like really really cool. I don't remember who did that. If you guys know, let me know. So just like a cool little thing, like I'm gonna do like a medium amount of damage, and then like put like a minor condition on those guys. That would be pretty sweet. Um, if they succeed, so like there should be like three states, I think. Um, what happens if they succeed? I should still get something out of it, even if they succeed on this save. If they fail, I should get more out of it. If they fail by a lot, I should get a lot out of it, right? So that kind of thing is pretty cool. Rather than just pass fail, like a little bit more of a gradient makes it feel more interesting. So I like the idea of like it dealing damage no matter what, because only the surviving creatures have to roll saves. So like if this guy was already bloodied and he takes like the d20 damage and he just dies, well that's one fewer save that I need to worry about, right? And if we increase, since it's a line now, we can increase it to 12, I think, pretty safely. So like this guy would be included. Yeah, the benefit of lines is that they're narrow. The drawback is they're narrow, but the benefit is that you can reach really, really far. I think that's cool. Success gradients feel interesting, but I feel like I have the hardest time actually remembering it at all. Yeah, I mean, possibly. So like in Nimble, there aren't like numbers that you have to add to it. So like if we roll all three of these saves, like the DC is gonna be like 10 or 11. So like this guy got a 2, like oh man, he got zapped hard, and then these two sort of succeed like fine enough, like with a 10 and a 13. So like that kind of thing. If you fail by a bunch, like it sucks to be you. Like something really bad happens. This guy's like completely stunned. I think that kind of thing is pretty cool. If they and like it also helps with with the like legendary monsters. They're incapacitated until the end of their next turn. They both get turns more often, so it's not as bad. And many of the legendary monsters they'll roll with advantage, so like the chances of them failing by like a large amount really goes down. So I think that's a pretty cool self-balancing thing. So let's put that together. Let's put that together. Um, yeah. I think we're getting there. All right, so let's go to let's do a little bit of numbers modeling. Add column after. So it's going to be pyroclasm. Pyroclasm is going to deal 2d20 plus 10 damage, ignoring armor. This equals 2d20 isn't modeled, so I'll just say equals 2d20, so that's going to be 30 damage. It'll do 30 damage on average. Add column after, and then this one should deal probably half as much. Success gradients. Yeah, if there's just like one additional step, so like failure, success, and really bad failure, I think that's good. So this is going to be electro lash. I feel like it should deal like roughly half, probably. Maybe like 2/3. Like yes, it's somewhere around there. So the dice for lightning spells are d8s. So let's take a look at that. So 3. Let's go to the d8s section. Yeah, so like 4d8 4d8 feels about right. Yeah, so let's cut that reach. So let's set the reach back to 12. Since that, so like lightning spells having a reach of 12 is sort of like the thing for lightning spells, which I like. Choose up to 12 spaces in line. Creatures. And I'll have to clarify that like the line starts from you and ends up to 12 spaces away. Choose a space within reach. Creatures. Something like that. Must. So they're just going to take. They're just going to take like some amount of damage. Their days on a failed strength save. Incapacitated on. One turn. Okay. Surviving. Take X. Degrees of success was fine if the system built around it, but I don't think it should be a thing with a single spell. Just move from ride to lightning. I think this is cool. I think this is okay. In Terran, I did have to change Cobra Commander to Cobra Captain because Cobra Commander is trademark. Unfortunately, that one hurt. Oh, cancel. Find next. One or more. One or more. I'm just seeing where. 12 more damage. If they fail by 5 or more, so there's one use of it. Find previous. Find next. So there's that. There's others. One or more. One or more. 4 more. Five or more. So there's 2. There's 3. Okay, so there's like 2 or 3 other abilities that use it. How dare How dare they? I'm okay with that. It's not. I don't think it's overly fiddly in this case. So what? How much damage should it be? And what should the upcast be? Upcast could be +1 spell save DC, and then plus X damage, maybe? Creatures holding a large amount of metal fail or roll with a disadvantage. Because failing is a big deal. Roll with disadvantage. I really like that that aspect of it. Reach roll. Choose space within reach. Creature in space between you and the chosen space. Take X damage. So how much damage should this deal? 15, 20 damage. This is tier 3 spell. It costs 3 actions. So it should probably deal like 20 damage. It should probably deal roughly 20 damage. Like that would be like 5d8 damage. Let's go to our favorite Matt's thing. Pyroclasm. So 20. So we're doing 22. So I'm just gonna break his spreadsheet just real quick. So 22 to 7. So the utility of this is not really the damage. The utility is like the days, is like the control effect. But I think adding just a little bit of spice to it would be good. So 31. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. Pyroclasm deals that much. Electrolash. So if we start Electrolash with 20, so it's going to deal 22% of the damage. Gotta run. Hey, Chris, thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for hanging out. So what if we equals this plus 2? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. What is this? This is tier 3. 3, 4, 5. Oh, sorry, I did it wrong. So it's going to be this equals this plus 2. So I think that should do it. 22. Yeah. So up to 32. Yeah. +1 spell save DC, +2 damage. That feels about right. So therefore, the damage should be 4d8 plus 4. 4d8 plus 4. Take 4d8 plus 4 damage. Okay, I think I can clarify this, like who is being targeted. Hey, Brandon, good to see you, man. How's life? You're not working today? Or are you at work? Dazed on a failed strength save. Incapacitated. Just woke up. Oh, you gotta go work later. Okay. Yeah, your schedule is so wonky to me. I'll turn off this. I don't need that on anymore. Okay, I kind of like that spell. I kind of like that now. So tier 3, compare that to tier 3 cryo sleep. Creatures in a 2x2 area within range make a strength save or fall asleep. Oh, yeah, I did want to fix cryo sleep to have like a little bit better of a. It's backwards, yeah. Um, so they should probably be dazed. Creatures in 2x2 area within range are dazed. On a field strength save, they fall asleep instead. On field strength save, they fall asleep instead. I kind of like that. So a little bit less save or suck. Just a little bit, like it's good, but if they fail, it's better. That feels a lot more better. So I just want to check dazed. Lose 1 action. Okay, so I don't need to say dazed for 1 turn. I can just say dazed. Cryo sleep is this. Let's check this out. Okay. Cryo sleep. So here's some feedback on the glacial shard thing. So tier 7, it would always crit for plus 45 damage. Yes. Plus 5, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yes, plus 45 damage. Feels like this spell's niche is well nailed down. It looks fantastic. Okay, so let's actually model it now that we've tweaked it a bit. Glacial shard. Let's add a new thing. Add a column after. Glacial shard. 12, 23. And we'll add a column before this. So it's going to deal 20, 20. Oh, so we don't need that. Okay, so it's going to deal how much damage? 3d6. 3d6. And if any die rolls a 6 against the hampered target, it counts as crit. So I'm just going to assume the crit just to keep the math simple. So the numbers here will be a little bit inflated, but not by too much. It's going to be a problem that both Ice and Lightning have AoE spells that daze at tier 3. It's going to be a problem. So like this one deals no damage, but the daze is guaranteed. And like the shape is different. This one, the daze is not guaranteed, the damage is guaranteed, and the daze is not. Right. So I can see using these two in very different situations. And like if the bad guys are an upcasting increases the area, it increases how long they are dazed for, or how long they sleep for. And I should specify 1 turn plus 1 turn sleep. So days only last for 1 turn. So they're similar in that they're control-y sort of things, but this is like less control, more damage. This is more control, less damage. And then the tier 3 spell for this one is like a defensive one that deals damage. So I think that's okay. I think that is okie dokie. But we're trying to math it out. Make sure the numbers are still in the right spot. So 3d6 plus 20. I think the math actually doesn't change the way it works out. So if we just copy this, this should be 36 plus 20. Um, so I think the math doesn't actually change. Here it is, up here. Glacial Shard. If the math doesn't actually change, it should always deal less than Ignite. Yeah, so it's always dealing less than Ignite, but it can be so it has different conditions that crit, different conditions that trigger it. Yeah, that feels good. Yeah, so the numbers haven't changed. Yeah, so numbers haven't changed. Okay, so I like both of those better. Those both feel better, and taking away the D20 for like a tier 3 spell feels correct. Like the higher, I like that the higher tier spells, like tier 4 and above, a lot of those use D20s. I like that. Those are like higher tier spells. You're not going to be casting those like every single round. Ray the Lightning being D20, I like that. I think we don't need to change that. Okay, so Electrolash. Let's see if we can clarify the meaning. Choose a space within reach. Creatures in spaces. Creatures in a line between you and the chosen space take 4d8 plus 4 damage. Surviving creatures are dazed on a failed strength save, or incapacitated instead for 1 turn if they fail by 5 more. That's easy peasy. Creatures holding a large amount of metal roll with disadvantage. So I like the flavor of this. Does it add one too many little kinks to it? I don't think so. I think that makes it, that just gives it like a cool additional edge case. Like I don't have to use this only against creatures who are like holding metal, but I do get like an extra little bonus to it. Like if it's like one of these guys, if you're fighting one of these guys, like if it's a strength save, like you would never normally like use it against like a big, strong buff boy, right? Because they're probably gonna save. But now they roll with disadvantage, or they'd roll straight instead of with advantage. So that makes it feel a little bit more cool. Gives it a little bit more, cast a wider net. Okay. I do like that. I do like that. Upcast +1 spell save DC. So if your spell save DC is normally 10 plus key, so by level 6 you could have like a 3 or 4. So your spell save is gonna be 13 or 14, and you can upcast this one 6 times. So yeah, you can pretty well guarantee an Electrolash is going to incapacitate something. Is that too good? I think that is too good. I think that is too good. So yeah, I do want to be really careful with being able to guarantee an incapacitate. Would it be too good to have all lightning spell saves be at disadvantage against foes of lightning? Consistency would make it easier to remember. How many spell saves? I mean, that might already be the case. Defend for free, electrickery. So like it acts a little bit different. So Ride the Lightning, like this damage just ignores metal armor. Yeah, and this ignore this. So the damage ignores metal armor. Yeah. So would it be good to do that? Yeah, possibly. I think where it is okay. I think we might lose a little bit if we try to simplify or we try to streamline that too much. So just a couple of the really big spells ignore metal armor, and then this one they just roll with disadvantage. So like there's not that many spells. It's basically just this spell. It's basically just this spell. Because else, otherwise, it doesn't really make sense. So upcast +1 spell save DC. That is not good. I think that is not good. Because you could basically make the DC like 22. So +5. So by the time you're at level 20, you can make it, your spell save DC is going to be +16. And then you can upcast this like 6 times. Yes, yeah. So, um, hmm. Hmm. So the spell say, what are some other things? So increasing the range isn't necessary because it's already got 12 range. I think that's basically the maximum realistic range we're going to have. +1 reach, +10 damage, electro lash, um, +1 target, +1 reach, +1 minute. So upcasting it, only dealing +2 damage. Let's add a new column. Add column after. Electro lash. This equals, it's a tier 3 spell. To get this out of 10. So it's going to equal, what, 4d8? 4d8 plus 4. So it's going to deal 20 damage here. And we need to preserve row. There we go. 20 plus 4. Okay. So 20 plus 4. Let's copy that all the way down. Man, that makes sense. It seems like you have something going on for most relating to metal. Yeah. So if we upcast it once, it's going to deal +6. If we upcast it, so let's add a new column here. Add column before, just so we can see the bonus a little bit better. +4, 6, 6, 8, 8, 10, 10, 10, 12, 12, 14, 14, 16, 16, 18. Okay, so it's going to be this plus this. There we go. Now we don't have to fiddle with all of the different formulas. Okay, so the damage is pretty low. So what if we say +4 damage every time you upcast it? So we do 8, 8, 12, 12, 16, 16, 20, 20, 24, 24, 28, 28, and then 32. Okay, yeah, so it's still doing less than Glacial Shard and less than Ignite, but it's doing respectable amounts of damage. Spreadsheet time? Yeah, spreadsheet time. Look at the Glacial Shard you posted, looking good. Maybe you already addressed, but it should be if any die rolls max instead of 6. Well, 6 is the max. It's the same thing, but what is the proper way to term that? I don't know. Cast +4 damage. So let's compare that not against Ignite and Glacial Shard. Let's actually compare that against Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm basically does 30 damage throughout. I believe 2d20, so 10, 10. Yeah, so it deals basically 30 damage throughout. So if you upcast, Pyroclasm, so how many times do you have to upcast Electro Lash before it's dealing more damage than Pyroclasm? So you have to upcast it 1, 2, 3. So if you upcast it 3 times, your Electro Lash is going to be dealing more damage than Pyroclasm, but it's a line. So 6 isn't the max on upcast. Upcast increments? I'm not sure what that means, Nerdman. When you say increment on upcast, do you mean step up the number? I mean, good question. So I mean, if this is what I rolled for Glacier Shard, and if I upcast it twice, I can increment any of the die twice. So 4 to 5, 5 to 6. So I crit. So maybe instead of increment, because increment is used sometimes for like changing the die size. So what if we said, it might be clear, increase the roll on any die by 1. So increase the roll on any die by 1. Rolls max, because they have a target. This counts as crit. Okay. Yeah, so usually when I think exclusively when we say increment, it's D4 to D6 to D8, so on and so on. So this is increase the roll on any die by 1. So I think that's more clear. So increase the roll on any die by 1. So if we roll this, we can go from 4 to 5, 5 to 6. Bam. And if we upcasted it again, right? So we'll roll our critical hit die, and then we can increment this from 1 to 5 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So then we could roll another d6, right, and then add that. So upcasting this all the way to tier 9 like does make sense. So like if you roll a 5, you can spend 1 die to increase that, and if you roll another like 4 or 5, you can spend to do that, and then you can roll another one, so you can like increase the explosions, So that's pretty cool. I like that, and the damage is within the area that I want. So pyroclasm. Let's take a look at pyroclasm. So electrolash. So the only thing I can think of electrolash. Because it's a line, and creatures rarely ever line up in a line. Creatures rarely ever line up in a line. Like it happens sometimes. So I think we do need to compensate, because lines are harder to arrange a lot of times than just like some area that they're within. So let's go to the spreadsheet. Not that spreadsheet. Let's go to this spreadsheet. And actually, let me undo all the things that I borked here so that let's add this, and let's. I'll just use this spreadsheet as a grid. You know what? Grid graph paper. Let's just grab some graph paper images. There we go. Copy. New. All right. Okay, so we've got our grid here, and we've got our mage. Mages are light blue. Ever since my World of Warcraft days, mages are like a nice bright blue. All right, so our mage is here. Okay, so by default, Pyroclasm has the reach or area of what? 4, 3, 3. All right, so let's give. Let's do this. Maybe we'll make it a little bit orange, a little bit pretty. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it would fill like this area. I can make it like a little bit less sloppy. So it would fill like this area. Like I don't think it's fair for like the corners to go all the way out, but like something like this. And yes, I'm considering adding this in the rule book. Okay, so by default it would fill that much space. And every time we upcast it, so let's make the upcasting a little bit more of a different color just so we can see. So every time we upcast it, we increase the radius by 1, but we add like exponentially more. I don't know if it's exponentially more, but we do add a bunch more spaces. So upcasting it just adds like a bunch of area to the spell. Some wonking is going on here. Well, or maybe result. Increase the result. Yeah, I'll think about that. So, I feel like increasing the. Right, so what would happen if we did this? Let's go to here, then here. So I think we might be able to get away with just increasing it by like +2 every 2 levels. So this would be 33, 33, 33, 35, 35, 37, 37, 39, 39, 41, and then 43. I think that's not a bad thing to increase the damage like a little bit. So +1 reach, +2 damage. And then this one is plus, so no reach, just +4 damage. Yeah, that's good. And then the mage can obviously like, oh, but I'm gonna hit my buddies. Like the mage can just they can spend mana to ignore that effect or make one of their allies safe or whatever like that. Where is it? Yeah, they have their spell shaper abilities. They can do precision casting. Choose one creature to be unaffected by a spell you cast per mana spent. So if you wanted to do a great big pyroclasm, you certainly could. I think that's pretty cool. I like that. +1 reach, +2 damage. Like it's a bigger explosion. It makes the fall off just a little bit less. +1 reach, +2 damage. Okay, I won't try to. So let me undo all of these changes to Twin Steel's thing. Or sorry, Double Kings. Okay, so I do like that. I do like that a lot. So Pyroclasm, I think is good. +2 damage. +2 damage, +1 reach. That's a good spot. We don't need additional movement. Because movement is this one. Electro Lash. Choose a space within reach. Creatures in a line between you and the chosen space that take 48. So is it clear that if you choose like space 12, that space 12 is included? Creatures in a line between you and the chosen space take 48 damage. 40 plus 4 damage. Surviving creatures. Sorry, creatures are dazed on a failed strike save. It's clear to me. Like the spot you choose is included. It's not super clear. Yeah, I feel like it isn't super clear. I'll work on that. But upcasting being just a little bit more damage, it's dealing less damage still. Actually, let's double check the spreadsheets now with Electro Lash and where is it? Pyroclasm. So every other equals this +2. 30. All right, so we can do this. So 46 Electrolash. Okay, so Electrolash, the damage is commiserate with, or 44. So the damage is really like lower throughout. So Pyroclasm is pretty much always the more higher damaging spell, which feels about right. Because the times where, at least in my experience, so if this is our mage, the times where the bad guys are like this is way more than the times where the bad guys are like this, and I'm like lined up right here, just like that. So like the times where that's the case is far more common, right? Um, that said, Electrolash. Let me think about this now, because Stormstride was a movement spell, so it costs 3 actions. So now that it is a Pyroclasm costs 2 actions. Electrolash costs 3. So I think we might need to make it 2 actions, because like the enemies might line up like this, but like the chances that you're going to be right here. Hey, good to see you, Matt. So we're cooking. Matt, if you want to hop in chat, let me know. I know it's still early where you are. So the chances that monsters going to line up like this, like sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. But this can happen sometimes, but you're probably not going to be like right there perfectly lined up, right? So I think this has to cost 2 actions and deal less damage. I think it does have to cost 2 actions and deal less damage to make it a little bit more flexible. Maybe we can jump from target to target in a limited range. I think it may be. Yeah, maybe. Tal. Yeah, Matt, if you want to hop in. Ross and I already chatted for a bit. And we've been cooking. I don't know if you saw what we're cooking so far, but yeah. Do you want me to give you a call real quick? Let's see where you are. All right, incoming. So I think we might need to I think we need to change it just a little bit, because making it a line is less it's less useful as a line.
Okay. So yeah, what are you on right now? What's
Hey. Okay. So let's let me see. So tweaked pyroclasm. So we did change it back to +1 reach, but we did add +2 damage. Okay. So
okay?
plus 1 reach, +2 damage. So the fall off it still does fall off if we're using like the highest level monster, but the fall off is less severe, right? So it gives it just a little bit more utility throughout the level curve for other things. So where is it? I have it here somewhere. Pyroclasm. So it goes from 30 up to 46 damage. So it's not a lot,
Okay.
but it's not nothing.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And yeah, after seeing the curves for the AoEs and stuff, I think that makes a lot of sense.
I do like having the explosion bigger and bigger and bigger, because it gives the mage a reason to use this ability where, like, I'm going to protect you and protect you, protect you, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like that can be mitigated by like I can do it when the cheat's nearby, because his dex save is great and he's got plenty of hit points, or so and so, like you can do different things. We've got a Song Weaver. I can let him re-roll, like that kind of thing. So I think that's fine. And I think I
Is
can change this
pyroclasm
to.
a
Sorry.
sorry. Is it a does anything happen if you Oh no, half damage on save. Sorry, I just didn't get far enough. I'm good.
Yeah. So half damage on save. So some classes they can just deal with this. It's not too bad if you hit your allies. That said, changing Fiery Embrace to enemies within reach I think is needed, because I don't want to overly punish the combination of Fire Embrace and Pyroclasm if you're going for a big thing, because otherwise they'd automatically fail. Okay, so others within reach make the save, and we add reach and we add damage. I think that's in a good spot. I don't think we made any other changes to fire spells. Okay, so over to I just want to make sure I'm sharing the right screen. Okay, so over to ice spells. Glacial Shard is still the same damage, so 3d6 plus 20 on a crit. But in order to avoid like rolling a bunch of additional d6 for the advantage, as you upcast it, we changed it to if any die rolls the max against a hampered target, this counts as a crit. So rather than giving
Oh,
advantage, it's any one of the three can roll a 6 and you crit. Whoop, and I deleted it. And then as you upcast it now, you can increase the roll on any die by 1, right? If we go to here, so if we roll like a 5, a 2, and a 2, if we upcast it once, we can just change the 5, like we crit now, and we add
right.
+5 to the crit damage. If we upcast it to like a tier 9, we would have what we would have 7 opportunities to do this. So it says increase the roll on any die by 1. So if we have 7, so if we upcast this at tier 9, let's say we roll like a 1, a 1, and a 1, like worst case scenario, we can spend 5 of those to automatically make it a crit. So we can still increase it by 2 more. Like say we roll, so we crit, so we roll an initial die. Say we roll a 5, like we can increase, so we have 2 more increases left, so we can change 1 to a 6. And then we can roll again, right? And then we can like maybe roll like another thing. If we roll another 5, then all right, we can change it to another 6, right? So we have that
Lets you keep the
you
crit rolling.
right. It
Yeah.
lets your crits explode more. But alternatively, if you roll like a 4, a 3, and a 2, right? So you can just spin 2 here, and then like you can you can crit like you can make the crit explode more that way. So like you
Right.
can more reliably do the thing without needing to roll a bunch of dice. So
Yeah.
it gives
Yeah.
it like a kind of a cool lane.
Yeah. That's cool. And I think after a certain point, like well, no, you're right, because you will still have to roll. You will still have to add those in to get the full damage, right?
Yep.
Because it's affecting damage too.
Yeah.
Each bump.
So
Yeah.
if you can cast it at tier 7, like you guarantee a crit. Like I mean, honestly, if you cast it like just upcast it just once or twice, like you pretty much guarantee it. But like even if you roll all ones, even if you roll all ones at tier 7, like you can change any of the ones to a 6, right? And then you get to roll again, obviously. So you can guarantee the damage pretty easily.
Right.
And like essentially guarantee it. Like even if you even if you upcast it like once or twice. Here, let's just run the math on that. So if you have 3, you guys can see this, right? So if you have 3d6, at least 1 die is greater than or equal to 6. All right. So the odds of any one of the 3 dice, so just casting it normally, critting, so you have like a 42% chance to crit, right? And if we upcast it just once, our chance to crit goes up to 70% chance. If we upcast it
Yeah.
again, so like
Wow.
any of the dice is a 4, we have a 87% chance. So by the time we upcast it once or twice, like we're like very reliably
It's
like
happening.
dealing like a good amount of damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good.
Okay, so there's that one, and like I think we need to tweak the wording just a little bit. So Ross, understanding upcast wording, I think the change to roll max isn't so necessary. If any die, I forgot what it was, so I'll just leave it. Actually, I think I might have it here. If any die rolls a 6. That's fine. It's equivalent. Okay, so cryosleep was tweaked just a little bit. So it was you either save and it does nothing, or you fail and it works, right? So it was too swingy, so we added a middle state of if they succeed, they are still dazed.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I was
so
gonna say
yeah,
dazed or slowed. Those are the two obvious choices, right?
yeah. So creatures in 2x2 area within range are dazed, and then on a failed strength save, they fall asleep. So that's what that is. And I think we can capitalize those two. So now coming down to, I think nothing else there was changed. Coming down to the lightning spells, the only thing that we've swapped out Spark Dash, Storm Dash, whatever it was, I forgot what it was. Change it to include some of your guys' ideas. So
Okay.
Electro Lash is the working title right now. Reach 12, choose a space within reach. Creatures in a line between you and the chosen space take 4d8 plus 4 damage. So like less damage than Pyroclasm, but like respectable damage. But so like medium damage. Surviving creatures are dazed on a failed strength save or incapacitated for 1 turn if they fail by 5 or more. And if they have metal or whatever, they have disadvantage. So because it's a line, so something that what happens? So you guarantee. So it's sort of the opposite of. So like with Pyroclasm, you guarantee damage, and you might deal more damage, right? So you guaranteed some damage, and you might deal more damage. So that's sort of on this side. With Cryosleep, you guarantee this stun, and you might this status effect, and you might do a big status effect, but no damage. And Electrolash is sort of like in between. You guarantee like medium damage, and you might add the status condition, right? Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And they all have to do with like different shapes and stuff as well. There's different places you use it. Like if they're smoldering, you use this. If they're hampered or prone or whatever, you use this. And if they're wearing metal, then you might want to use Electrolash. So that is what it is currently. And Cryosleep is a tier. So Cryosleep is 2 actions. Pyroclasm is 2 actions. And Electrolash currently is 3 actions, but I think it should probably be 2.
Yeah, it probably should.
Because as you came in, because like the odds of your boys getting in a line, like all the bad guys in a line, it's pretty low. But like the odds of the boys getting in line with you already in the right spot is like even lower, right? So like
Right.
you might be over here and they're in a line, and then you can move and then blast them. So I think it does have to be like 2 actions, but I think we need to change the. If it does only cost 2 actions, I think we need to downgrade this to like 3d8. 3d8 plus 3, and then plus 3 damage. I think it has to be like that. Or maybe plus 4 damage. I'm not sure, but I think we need to downgrade the damage just a little bit. So probably plus 4 damage. We can keep the upcasting fine.
Okay.
3d8. So what was it? 4d8 plus 4? Yeah, so yeah, it was 48. So we'll just do 3d8 plus 4. So they're all plus 4. So we have 3d8 and 3d8 and plus 4. So like we're keeping the numbers a little bit more consistent. Yeah. So 3d8 plus 4 and then plus 4 damage. I think that works. That works pretty well. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're hitting theoretically. If you would only hit 2 people, you would choose Arc Lightning every time, and that's okay because that's Arc Lightning's lane.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it's a
Yeah.
limited AoE spell.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I think that looks good.
Okay. And I don't know that there were any other. So those were the 2 spells that Ross was talking about. So did you
Yeah,
guys have any other spells that you were concerned about?
I would summarize. I mean, you said you were keeping up with the Discord too. I would summarize the Discord's concerns as one group is concerned about the number of dice, right? Which I think included Arc Lightning, but I really like that that's armor piercing, like that the upcast is armor piercing. That's just me. Like I said, I'm not the best advocate for that one. But like that Arc Lightning was one that was mentioned as also rolling a lot of dice potentially. And then yeah, the other concern was the spells that hit your own people potentially or yourself potentially, and that being a not fun mechanic. But I think it's just a trade-off that some groups will like and some groups won't,
Yeah.
and it's one of those can't please everybody situations.
Yeah. I'm okay with that because like it's not a surprise, and there's ways to mitigate it. There's a 1 in 8 chance of hitting yourself. Like the cantrips and things are like hitting way above the weight class, so there does have to be something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So arc lightning being a tier 1 spell, adding like that might be like what 12d8, um, or
Yeah,
11d8. So
but
yeah, that might be too much.
part of the reason I'm less concerned about that one is that that's not actually like a bread and butter single target, like I can use it every time and it will do the thing I want every time. Because one of your allies might close to melee, and then you're like, well, I guess I can't use this anymore. Like it kind of does fit that mold of a special, like, this is a unique time where I get to use arc lightning full power because there's two
Hmm.
guys next to each other or whatever. Um, and the consensus seemed to be, maybe not for everybody, but a lot of people were like, yeah, it's a lot of damage dice to roll all at the same time, but once in a while that's fine. Like occasionally that's okay. Every time that's not okay. I just don't think this is happening every time necessarily.
Sure, sure, sure. Yeah, I mean, you could at most do it once per round since it's 2 actions, and you
Right.
probably wouldn't do it every round. Um,
Yeah, I mean, my players have always gone right to lightning, uh, if lightning infused with chaos every time also, but
uh,
it's always that's always a careful spell. Like it only happens once per combat, maybe, just because the enemies just don't line up that way all the time. It's just not always the right choice.
right. Okay, so Zap deals plus D6 damage every 5 levels. Electrical Discharge deals, or plus 6 damage every 5 levels. Electrical Discharge plus 4 damage every 5 levels. This is plus 1d8. So I would like some semblance of consistency. Because like I would never be able to remember like, and I wrote it. I would never be able to remember like, oh, which of the things that so plus 4 damage, plus d8, plus 4, plus 6. You know,
Right.
so having
Well,
some consistency would be nice.
yeah. And there's a logic to it. I agree with you. Not to disagree, but there's a logic to Zap being a single target and electrical discharge being an AOE. It should scale less. But uh, looking at Biting Fog and Ice Lance, they don't. They're effectively the same, I guess. Biting Fog does dice also,
Hmm.
uh, and Ice Lance does 3. 3 versus 1d6, right? So those are effectively the same number, but they're a different method of getting there.
Hmm. Plus 3, plus 1d6, plus 5. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's okay. Like, what is it? Consistency is a hobgoblin of something or another. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
and so many of the spell schools aren't 2 damaging cantrips. Like that's unique for lightning. Um,
yeah. Um, hmm. I'm thinking about how it could be tweaked just a little bit.
Arc lightning or
Just
the
in
cantrips.
general, in general.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So does it make sense that Electrolash is subject to armor? So like upcasting Electrolash does nothing um against armor. Is that okay?
I mean, that's always how I'll say, like, I don't I'm not a good advocate for certain issues that other people are confounded by or frustrated by. That's one that's always been near and dear to my heart, is that, like, having a spell that upcasts and does nothing against armor. That's, to me, that's not great. But I
Hmm.
also get that, like, there are certain situations where that's okay, right? Where you don't want it to. You don't want every spell to be good in every situation. So that's okay. It's just it's a bad feelings moment,
Hmm.
um
Hmm.
but I've kind of come around to that way of thinking, I guess, right? So, like,
Yeah.
it's okay that not everything is good in every situation. Um,
Mhm.
the one downside that you suffer, I think, in this game with this size of spellbook is that if a person was playing 5e or Pathfinder or whatever, and they were like, yeah, I really want to play like a lightning mage, and I just want to do lightning, like that's my thing, it's character related because I was struck by lightning and I'm a sorcerer and that's whatever, right? But like you can't do that here. Like that's not, you're not going to be effective, you know.
That's true. Yeah.
um but that's okay, that's just the nature of having a smaller spell book. It's
Right.
just something people have to go into it with that understanding, you know.
Yeah. And that so that hey Maya, we're just working on some spells, just doing some final tweaks before we wrap everything up. So that's actually a feature, not a bug. Like like someone like artificially restricting themselves to just one of the spell schools is something I didn't really want. Um,
Okay.
Someone can do that if they want to, just thematically, just like, someone who's like, oh, I only want to use hammers. Like, hey, fine. Like you have fewer options if you do that. But like if it's thematically you want to do that, you definitely can. It wouldn't be bad, but it's suboptimal. Um,
Right. Right.
so
Well, and if a GM's concerned about it, right? If it truly is a concern for some group, then like you can be like, oh yeah, pyroclasm is lightning, and it does, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you can easily hand wave that if you really wanted to, but
yeah, you
that's not what I
could.
would do.
Or you could like do elemental transmutation, like change your fire spells to lightning. Like you could do that,
Oh,
cost some mana,
that's right. Yeah.
um so what if Zap did like 1d8 plus 1d8 plus 2 damage or something like that. 1d8 plus 4 damage, and then high levels as, plus 1d8. Uh, then you're rolling like 5d8. No, we can't do that. Hmm.
Yeah. And I mean, I think there's something that 2d8 holds a special place in people's minds. It's like, wait, this one I get to roll 2 dice and they're d8s. Like it's
Yeah.
unique because it's 2d8 to the level 1 mage, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's leave that alone. I think Zap scaling high is fine.
Hmm.
Electro discharge dealing plus 4 damage every 5 levels. I think that's fine. It's a cantrip. We like the cantrips can't add dice because like you'll be rolling way too many dice because you can cast 3 cantrips in one turn.
Yeah.
They can't
This
roll additional dice.
this is kind of related. It queued for me off of frequency of casting cantrips, but uh has there been any feedback? I haven't looked for Twins feedback on the mana changes. The mana's been substantially reduced, right? So does it feel better now, more like where you want it to be, you
It
know?
does. It's been reduced like moderately. It's been so the
Okay.
mana pool has been reduced moderately, and then the mana that you can regain is sort of like increased slightly.
Okay.
Um,
Because that was changed to will, is that right?
Yeah, so it's will, and then later it's like will plus a d4, and then will plus 2d4.
Okay. Okay.
Um, so yeah, I mean, yeah, Electro Lash. So I think because so that this spell, the Chain Lightning, Electro Storm Dash, whatever, going from 3 actions down to 2, it. I think that's okay. Like most of the monsters you find are going to be, they're going to be unarmored anyway. I think it's okay. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. The point
Right.
of this one is not the big damaging thing. The upcasting is sort of. I think I'm okay with that. Um,
Chances are, you know, most encounters, if enemies line up and you use Electrolash, it's still worth upcasting to hit the ones that are unarmored harder.
mhm,
It's not like you'll ever, or at least very rarely ever, be like, oh, I'm not upcasting it because it won't do anything, because there will
mhm,
be some unarmored people in combat, you know.
yeah. I
Yeah,
think if we
I think
just
it's
change
okay.
arc lightning from +1d8 to +4, I think that makes it a lot more consistent. So it's +4, +4, +4, +4, like plus. So like it gives us much more of a consistency, and it fixes the It sort of fixes the like too many dice for arc lightning. I think that's good.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
I don't remember.
So it was plus 1d8.
It was plus 1d8. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't remember what arc lightning looked like. Yeah. It's not a bad drop off either. How it is right now.
Yeah, it's quite good for a small AoE, like a small situational AoE. It can deal a ton of damage to two different creatures.
Right.
Um,
Okay. Yeah.
All
I'm on
right.
board. I don't think there was much other feedback. I mean, I think it's getting honed down to where it should be.
Yeah. One thing that I was thinking, I think we probably don't need to do it, but a lot of RPGs will have, so they'll have something called D66. So it's you roll your D6, and it's 32. So like, so if you need something greater than like a D20, but not as big and swingy as like a D100. I think I got my D100 around here somewhere. Like you can, it's like rather than like rolling like 2d10, you can roll like 2d6 or 2d8, right? So you have a range of 11, rolling 1 and 1 to 11 to 66 is the range. So that might be a cool tool to use without like rolling, without having something as swingy as 1d100. Although like rolling 1d100 is like incredibly spicy. I kind of like that.
Yeah.
But if we wanted some other spells, like we want to maintain the D8, like the lightning spells being D8. Like maybe Ride the Lightning is like roll like D88, you know. So you'll roll your 2d8, and that's how much damage you do, right? So anywhere from
Right.
11 to 88. It might be too much. So like we'd have to like tweak things. Rolling a D100 as your like you can't not smile by doing that. Yeah, like you can't not smile. Like that is definitely a spicy thing.
I think having the D100 in the school that is often dedicated to healing and protecting and stuff like that feels good, right? It's like, yeah, but here's the one time where you get to really whack somebody, you know?
Yeah, it's like it's
or
a very
potentially really whack somebody.
conservative. It's like a very conservative thing. It's like so D20 is gonna be anywhere from like 1 to 20. Right, let's add a column after, and then so 2d20 is going to be from 2 to 40, right? Add column after. 3d20 is going to be anywhere from 3 to 60. So let's add one more after. So I think 3d20 is probably as much as we would ever add up. So if we did like D66, it would be between 11 and 66. So like D66 is equivalent to 3D20. So like we might be able to use D66 or D44. Like that would be really cool, I think. D44. So that would be between 11 and what, 44?
Yeah.
Like maybe a wind spell, instead of rolling a truckload of D4s, like it could just be D44, right? So you have a really like a high minimum, like a relatively decent floor, and like a consistent range, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. So I want to hear your thoughts on like thinking through how do crits work there? How do like, because you
Right.
have
So
a lot of stuff
it would be like only
riding on
certain
dice.
spells that wouldn't miss or crit. So it would be for AoE spells. Like rather than
Okay.
rolling like 10d10, it would be like you do this instead. Rolling 10d10 and adding 20. Like you can get higher numbers on average more easily this way. So this would be something that would not miss or crit. So one of the AoE spells that do that.
Okay, I
Does that
got
make
you.
sense?
I got you. Yeah,
11
yeah.
to
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. But what Matthew's saying?
Matthew, D66 is not contiguous, uh,
Not all
not
the
con-
results are there.
not continuous. There's no 38, for example. Oh yeah, that's
Right.
true. I think that's okay. I think that's okay.
I wonder what that.
Like, oh man, I missed 38. I'm afraid of adjusting arc lightning. Twin still, if you once you catch up, if you want to clarify what that means, if you're currently behind. So yeah,
I think
we'd have to crunch the numbers of like what the average of D66 would actually be. But no, that is a good point, Matthew. Very good point. What would that do to the average?
yeah, that's interesting. Now I had never heard of this mechanic before, so that's really
Yeah,
interesting.
a lot of old school things do that. So it would be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, no 17, no 18, no 19, no 20, right? 21,
Right.
20, 22, 23, 24, 25. Oh, come on.
It's the 1 through 6 of
Yep.
each of the tens columns.
Yeah, so
like.
we're doing it brute force, guys. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and then 31, right? 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and then 41. And you guys correct me if I am missing something. 42, 45, 46. And then 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, and then 61, 62, 63, 64, 65. Does that look correct?
I think that's right. Yeah. Given my very low understanding of this so far, yeah, I think so. And I'm assuming it's just like leftmost die is the tens column, rightmost die is the.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
okay.
Yeah, so like it's even more instantaneous. 34. Like there's no math. 23, right?
True.
So like that's a way better thing. And if you roll it, I don't know if you could roll this with advantage, but rolling with advantage, remove the lowest or remove any die of your choice. 45. You know, so like that is really cool. So if we wanted an average of like 38, 40 damage, like we can do D66. That is interesting. And
it's
so like,
interesting because.
go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
So it's in. I think because we know where we want each of the D66 comes up in Forbidden Lands a lot. Okay, because we know what number we want to hit, it's easy for us to like swap this in and out if we want to. Like, so we're not changing the balance. It's not something that needs to be play tested. It's just something that you can just do. You just sort of insert. So
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting. I wonder if people will feel that it suffers from the same swinginess that D20s does. D20s, this will not dip as low as the possible 3, right? Like you said, it's more conservative in that way. But you're still only rolling once as opposed to like 3D20, which averages out. It bell curves toward the middle.
yeah.
This won't bell curve. It'll just be what it is.
Yeah, it's a flat probability. Yeah, you're exactly as likely to roll any of these. That said, if you have a song weaver in your party, they can say re-roll the tens die, right? So like if you roll like a 1 and a 6, they can say re-roll the 10, and then now it's 56.
Well, that's true.
So like there are
That's good
ways
interaction.
to like make it like really kind of cool.
Yeah, because theirs is a re-roll, not strictly advantage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like you can re-roll any die. It does some weird stuff. D88. So let's see what the D88 would be. So it could be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and then 21, 22, 23, 24. So it looks like it just like ever so slightly depresses the average just a little bit. Because the average of 11 to 66 is like 44, I think is what it was.
Yeah.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, 44, 46. We got a 57.
I don't know if
58. Yeah, go ahead.
your spreadsheet program will do this, but if once you do like 51, 52, you ought to be able to highlight both of those and drag it down until you get 58. You know?
Probably, but
I mean, it's okay. I don't mind you centering. I just wanted to let you know if you didn't know that. I mean,
probably. Let's see what it does. Yeah. So 68 and then 71, 72. I don't know if this is any faster.
it might not be. Yeah. I mean, you'd be surprised the number of people who don't know that. You know?
Yeah. And then 81, 82. It's probably like roughly as fast. Okay. So D88, let's do equals average of this column. Yeah, so 49. So 11 plus 88 equal divided by 2. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So average is like 50 damage. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. All right, so let's see if there's any spells that deal that much damage that could be improved by
Yeah. I
doing
mean,
this.
I think you're onto something, because this, like, the interaction between Songweaver and this it adds depth. It adds the kind of depth that at least I like in Nimble, right? That's like, it's like, oh, there is a weird interaction that this benefits from that other things might not benefit as much from. You know, it keeps it simple but still deep in some regards. You know.
Yeah, so we'd have to explain the mechanics of like what in the world D66 means.
Right.
But I think that's easy enough. The primary die is the 10s. The other die is the 1s.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2d20 plus 20. That is on average what? 20, 40. It's on average 40 damage.
42. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, what if that was just D88? Because like we're like that's the that is that's kind of cool. And we don't need to say ignores metal armor, because what's that?
You have the advantage too of that using D8s, which is what lightning does.
Exactly. It's kismet.
That's very elegant. Yeah.
Like D88? What? What is that? Yeah. So yeah, we need to explain that. But
yeah.
Ignoring metal armor. So yeah, we don't need to say ignores metal armor. So that makes it a lot more swingy. It makes it a lot more swingy. Less of a like a powerhouse spell. So the minimum for the 2d20, like the minimum, what is the bell curve of dice.run 2d20? So the 95, like you have like a 95% chance of, what is it? Getting at least like 10. Yeah, you have, what is it? 8. So 8 plus 20. So you have basically like anywhere from 28 to 28 to 34 plus 20, 28. You have like 28 to like 55 is sort of like the band. 28 to 55 is where you can pretty well expect this to be. But going from
Right.
like and it's a bell curve also, so you're going to be somewhere in the middle. So most likely it's going to be like 40 damage. But if we make it D88, the average goes up, but it's more swingy.
Well, so I think that you have an advantage here. So you've got two spells right on top of each other there that are both 2d20 plus 20, Ride the
Mm-hmm.
Lightning and Seething Storm. But the difference is that Seething Storm hits over multiple rounds, right? And so you
Yeah,
are averaging that swinginess out over
that's
multiple
true.
rounds. It might feel more okay, you know?
Ooh. So are you saying we could do D88 for 2 spells? Oh, I
I mean,
like that.
I that is an option. I think it'll feel more swingy for Ride the Lightning. You know, you have the potential for feel bads more, but like,
Like one of my favorite Diablo 2 skills. Like one of my favorite games is Diablo 2.
yeah,
And
it's
like
going back there.
the cool thing about the cool thing about the lightning spells is that like they always have this like really wide range. Like lightning can do like 1 to 43 or like 1 to 2, like the base damage of lightning never goes up. You know, like
Right.
there are people who like survive getting struck by a bolt of lightning, and there's other people who, like it kills them. You know, so like the fire spells, they deal like really high damage, but consistently high damage. Like fire hurts, right? But lightning, like
Mhm.
it might, like you could, like you might be fine, but it might like end you. So like I like that sort of like I kind of love that it follows like Diablo 2 a bit.
Yeah.
Um, that
Well, it's
makes it feel
unpredictable.
so
It's already unpredictable, isn't it? You
yeah
know.
yeah yeah. So
Yeah.
like lightning. Yeah. Anyway, we don't need to get off. So D88. Oh, I really like that.
Yeah. That sounds good.
And
And
since
it,
it's
I mean,
all dice now, so it was some like something plus whatever. We don't need to say ignores metal armor any longer. We don't need
except for
that.
upcasting on Ride the Lightning, it depends whether you want that to factor in or not.
Ooh yeah. We could say +1 spell save DC.
To focus more on
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah,
the
so you
knockback
can
and
more
stuff. Yeah.
reliably knock back, knock prone, set up a cool next turn.
Right.
And then like the bad guys, they can't coordinate as well because they're deaf also.
Yeah. I personally got a kick out of the feedback that like the deaf for one day or whatever is a strong, or is there even a stronger one? I don't even remember. Is a strong penalty, is a long lasting penalty. And I was like, you should look at some of the spells in Pathfinder. Like some of the spells are like, oh yeah, if you fail this save, you're just blind forever. Period.
Really?
Like, yeah.
Okay. Have you played Pathfinder much?
A little bit, yeah. About a year, I guess. It's probably not a little bit, but um, it was fun, and I thought it was what I want. See, this is funny. I thought it was what I wanted coming from 5e. You know, in that like uh, there's no questions to how the balance works. It's all very linear. It all makes perfect sense. All the numbers work out well, and all that stuff. But it's death by looking up rules. It's just
Ugh.
there's so I can't keep it all in my head. Like, and I like to think I'm pretty good at keeping stuff in my head, but like I just can't retain all of the rules and all the keywords that they use and everything like that. And it was very balanced, but what that resulted in was that as the GM, I didn't feel like I could change anything. I felt like if I tweaked something, I was going to mess it up, you know.
Yeah, that
Uh,
stinks. That stinks.
which is why Nimble is like that's what I went to, right? I was like, okay, well, I need to get out of the rules jail, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
um and this is something that it has depth. It has a lot of depth, like these other games do, but it's much easier. I feel like I can just jump in and edit a thing and know
Yep.
know where we're
Exactly.
going, you know.
Yeah, the very
Uh,
first rule is like don't stop to look it up. Keep going. Like
yeah,
it's very resilient to hacking, and if you get close enough, like leaving the bounded accuracy of 5e and Pathfinder and a lot of other D20 games, like really opens it up to like hacking. Like you can do a lot without breaking it.
yeah, 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 which is great. I feel like I can freely go in and be like, all right, I'm going to make this more powerful, but I'll just add a minus to it too, and we'll be good, you know.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love D88. So tell me if this makes sense. D88, roll 2d8. The leftmost die is the tens place. The rightmost die is the ones place. For example, rolling a 7 and a 1, you deal 71 damage.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Man, I love that so much. I love that
Are
so
there
much.
any places we can put 66 or 44?
Maybe. Let's see.
I mean, I love it
I
too, to be
I
clear.
think
I'm with you.
so 3d20 plus 20. So what is 3d20 plus 20? 30, 40, 50. That's like 50 damage on average.
Yeah.
So so D66. So D6s are that is what ice is. So um, we could just make that D66. Like it's a bit of a damage nerf, but like this one is really like it's more of a protection spell and a like incapacitation spell. So it doesn't need to keep up damage wise. It doesn't have to be the highest damaging spell necessarily.
Yeah.
That might
Yeah.
be
As long
okay.
as other things scale well, you know, it should be fine.
Yeah. I think that's good. D66. 3d20. Yeah, that this might could be D66 as well for Glacier Strike. Because 3d20 is 20, 30. So instead of
Yeah.
3d20 plus 10, it could just be D66. 3d20 plus 10, 20, 30. So 40. Yeah. Yeah, so that actually works as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, man, I'm so happy with how this is working out. I'm so happy.
Yeah. I had never heard of this mechanic before. It's
Yeah.
I like it. But you know, you find ways to do things with dice you've never, you know, there's only so many types of dice, right?
Yeah.
So you find ways to work with them.
Yeah. I think I first heard of it in Mouse Ritter. It's like you roll D66 to like make your character.
Right.
Okay, so what about D10? Could we do something for D10? Here, I'll be right back. I gotta go use the bathroom. Matt, if you want to
Okay.
chat with the chat, go ahead.
Sounds good. Let's see. Twin. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Arc Lightning got changed. I wish I could scroll through his document. um, which is good. Yeah, right. There's the chair. What do you all think? I know a bunch of you are probably at work and stuff, but what do you all think about the D88, D66? Yeah, I might. Um, I my only concern is that it'll get a little bit swingier than the other, you know, the D20s, multiple D20s bell curves, but I think that's fine. Yeah, like I agree. I think those are pretty neat, but we'll see. We'll see in playtests how they go, I guess, in the last day or so here. Yeah, yeah, feels exciting. It feels unique, you know, and among yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it feels among especially the other RPGs that you'd compare this to, your Pathfinders and D&Ds and stuff. It's like it's different and it's weird, and the fact that people can't necessarily get a get a bead on it very well. Like I don't exactly know how this is going to work because I haven't seen it in 6 other RPGs. You know, I think that's a good that's a positive for this mechanic.
All right.
Welcome back.
Everybody, cool. He's back.
I just asked everybody what they thought of it and to kind of get some feedback, and everybody seems to feel like the swinginess is good, and the I need to step away. Sorry, just a minute.
Yeah, no problem. A little like gambling, not too much. Highly unique. It needs a good clarification index. Yeah. I'll make sure I clarify that. So D1010 like doesn't make sense. So D44 might be an interesting one. So let's see what D44 would do. D44. It's going to be 1 1 1 2 1 3 1 4. 2 21 22 23 24 31 32 32 33 34 41 42 43 44. Oh, there's not that many options for D44. Equals average of this. So like 30 damage. 27, whatever. That's interesting. D44 for a wind. That's exactly what I was thinking, Ross. Exactly what I was thinking. And Ross, don't get in trouble at work if you're at work, man. Usually this mechanic is for results on a random table. Yes. I've never seen it for damage. It's just something I was like, I think I was like half conscious last night thinking about that, and then it just came back to me today. So I've never seen this before. This might be a Nimble original. It's pretty hard to find anything original with TTRPGs. Everything pretty much has been tried before, but I've never heard of this one at least. So D44 is going to average 27 damage. Yeah, D1010 is D100. Yes. Yeah, I know, but I love the idea of using the same 2 die for sake of reinforcing the identity. Yeah. Why not D40, D60? Ah, good idea. Casalugius. Yeah, D40. So a D4 and a D10 rolling together. That's interesting. That's also faster than adding. So very nimble. So fast. All right. So if we're cooking on this, so like, what if it was like 2D40? All right. So if you guys, so Casalugius 113 just said, well, what about? So I said like D10 like doesn't make sense. There's D100. And he said, what if you use like D40, D60, D80? So like you use. So let's go to the desk cam. So we have a D4, a D4, and a D10, right? A D4 and a D10. That's cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it's going to be anywhere from 11, and I actually need like a regular D10. Anywhere from 11, or 11. Now I'll use a regular D4 so I don't confuse myself. So anywhere from an 11, I can't actually see that one. 11 to so you have the whole spread. So you have 11 to 19. So you're skipping fewer numbers. Yeah. This might delay things just a little bit because I think we're onto something here. This could be the solution to sort of losing the spell school identity a little bit with the D20s. So we might be able to maintain the spell school identity and reduce the damage and keep the cool swinginess and maintain like a lot of the other cool things. And if the spells are that swingy, I think it's okay if they ignore armor. If they ignore medium armor, at least.
Yeah.
Like
well,
if
and
yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say. So I'm torn between like this would allow us to keep that D4 in there, keep that D6 in there, or whatever, keep that identity. And it's also an interesting way to scale, right? If you're like,
It
okay, you're going to
is.
roll a D10 and also a D4 or a D10, bump it up to a D6, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Although I
Um,
guess that scales pretty hard.
I mean, it could be like D40 with advantage. So you would roll, you just roll like 2D4 and a D10. And then we have a 2 and a 3, so it would be 34 instead of 24. It's like you can make it more consistent that way, That's really cool.
Right.
And there's no math, there's no adding. Everybody can immediately see, oh, it's 34. Let's do it again. Oh, we got 44. Like, how cool, How cool. That is so cool.
Yeah. That's interesting. Fewer dice. It's easier for people to have all the dice they need, for sure.
Yeah, you would only need 2 of each die. You wouldn't need
Yeah.
You wouldn't need like 6 or 7 of the dice. And the rogue sneak attack could be like D6s still. It could just be like D66.
I'm not sure I'm following.
So the rogue's sneak attack, what it initially was like 10d6. All right, so roll 10d6 every time you do a sneak attack, which was like just too much. So recently it's been updated to scale the die size scale. So it is plus 1d6, then 1d8, and then 1d10, and then 2d10, then 2d12, 2d20, then 3d20. Right, to get the numbers that we need to keep the damage at the place that I sort of wanted it to be. So if instead of like 3d20, because 3d20, so like 10, what is it, 10d6? Let me see. What was the average? So the average of 10d6 was like the correct number, 10d6. So the average of that, like 35, 36, like that was, so that is like the correct amount of damage that the rogue needs to be doing. But we could achieve like 35, 36 damage with D66.
That's true. So you're saying just as the end result of the last hop, make it D66 instead of.
Yeah, maybe. Or like it could be like maybe level 10 or 12, you get D66, and then as you level up, it's I wish I had one of those buttons that could just like change the scene automatically. So you start with D6 and then 2D6 and then 3D6. And then like at some big level, like level 13 or whatever, I don't know, level 11, it goes up to D66. And then the next one is like D66 with advantage. It's like you roll 3, you drop the lowest. What's that?
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna say, for that matter, the wide range that the cheat goes up, you could do what did we say? D40, D60. Maybe there's not anything below that makes sense.
Yeah. I think I need to spreadsheet out like all of the different combinations and what can happen with those. But I'm okay with the cheat how it is, because I really like this new ability, Twist the Blade, and the interactions that has with the cheat's action economy. So I may not go that far and tweak that, but I do like having spells be like very like wild and chaotic. I do like that.
Yeah.
But the cheat having this class identity of D6s is cool. I think that's I'm not as concerned about that. If we can make it work, cool. But if not, like I don't really care.
Yeah, I agree. I appreciate spells being, like you said, more wild. That is a fun mechanic.
Yeah. Magic should be dangerous. I feel like.
Yeah.
So there's D40. Yeah, go ahead. D.
Things like D66, D40, like these dice combinations. If you want to add an interesting mechanic too, you can say if you hit doubles, like if you hit the same number on both, something special happens or whatever. Like that's an option that wasn't there before, you know.
Ooh, yeah. Oh man. So yeah, like I'm intent on shipping this game, but like if I can see like cool go straight to jail. If yeah, if there is something cool that we can add, like I really like having those kinds of game hooks. So I call those things game hooks. So like in my mind, conditions are game hooks, like little places that the GM can interact with. Like creatures can have writing, creatures can knock prone, creatures can be bloodied, like different mechanics that you can hook onto different things, and like you can have classes take advantage of or monsters take advantage of. The more of those kinds of hooks that we can have that are easy and intuitive and work in an interesting way, the better the game can be. So having this thing of having these new dice, so to speak, makes more interesting design space.
Yeah, agreed. And it's more, yeah, there's just more ways to play with it with different abilities, right? This
Ooh, yeah.
You could have a subclass or something that says, well, when you roll doubles on a whatever, then like that can be a trigger for another thing. Also, Twin Grimbeak's Guide to Everything.
What's that?
It's Twin said also options expansion in Grimbeak's Guide to Everything.
Grimby's Guide to Everything. Yeah.
Excellent.
Results like 45, 46, 47 could exist. So yeah, it'll slightly bring up the average for those. Twisted Blade would be super powerful with D66. I think Twisted Blade is already powerful. Because if you're, it would be, but if you're using D20s, so if you're using D20s, let's just roll the D20s. So we have a 4, 11, and a 14. So like by the time you're rolling D20s, like you can just automatically move one of these to the maximum for free, right? So like for one action, I can just add 9 damage. So we have 54 damage. So it both makes it easier to add, and like greatly increases the damage. Whereas if we're rolling like 3d6 with advantage, this would be like 36, and we just jump up to 66. So like you're basically automatically dealing 66 damage. So yes, that would be probably too powerful. We might need to like tweak it if we're doing that. So like otherwise it's like just automatically it's just deal 66 damage. You're like, well, I always deal like 70 damage because I'm rolling my d4 plus 66. So like every turn the cheat is dealing 70 damage. That might be too reliable.
Yeah.
Twisted Blade could add 50 damage, changing from 60. Yeah. I think that would be a little bit too reliable. We'd have to tweak other things. I'm happy with the cheat how it is right now, like rolling d20s and then just changing it from like a 2 to a 20. Like, feels pretty good, and it makes it a lot easier to add as well. So I'm okay with the cheat right now. If we do take the time to make more revisions, if we like how this works, then we will. But right now, let's stick with let's stick with the spells, because I think that's where it's most needed.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to map some of these out on a spreadsheet too, and do graphs and averages and all that. I'm sure you are too.
I'm doing that up here.
Yeah. I'm interested in what this could do. It's like a new horizon,
Yeah, so D4. So interestingly, the average of D40 and D44 are basically the same. D44 is actually a little bit higher. Is that true?
Yeah.
How is that
That's
possible?
interesting. Well, so yeah, I was trying to figure that out earlier because I thought the averages were coming out a little bit funny. I mean, they're probably correct, right, for the first 3 columns, but like with D44, you are only taking the lowest numbers of each tens bracket, right?
Oh yeah, so there's a 10, a 30, and a 40, but there's no 10, 30, or 40 in the D44
Right.
column. Okay, so that makes sense.
But you're also, on the other hand, you're also dropping everything below that. Although I guess, yeah, compared to D40, you're also dropping everything below that too. So yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, math is weird. It's often not what you would expect.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So it's correct that all of the lowest of all of these starts with 11, right? Or I guess it would start with 10 if we're doing D60. So
Yeah.
the lowest would be 10. D60. Yeah, this makes things a little bit cool, a little bit spicy. Oops.
Yeah. No, this is. Oops. I'm behind on the stream. I just watched all the 11s. No, this is definitely interesting.
Ross, if you're not at working, or if you want to, you can hop in the chat, man. Feel free to jump back in if you like. Up to 80. All right.
What I was saying while you were out too is like I feel like this has a distinct advantage of not only playing differently with things like Songweaver, but also like it's not something people are familiar with, and so like people are going to walk into this game and be like, I know all of D&D's mechanics, so I like innately understand the math behind all of this.
Yeah.
But you don't innately understand the math behind this. you
like
know?
you can like really quickly understand the basics, like basically immediately you understand the basics.
Right.
But like there's so many different subtleties, and I think the Songweaver could use like a moderate buff, and this definitely makes the Songweaver like a lot stronger, especially at higher levels.
Oh yeah.
Which is kind of cool. Okay, yeah, so D60 average is 35, and the D66 is average of 38. The D80 is average of 45. The D88 is average of 49. D100 is average of 55. That's kind of cool. In theory, D100 starts at 01. Ah, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2. You are not wrong. It's good thing I've got chat. Oh yeah, so the average is 50.5.
Yeah.
I like keeping it
Yeah,
spicy.
that's
Go ahead.
that's the weird one where, and I don't know if this is would be worth putting into the book or anything, but the way that you handle the zeros on D10s changes between D40, D60, D80, and then it's different with D100, right? Or am I wrong about that? I know there's some fiddly stuff when you get to 0, 1, and 100, and like which one you want to be which side of the die, you know?
That is something that's always confused me. That's why I don't like the D100, like the percentile dice. I've never liked it because I don't know if like normally 0 means 10 and means very good, but if you roll 0, 0, that equals 0, right? Whereas if you roll like I don't even know what you need to roll. I don't know what you need to roll in order to get like 100 or 90. I think it's like if you roll a 9. So I think it's a 0 to 99 actually. So you can't roll 100. It's if you roll 9 and 9, that's the highest you can get, and then 0, 0 is the lowest. So I guess that makes sense. So it's really a
It
0 to
depends how
99.
tables want to do it. Yeah, I mean, I think Shannon is right in that. Like, I've always heard it as 0, 0 is 100.
Okay.
But it's weird. It's strange. Like, it just might be worth a note, you know, just to say like, hey,
yeah,
here's
you definitely need to clarify it.
that.
I was reading. What was it? I was reading.
Oh, Twin said he'd be happy to hop in. Sorry.
That's okay. Matt, if you know how to add him, you can feel free to add him.
I'm on it.
Okay, I don't know how to do that stuff. So I was reading
I don't
Mothership, and they treat it as if 0 is 0. But actually, I think Mothership, that's a roll low system, so 0 is actually the best thing. So 0 is the best. So it's 0 to 99. Ugh, I don't know. So like, what if I roll like a 10? So like a 10 and a 0, that's 100. Okay, so that makes sense as 100, right? But a 9 and a 0, that's not 900, that's 90, right? Like 9 plus 90 plus 10 is 100. So
Yeah. No,
it's like
you're right.
I don't understand percentile dice. I don't understand them.
That would definitely be worth looking into too.
Yeah. So if we have 2 of these dice, it's like 8 and 0 is 80, right? And there's no 81 though. I guess that would be 81. I don't know. D10s are weird. We'll just avoid that. We'll just avoid it. We won't. All right. So let me keep thinking.
I'm gonna drop out for a second. I think I need to like drop and then call both of you at the same time or something.
Okay, that's fine.
Hang on. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think we can. Let's take a look at the wind spells. Let's take a look at the wind spells. I think they could probably use a little bit of D44 action. Ooh, necrotic could be D12 to D12. Okay. So D44 is like 27. D44. If you, I just treat 0 as 0 in these DX0 die. So the minimum would be 10 instead of 11, which feel more like an upgrade. Yeah. So if you have, so if I've got D10, this is, oh, sorry, I'm not showing it. So if we say, D40 is 10s, zeros, right? So 40. So this is so this is 40, since this is normally 0. Let me grab this die. So this is 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 20, 20. So it's 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, that makes sense. You could use a playtest channel in Discord and anybody hop in. That is true, Edward. And they actually might be trying to call me right now. Yeah, if you want to hop in, yeah, let's just hop in the playtest channel, everybody. Nim Talk. Let's top. Okay. Matt and Ross and whoever, if you guys want to hop in, Double King, invite to speak, Twin Steel, invite to speak. There we go. And everybody, we're actually on YouTube right now. If you want to hop over to the YouTube channel, if you didn't know, that. That's cool. I never actually thought of, streaming, streaming in the Discord chat as well as YouTube. That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, I left and I was like, yeah, this is it looks like we have to all be considered quote friends on Discord to be able to add multiple people to a chat. So this is probably for the best.
Okay.
Can you all hear me? Or am I
Yeah,
very
yeah.
quiet?
You're a little bit quiet, but I can hear you.
Okay. I've had this strange low volume issue before, and DK has helped me work it out. I missed some of the D100 conversation. It depends on the game you play, because there is like a long-standing debate in the community. There's even I have a video I'd be happy to show you that goes over the history of like what was the original first way it was done, and what have people tried in the meantime. So like in Mothership, like you said, it's like 0 means 0 versus in other games like in D&D 0 means 100.
Yeah,
So
but
it's definitely
Mothership, the
it's
lower you
definitely
roll, the better. So
right,
that does make
right.
sense.
So, yeah. So it's one of those things that's like if you want to use when you use D100s, um, you kind of need to specify the
Yeah,
way you're doing it in your game. Now, some of it's obvious, like you have a D100 spell. It's unlikely that you mean to deal 0 damage.
right.
With vengeance, I think it is. So like it's some of it's sort of obvious, but if you were to do like it on, if you were to use it a few times, I would say that it would be reasonable to include in the index.
Yeah, I'm just looking for my. I've got like a big golden metal D100. It's just got 100 faces. So that's my favorite thing. You don't have to guess. It's just one die, boom, and it rolls real heavy. It's like weighs like 10 pounds.
I don't know how big it is, but do you have to do the press test? The people who have, if it's small enough, you have to do the press test where you're like, you pick the face that you think
No,
it
it's
is, and then
it's a big enough
push
one.
down.
I wish I could find it. It's a big enough one, and like a lot of the D100s you might find on Amazon, like the faces are so small, it's just sort of round. This one has like pretty sharp edges, so it will roll and then like sort of rock into onto one like clear face.
Okay.
Okay, so I think what I want to do, I want to see if we can drop D44 or like 30 damage into any of the wind spells. I think that would
I like
be
the idea of
pretty.
using the D66, D88, D44s on like the top tier, like the eighth or ninth tier spell. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah. 1,000 cuts. I feel like it could be a D44. D44. So right now it's 4d4 plus 30. So maybe it's like D44 with advantage. 4d4 plus 30. What does that average to? Average is 40 damage. Yeah. So if we have 2d4 d1. So it's going to average to be 30. So the 10 spot is going to average to be a 3. Yeah. So I think 4D, no, a D44, just with advantage. Also damage, something like that. I have to figure out how to word it. But I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think I've been thinking about this a little bit. Depending on how much we lean into the 44, 66, 88, etc., this might actually warrant a section earlier in the book rather than notes, at each of the spots, just because rolling with advantage is weird. You'd have to go edit the advantage section if you didn't have a section specifically on this type of rolling,
So I think so let's go to the advantage disadvantage section. Roll one additional die of the same type and remove the lowest. Okay, so let's just roll. So let's go to the desk. All right, so if I just roll 2, 2, and 3. So if I just so without explaining it, if I just roll one additional die and just remove the lowest, it's still 23. Okay, so let's roll again. So we have 1, 3, and a 4. So if I remove the lowest, it's 34. So I don't think we need to explain. So I don't think we're changing the definition of advantage and disadvantage. So I think that's okay.
You're right. It's not for the 44, 66, 88. It's if we loop in the 40, 60, and 80. Those are ones that would, because
right.
you have we go back to the spear issue or whatever, the
Yeah.
2 different dice and
I think it's okay. I think we can do it without combining, like without mixing dice. So like I don't think we need that level of granularity. D44, D66, and D88 I think is actually good enough.
'Cause,
I think we can do it without combining, like without mixing dice. So like I don't think we need that level of granularity. D44, D66, and D88 I think is actually good enough.
'cause,
I think is actually good enough.
Yeah,
I do like that because I was worried. I don't know if you saw. I commented earlier. It was like if you have a D, if you did a D40, you would definitely have to be very specific about how are you doing advantage. You would have to rewrite that whole
Yeah.
thing. I just the one thing I do want to know is if you're going left to right. Say you have like yeah, so 2, 3, 4. You're still going left to right, so you're not going to be able to switch this around and be like, oh, I'm going to make 4 the highest one. You're still going from left to right. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct. So you always, if there's ever a question, like you always go left to right, and that always
So could
produces
that?
the correct result.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Yep.
I got it. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. So
So I
that
think
edge
that
case
yeah,
is
that still
already.
holds true.
Yep. Yep. So advantage, disadvantage, just it just works. So I really like that. Just treat the tens and ones. So I'm just gonna roll a few more times. 3, 4, and 2. With yeah. So with advantage, it would be 34. So it's not like some ambiguous thing where you can choose or not. It's just it's a very clear. There's only ever one correct option. Um, yeah, yeah. So and with
It seems
disadvantage would
to me like
be
you want.
30. What's that?
Uh, uh, I I was gonna say it seems to me like a couple things have come up today that I think are very cool. This, which reminds me of Um, I can't remember what other game, but maybe Forbidden Lands. Maybe I'm not sure. This, but also the with Glacial Shard allowed you to pay to increment or to increase the result of a roll.
Yeah,
And I think that combining those two would be very dangerous. Uh, um,
yeah. Glacial Shard does not. It doesn't use a D66. It
Absolutely,
just yeah
I'm
yeah
on board
just,
with that. I just want to put it out there that like sometimes when you have like two new ideas, you're like, what if we could put these together? So
right.
my
Yeah
gut
yeah yeah
reaction is try to avoid that at this point.
yeah yeah absolutely
yeah.
yeah.
There's definitely like deeper depth holes in some places that you can step into and fall into now. Um, so Alex, to answer your question in the chat there, yeah, I think the idea is that none of these that would use D44, D66, D88 would crit or miss.
Yeah, so
They
these are
would.
all AoE spells. So AoE spells do not miss on a 1 and do not crit. So they don't miss. They don't miss or crit. So it sort of we avoid all of that. This is only for like very high end AoE spells where we were using like either a whole like boatload of dice or like D20s plus a big modifier, that kind of thing.
What do you think about? Did you say you wanted to do it more for Glacial Strike or for Arctic Annihilation? Oh, Arctic Annihilation is
Yeah,
different.
both. Both of them.
Both.
Yeah, so D66
And then
and
and
D66. Yeah. So
Uh,
Arctic Annihilation like does more additional cool things
yeah.
and
quick
covers more
question.
area. Yeah, what's up?
Uh, this is one of those things that really bugs me, but maybe it's by design for you. Is Glacial Shard with an L and Glacier Strike with an R? Like, are those intentionally different words, or
I think that that is like the correct terms for them. So a glacier strikes
okay,
you, a glacial cannot strike you. But this is the kind of shard is this is a glacial shard. That said, could
right?
could
you,
either one of them be tweaked? I think yes, we could probably tweak one of them to avoid that.
Well,
depending on
I
how you want to say it, because you can have a strike that is described as glacial,
that's what
but
I
I
was
don't
gonna
think.
say. Yeah,
Sure,
I mean,
yeah.
whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
But I don't
so
think. I
the
mean,
the strike would
heaven
be
how to
the
do it, but you could have it whatever you want.
I think strike could be like
yeah.
a verb or a noun. Yeah. So yes, you could like you could tweak it that way. So yeah.
I just find
Um,
myself always being like, yeah, glacial, or wait, is it glacial or whatever it is, the glacier one that like, uh,
big ice chunk. Yeah.
I can't
We could
remember
probably
which one. Yeah,
clarify this. I do like glacier strike. Like I just the image of like a big glacier just like just like
Yeah.
yeah,
smushing someone.
yeah.
I think is funny. So glacial shard. I think this could be like something that like in gives the image of like more of like a piercing like critical vital sort of like sharp shrapnel type of thing. Um,
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll think about that. Let me write it down. What else
Yeah,
you guys?
not a big deal. It was just one that we were on the page, so I figured I'd bring it up.
Yeah.
And my assumption is, I don't know if this is the case, but my assumption is you're kind of are you keeping the D66, D44s more to the elemental spells, so like fire, ice, lightning, and wind, and then radiant and necrotic not so much?
I haven't
Or are
made
you
it
thinking
to.
you want to do it
Yeah, I
like
haven't made it there
on,
yet.
you want to use the okay.
Glacial Strike is a Final Fantasy FMV attack for sure. I've never played that. Is that an actual game? I don't know. We're doing funky dice, so not
Final
funky
Fantasy.
dice. We're doing regular dice. Yeah, not just regular dice, and you're just using them in a 10 spot. So like you don't need any additional kinds of dice. So the wind spells. So I think D44 with advantage is cool because D4s really are impacted by advantage very very heavily in an interesting way. Um, and then Eye of the Storm is 4d4 plus 10, which is on average 20 damage. So if we change that to d4, it would be a pretty big damage buff. So it'd be like 27 damage.
I don't
Um,
know
mhm.
where you are with all of it, but my inclination is to think that it should be like, I don't know why. I think it's interesting to have it be like a high tier thing. Like, oh yeah, once you get to like tier maybe 6 spells, you start dealing with this versus like
Yeah.
Eye of the Storm is more of like it's a tier 4 spell.
Yeah, fair. That's
I
definitely
mean, who
fair.
knows? You can it doesn't I mean you can start it from level 1 depending as long as you're like a D22.
Uh,
Um,
yeah, no, currently it is only tier 6 and above.
yeah.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, tier 6 and above.
D
That just feels right. I mean, who knows, just feeling it doesn't have to be that that was my
4d6 plus. Yeah.
inclination.
I agree that Eye of the Storm is good where it's at. Also, I love the idea of somebody just flipping 2 coins for D22. I think that's hilarious.
So 24 damage. Yeah, okay. So yeah, those are in an okay spot. I was just looking at Arctic Blast. 4d6 plus 10. That feels fine. So what about dragon form? So d10s, 1d20 plus. So I think the dragon dealing d20s. I think that feels cool. I think that feels plenty cool. I don't know
Yeah, and
that
also
that
if
needs to
we're
be
cutting
changed.
down the number of d20s you're rolling, it ends up being
That makes it
more
more
special.
special. Yeah. Like I'm a dragon, I roll d20s for my attacks. Like that feels pretty sweet. Okay, yeah, so I feel like every time I stream, like everything gets way better, and like every time I'm done, I'm like, it can't possibly get better than it is now. And then it somehow gets better.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a props to you is that like every time there's been an issue of like, oh well, there's too many dice, or there's not enough dice, or there's not enough
Mhm.
penetration damage, or whatever, you have always found a creative way around it, and I think that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm
Um,
really glad that this like has been one of the things that I've personally just had a great joy in being able to be sort of so deeply involved in it. It's so cool to be able to like there are things that like nobody else will remember that but except for that person that they came up with it
yeah.
in this
Yeah.
game, and it's very cool. Like the one that I remember is Gangrenous Burst,
Mm.
which was
Oh yeah.
I was like what about Gangrenous Burst? And you're like, that's so good, I like that. And
It
it's like
sounds
no,
so
nobody else
yucky.
will like
So that was your idea?
nobody else will remember that who put that out there, but it feels good to like we can see ourselves in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So that one was your idea? That's a super yucky word though.
Oh yeah, well I work in medicine, so
Okay.
I was like, oh, you were like, I'm trying to think of a terrible thing that would happen to wounds. I was like, gangrene's bad, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's real bad.
Um, they are. So just updating Entice, they're damaged again and move 2 spaces near or to you each time they fail. I think that was something I was missing to make Entice a little bit better.
Oh yeah, that was. Are they supposed to take the damage on fails also?
So
was a question.
it's been on both sides. So right now it's a D4, ignores armor. And then if they fail, they take another D4 and move toward you, and they repeat every time until they save.
Okay.
And then
I think
every
that's
5
better.
levels that increments.
Right. Right. I mean, otherwise, there's next to no point in having it increment every 5 levels.
Mhm.
Like, if it just
I
does
like
it.
that you have it
Yeah.
that way, because when one of the very first sessions we played, I used Entice, and I nearly killed the character. It was like maybe the third session we played, and I was like, this will be fine. It's a cantrip, and this guy came in and he just like failed, and it was all, I think it was D6s or D8s at that time.
I think it was
Like, oh man,
D12s. Initially, it was D12s.
yeah, I was like, this is rough.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Yeah, and then the upcasting it, yeah. So, okay. Do you guys think? So, what do you guys think of Unspeakable Word and Creeping Death? Potentially using some different fancy dice. 30, 20 plus 30. 3d20 plus 30. So on average, we're gonna do like 60 damage for Unspeakable Word.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could make it 60 D66 with advantage, I mean, that seems like a perfect, 666 seems like a perfect number of dice for a terrible necrotic spell.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So what would that do? So let's see. 2d6. Can you drop one d1?
That makes Creeping Death way less predictable, which is kind of cool. Because if you can predict and say like, okay, well, I'm gonna hit all of these guys and then Creeping Death's gonna stop on the boss or whatever, like that's good, but it might stop earlier if you get a bad roll on D66.
Yeah. So 2d6 d1 is you have a 97% chance of having at least 2. 90% chance that's at least 3. So really it's going to be like 30 what is it? Like 30 to 66 damage. Is sort of like a reasonable maximum. 30 plus 66 divided by 2. Yeah, so it should swing it more than that. It's hard for me to math that out, like back the napkin math. That's a tough one to Unspeakable Word. I do like D66 with advantage. That's so yucky.
Kazalugius in the chat just saying D120 is a possibility.
No way.
You're at least canon.
Yeah. I was thinking that. D120. So is that so that is much more unintuitive. Is that 2 D12s? Is that a D12 and a D10? Is that something else? Is it like a D100 plus a D20? So like that's
It's a D10 for the tens column and a D20, I would think, for the ones column. But you're right, the math, you end up doubling up a lot more there.
yeah. I don't think we need any additional fidelity. If we needed like a little bit more different flavor, a little bit more fidelity, I think that's a cool option.
So we change our numbering system to base 12. No, I'm kidding.
I love a base 12 numeral system.
Yeah. All right. So let's roll Unspeakable Word a couple of times. D66 with advantage. 64. Oh, that's a bad word. It's a bad word you're saying. Remove this. 65. Yeah, rolling 3d6 is cool. 54. 24. 63. Yeah. 56. Nope. That would have been 65. 65. 42. Yeah, I think that makes it a pretty spicy spell. 54. You know what? Let's just do a quick. I think we can. Let's just try it. 24. We'll just get like a sample size of 10 or 20. 65. I'll just get a quick sample size. 65 again. 55. 44. 53. Man, this is 46. We'll get a few more.
It's genuinely hard to roll
56.
below, like
Yeah.
40.
Well, there we go.
Maybe the way
21.
maybe the way to get a ballpark. I'm talking. Maybe a way to get a ballpark number is to do like you did, like 2 to 6 drop 1 just for the tens place. Is that what you were doing?
It's really hard with this kind of thing to like do the back of the napkin math, because like where the die lands matters, and like so all of so it's going to be close enough to like 48, 50. It's going to be somewhere around there. Like 45,
Actually,
50.
I know I have a couple. I can probably find. I know I've seen some people talking about the sort of dice before. So I'll see if I can find any of my resources that people have actually created any sort of useful calculus.
So
Yeah.
like if you get a sample size of like 10 or 20, like it's you're like within 5 or 10% of the actual average if you rolled it a million times. So I'm not too worried about that kind of thing. Let's get just a couple more just to verify. We'll go up to 20 samples. 32. 41.
Yeah, you're right that this is something you can't just plug in a dice run and
Yeah,
like
55.
It doesn't work.
45. 65. It really skews the results a lot. 54. 53. And these dice that Josh made are rigged in the GM's favor also. 64. Yeah, so it like every time we roll, it's the change is getting smaller and smaller. So it's right around 45, 50, like skewing toward 50. I like that. That's pretty cool. All right, so unspeakable word at 10 to do 50 damage. At reach for only 2 actions. They have disadvantage if they're bloodied or frightened. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Yeah, that's a cool spell. I feel that using the main dice as 10s and then adding 1d10 is a more elegant, consistent option. Yeah, it gets a little bit weird. So if we added that, so a lot of spells roll multiple of the same kind of die. No spell rolls like 2 different dice. So no weapons do that. So that would be a completely new thing, which is certainly possible, but it would make some weird things because the leftmost die matters. And if we have different size dice, then things really get wonky. Most people I know only have 7 die, if any, yeah. Most people I know have at least 2 of every die. And then like other people have like 50 of every die. So like you can always borrow one extra dice. Creeping Death is 4d20, which feels pretty cool. And then upcasting is plus 1d20. Yeah. Should unspeakable word I think, plus 1 DC plus 10 damage is fine. Deal plus 30 damage at most. I think that's okay. Creeping Death being 4d20. Upcast 1d20. I think that's probably okay. So like having fewer spells and abilities that roll d20s is okay. What's that, Matt?
I was just saying you can only upcast it a couple times. You're not going to get a huge pile of d20s there either.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
That's
I
fine.
think next to D6s, D20s are probably the dice you're most likely to have the most of.
Yeah.
But I do like the cutting back on D20s to make them special, and also just because I'm just not a huge fan of it. So I like that. I know there's a I think a newer person on the Discord right now. Their name's Blue, and they were also like saying like why I was like they were saying like they did not like the D20, so they'll like this too. So.
Yeah. So Robin said his message wouldn't show on YouTube, but if you want to take the average of DXN, you can take the average of an N-sided die multiplied by 10 and add it to the average of an X-sided die. So D88 would be 4.5. That is a comment that I would have to I have to chew on that one for a little while.
Yeah.
That was so. What
Yeah,
they're doing there is what I was describing earlier, where you can,
Okay.
if you want to try to do that, you can basically you roll the one side, you roll the first one, and then you roll the second one and put and smack those. That's why I was saying like, oh, you can roll 2d10 drop or 2d6 drop one, and that would give you an idea for the tens place, and it would only be a ballpark, obviously, but
Yeah.
So they've got the whole calculation.
Yeah, Robin, I just brute forced it. I just went and typed up every possible number combination and just averaged that. So I think that's also that's just, if I can brute force a math, I'll do it that way. And if I can't, I'll just roll it a bunch and then average it that way. So I think we're okay there. But the way like the placement of the dice, where they land, like really adds some weirdnesses to it. Okay, cool. I think we're. Do you guys think we're good to go on spells, or is there anything else on the spells that needs more attention?
Oh, what did Arc Lightning end up being? I wasn't able. I tried to watch theirs, but I didn't catch up with that.
Arc Lightning was changed from upcasting it, adding a D8 to upcasting it just adds adds +4.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So
and
it's just
probably with electric, it ignores like metal armor.
This one doesn't.
Okay, I was just curious.
This one doesn't.
I don't need it to. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. Yeah, so the ignores metal armor was mainly for the two really big spells, because such a huge proportion of the damage was coming from the flat damage.
Yeah.
But since it's changed from D20s plus like 20 or plus 30 to D88, that's no longer needed. So the only thing that still has that is Electrolash, which is creatures with armor with metal roll the save with disadvantage. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, it's nice. That was another nice thing about the rolling the doubles.
Yeah, man, I love how that just worked out perfectly. Are the higher level spells intended to ignore medium armor?
Like
Yeah,
that,
I think that's fine, Alex. The higher level spells ignoring medium armor, but heavy armor still being like a tough nut to crack, I think is cool. I think that's perfectly cool.
One other thing that was brought up on the Discord was just the shapes of spells. We've got some cones in here now. I mean, we always had cones with dragon form, but like,
yeah,
most people just didn't ever test them,
yeah.
But is that something that you think you might want to?
Yeah, Taryn was nice enough to.
Shapes.
Yeah, he was nice enough to send me his art that Guillaume something made. Guillaume.
Okay.
Bonnet that he made. So I think I'm gonna do something similar to that. I don't need all of these. All I think I need is like this one and like the cone, like what the cone can look like. So I think that's probably all I need, and I could draw that easily enough. And I might actually do that now.
And will it be like as long as it affects the majority of the square?
Yeah.
Or will it be just if it's something? Okay.
Yeah. So this would be like 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was toying around with it a little bit on a spreadsheet of squares, and I just found for people who want to be able to do more in-depth like mapping of what this would look like or whatever, I just found a thing of pixelized circles, right, of various radiuses, and
Oh
then
yeah, send that over.
cut them up into yeah,
And
yeah.
Yeah, send that
yes,
over.
Uh,
your Minecraft builders are going to be all about this because
right.
they memorize, like some of the Minecrafters I've watched, they memorized how to make a circle at different diameters.
Yeah,
Perfect.
and I mean, like, if you want to be able to do them in cardinal directions as well as diagonals, like you just cut them up into those 90-degree angles, and it's straightforward enough. Here,
Yeah,
I'll share this to you, Evan.
perfect. Yeah, and it may not be this might not have might not be able to do this in an isometric thing, but we'll see. There we go. All right, so I guess you sent that on Discord?
I'm just making it so that
Okay.
other people can check it out too. Anybody with the link can view it, and I'll just pop it into the chat here on Discord. I know we've got too many different chat methods going on.
That's okay, I got it. I got you.
Yeah.
All right, so let's swap back to this. Okay, so this is a AoE. Yeah, yep.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like put all this in there, but like just people were like, but if we want a more granular thing, and I was like, well, this is easy. Let's make some circles. Like these are the circles, and then the next 2 tabs are cones in cardinal directions and cones in diagonals. Literally just this cut up,
Uh-huh.
uh,
So this would be a cone of 4.
yeah.
Oh,
And
cones. Oh,
you know,
okay. I see.
so
I was
so
trying to
part of
divide it. Okay, that makes sense.
oh yeah, no. Part of it that gets weird, right? The issue that is leading people to these comments is that like because Nimble specifically says diagonals are 5 feet, it means that like just cutting up a circle, like technically the diagonal cones are going to be way bigger unless you're just cutting up a circle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because those diagonal cones are not the number that they say from caster to center point, from the center point of the cone, right?
Right.
So
The way they
I
get
don't know. It's just a weird discrepancy.
the way they get around that in 5e is that they say like speed doesn't they don't care about diagonals in terms of speed, but diagonals being like 1.5 holds true for other situations. So like this common statement that like circles are squares in D&D isn't true because they literally have pictures of it, but also that like the 5 feet diagonal is specifically for speed, which I don't know if it is for Nimble, if it's been spelled out or not for Nimble, because I was under the assumption that it was only for speed, like in 5e. Because if so, then you can avoid like if anybody's specifically concerned about that, tell them like five, diagonals are 5 is for speed specifically, just for
Um. So there isn't like an easy way to like describe this. So like I was thinking like for diagonals divide by half but round up, but that would mean like something substantially different than this. It's like
Yeah,
divide, so
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. So like this would be white. Whoop, copy.
Well, and maybe this just ends up a thing that's like a document that's on, like, not my document specifically, but like something more polished that's like on the Discord, and it's there for people to reference if they want a very specific
Yeah.
thing,
So like
right?
this as a cone of 8 makes more sense in my brain. Like
Right.
this here. Like the cone's edge is flat.
Yeah, and it's different schools of thought. You know, that's how I want to say that's how D&D does it. Pathfinder has the rounded cone, like the half a circle, quarter of a circle, whatever it is. You know, just different RPGs do it differently. You know, so either way, it might be good for Nimble to take a stance and say like, this is how to do it. You know.
Yeah. I don't want the GM to be like the bad guy and all this. Okay, so copy. So I'm just.
I mean, like a million other things, it's totally easy enough for the table to get together at session 0 or session 1 or whatever and be like, okay, great, this is how we're going to do it. Everybody good with that? Yeah, okay, great. Like, it doesn't have to follow Nimble's rules. It effectively doesn't matter as long as it's the same for everybody, friends and enemies. You know, easily house rulable.
Hexes are better. Taryn, hey, yeah, I just straight up hand wave all of this. Yeah. I'm pretty close to hand waving it, Darren. I'm pretty close to just.
If you're interested in hand waving it, then that kind of obviates my other question, because I was going to say, yeah, and where are you on conic sections? Because if you want to turn on conic sections, because you like this is a weird piece of geometry, but like if you want to make a cone into a line, you can do that by aiming just a little bit up, and it becomes a line. You can, depending on how you cut, like you can make a cone.
So are you saying like instead of shooting the cone this way, I turn my cone on end like that? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, yeah, you're shooting up in there. Yeah, so okay. So it can be anything from 90 degrees to narrower. Yeah.
Because, for example, if you shoot it straight up, it's basically a bunch of concentric circles that are stacking. So you have a radius that's a slowly evolving radius.
Taryn, Taryn says the whole situation resulted in MCDM accidentally making mundane simultaneously 60 feet and infinite feet in their first public playtest. Can you explain that? I don't know what that means, Taryn. Yeah, so so in this discussion there is a like, it doesn't matter, do whatever you want, to like, this is exactly the answer in every mundane rope. Okay. I still don't understand, but you're talking about rope. So like, from this is like the exact perfect solution for every situation, to like saying nothing. I would rather tend toward like say nothing and let the table decide. Rather, hop in.
That seems like very, very consistent with the way Nimble has been writing things, where it's like we want to make it clear, but we also want to make it free for the table to rule. In fact, one of the specific earliest rules is rule in favor of the hero.
Yeah. Taryn, if you want to hop in the Nim talk in the voice channel in the Nimble Discord, that's where we're all chatting. You can just jump in there. Yeah. So rule in favor of the heroes. There we go. All right, I'll invite you to chat. Hey, looking forward to the professor's advice on this. I hope you don't mind if that I call you professor. It's a. I think you have to accept the invite to speak.
Hey.
Got it.
Okay, there we go. Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, thanks for joining.
Yeah, I was about to say PDM might have an issue with that, but you know,
there's more than one professor.
Yeah. So this was a funny little situation here. So like, is this Pythagoras or one of those old dead guys, right? So so the way that 5e does this is like moving diagonally. It's like the first 5 feet is 10 feet, and then Beyond that is 5 feet, and then 10 feet, and then 5 feet, and
And
et cetera, et
alternating, yeah,
cetera.
yeah.
Nobody remembers it. Nobody plays it that way.
Yeah.
So, this results in the thing where like all squares make a circle, or all whatever circles make a square. So what happened was, this is kind of funny. In MCDM's first playtest to Draw Steel, they tried to break this down to where everything that was distanced or measured was always measured in squares, like a grid.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, whenever you're doing this for the grid for distances, it's okay. But the problem is whenever you start to measure the actual size of things as your squares or your grid or whatever, this becomes really screwy once you start moving diagonally. So what happened was they would have like rope that was like 60 it would say 6 squares, right? Okay, so 6 squares, that's like 30 feet. Gotcha. Now, whenever you move that diagonally, technically, that rope gets bigger by 1.5 times. And because you say that it's 5 squares or 6 squares or whatever, 6 squares diagonally is still 1.5 times longer, right? Yeah, the chocolate bar. Yeah.
We did it. We did it, everybody.
Yeah.
Infinite chocolate.
So it turned into this thing where, like, because they had kind of over codified rope, and this is why I don't like item descriptions. Whenever you start to write item descriptions, it is an invitation for rules lawyers to look at everything and be like, I'm gonna break your entire game with a bag of salt, So
One of my favorite things about the new DMG saying, do not tolerate people trying to construct a peasant railgun. That's not how the game works, and it's not how it's intended to work. So just tell them to shut up.
Yeah, like there's that, and I get what they're kind of doing that for. I get that, like, look, the game is not a physics simulator, and like in all reality, with like the peasant railgun thing, it's literally the guy that's at the end throws it for a D4 damage. Like, if you really wanted to arbitrate this and game it out, right?
Oh, it's very easy to arbitrate from a natural perspective.
Yeah.
And I've never allowed my players to do it because I told them no.
So
I've just never heard it. Yeah.
I don't know what the peasant railgun is.
Oh, you line up a whole bunch. You line up a whole bunch of people and have all of them ready in action to pass a rod from the person to their left to the person to their right. And, depending on how long the line is, if you start trying to integrate into this like real world physics, people will be like, well, that means they passed the rod 3 miles in 6 seconds. So that is now, it's a railgun now. It's just shooting a piece of iron, hyper accelerating a piece of metal to supersonic speed.
I love that for the creativity, but like I hate that as a game mechanic.
I saw a house rule. I'm on a house rule quest, collecting as many house rules as I possibly can. And I saw a house rule recently that was very useful. It was called NRS, no Reddit stuff.
If you looked it up or if you saw it on TikTok, you cannot do it.
Yeah, that
no Reddit.
Like, I did a video on this. Like, I did a short. I think this is like a year or two ago. Because it was like, okay, it's dumb, but in all reality, whenever we're looking at the like rules of the game, the rules already cover for this, and they already say what would happen. So like, it's not the kind of thing that should ever really be taken seriously, but it's a funny thought experiment, and that's where it needs to like live and die.
That's where it needs
to
be done. Right.
Yeah.
It's like the people who want to use an immovable rod and start talking about the curvature of the Earth and the rotation of the planet.
Oh no! What?
Get out of here.
Yeah, well, they're like, well, this an immovable. See, the house rule quest has taken me to strange places. Like an immovable rod stays in one place. And are we on a planet? Are we on a flat planet? Like, are we on Bitopia or are we on like Toro? Like, are we on a spinning plane or what? Like, oh, we're on a planet spinning. They're like,
congratulations!
Okay,
all my fantasy worlds are now flat. Like,
right. Yeah, it's like, so, okay, well, if this planet is moving and this is stuck in a fixed point in space, that means that the planet is rotating, the planet is rotating eastward, and this rod is now fixed in place while everything else rams toward it, orbital speeds.
Taryn, while you're here, I want to get your thoughts on like how tightly or loosely do we define cone? So currently it's targets all spaces within reach in a 90-degree arc. It's like a cone of three spaces, 90-degree arc. Like that's what it is. Um,
Mhm.
how much more tight? What thoughts do you have? I want to get your thoughts on that.
Okay, so cones are kind of one of those things that, like, the way I just define it is like as it moves forward, it increases in width by one square, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like for every 5 foot forward, it increases in width by 5 feet.
Right.
That's like if I were to try and summarize the shape of a cone as succinctly as I could, it's probably something like that.
So a cone of 1 would just be a square, and a cone of 2, so it would sort of like fill up half of these, right?
Right.
Okay, so your cones are not actually 90-degree arcs. Your cones are quite a bit more narrow.
The way I put it is like, look, if it makes sense that it would fit, allow it to work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, in all reality, the tactics to me are not nearly as important as the movement of the story, right? Like, if the
Yeah.
tactics are getting in the way of the improv, then like the tactics have got to get clipped back.
Yeah,
So
I agree. So it's not a 90-degree arc. Well, it would be a 90-degree arc still. Because if it's a
it's
cone of 8, it's 8 spaces
That's
away
like
and 8 spaces wide at the end. So that would make it a right angle.
this all kind of depends. So like looking at the way that you've got it here, so like 5e does something very specific. They're like every bit of the cone or the only targetable area is an area in which it is encapsulated entirely by the cone, correct? So like your second square there, or the like 10 feet out, technically neither of those squares would actually be like targeted. It's super weird. And I think in some ways I don't know, the ruling kind of gets in the way of like just the game, and it doesn't actually feel like a simulation at that point.
Yeah, so I want to
Yeah.
avoid the simulation thing. So
So I would just roll with it as this, like, so that first 5 feet, and then for every 5 feet further, the width expands by 5 feet. I mean, that's been the simplest explanation of a cone I've ever come up with.
So like a 3-foot cone would be 3 spaces out, 3 spaces wide at the end. And then
Correct.
like the space here, like what do we do about are those spaces in or out?
So that's usually player's choice.
Okay.
I would just say, yeah, that's player's choice.
Okay. And then a cone of 4, it could be like either this or that.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
But it should be kind of based off of how that first one kind of came out,
Yeah,
right?
so like your cones are like it's not this, it's like your cones are like here and here. Right? So your cones are oh no, it alternates. So it's like that. Sort of like billiard balls.
Yeah, and
In
the way
these
that
ones
like
that are half, like you can choose if it's included or excluded.
yeah, and like for Vagabond's casting system, it's pretty rare that you're gonna really be casting something above like I mean even a 30-foot cone distance.
Yeah. I mean that's a lot still.
Just with yeah, it's still huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I tend to just kind of think like if I'm trying to think of the most simple expression of it for we need to get it precise on the grid, easiest way I can think of is, like I said, for every 5 feet of length, the width expands by 5 feet.
Mhm.
And then by the end of it, you have a cone.
I don't care what happens in between. If by the end of this situation you have a
Yeah.
cone, you did it right.
Yeah, it's see, like right there,
It's like, what do you do?
it falls apart a little bit, but
Yeah.
this is why I use spell templates with the the
Yeah,
little
yeah.
grid.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like I don't play mostly on tabletop. I play through virtual tabletop. That's just how my group does it. But like,
Mm.
wouldn't you use just like you would use a tape measure for a line and say like this is where the line is. It doesn't have to match up with the grid. Wouldn't you do the same thing with a spell template? Like,
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
okay,
You just
yeah,
overlay the circle over top, and then there you go. Anything inside the circle.
It's
Do
funny
you
because I play very differently. We play very like nothing is to scale. We draw something out and we're like, this is about where everything is, and then we do close, near, far.
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
I'm looking forward to going. I'm very much looking forward to going back to that because since we've been deep in the paint playtesting for this, it's all been on grids, it's all been in squares, it's all been in spaces. But so people would be like, is this close, near, or far? They'd be like, is this cone gonna work or not? And it'd just be like, "Mm, yeah, sure. Uh,
Taryn
I'm
is
not super. I'm not a tactics. I'm a Final Fantasy tactics kind of person. Where it's like I need to count all these squares. This is not my thing.
Yeah.
how do you manage a vagabond? Is it like you have like 5 spaces to move each turn?
You're talking. Wait, sorry. How do you measure what?
Just like movement and stuff. Is it assumed to be on a grid, or is it a theater of the mind, or near, far, close,
Yeah.
wherever you are?
Essentially, it's assumed to be on the grid here. You've also got like, I think you have like a 1.6 update or something like that. Here,
Yeah, I
we're
got
at
an old one. I got an old one. Sorry.
here. I'm sending you a 2.0 right now.
Right on.
Yeah. So this is going to be covered in chapter 2, I believe. Yeah, there you go. There's that god awful yellow I picked.
It's nice. It's like juicy fruit. It's chartreuse.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted you to taste that color.
Reminds
It
me
only
of
lasts for like 5
Honey on
seconds though.
on Orchard.
Alright.
This is so this is going to be on page. Let me see here. It starts in on page 9 is where I'm talking about distances, and then over on page 10 is where it gets into speed.
Okay, so this is nice. So near. Okay, so close is melee. Near, it's not quite melee, and far. Yeah, that is still like confusing to me. That is, I love this font though.
is near
Oh,
like
paradigm. Yeah.
That's a beautiful font. That's a beautiful font.
near supposed to be like one move away, basically, like
Yeah.
Yeah,
get there
you're
in a turn or whatever. Like,
the thought with near is so whenever I was kind of introducing kind of a metaphysics for like 5e as a war game, I was trying to introduce it as if like every single unit like okay, I tried thinking of the different classes as war game units instead of this idea of like my character is incredibly granular. If you're
Yeah.
playing a system like Knave, Knave gets to be a bit more flexible with that. But in any class-based systems, your class is your war unit is basically the way I think of it.
Yeah.
So this is why like Barbarian is a frontliner. So their entire job is to stay in close and hit with melee. And that close is like close to an enemy, right? Keep an enemy in close, hit, yada yada.
Is it too late
Rogue,
for you to
do
change
what?
near to something like mid range? Because this breaks my brain. This just
So
absolutely breaks my brain.
We could burst
try.
about this about your game too, Evan, because it was in the live, or I was in one of the lives. They were like mid range, and we were like, could we at least get mid?
Yeah, so number one, it's a bit shorter. Number two, ever since David Black kind of like established this with Black Hack, this has been the terminology that everyone's kind of used at this
Is
point.
it? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it's the shorthand that people have been using for a while that I think they're just going to kind of get. It's what Shadow Dark uses, Black Hack.
Yeah. I might just have to suck it up,
yeah.
but I can't. Oh, so I think we did tweak it a little bit. Long range or in melee?
Mm.
uh, Yeah.
like the stacks conversation from way back in the day, right? Stacks of advantage, stacks of disadvantage. It's like I know it
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily make sense, but that's the nomenclature. Like
Oh, no,
that's
yeah.
just
I
what
don't
people
understand
say.
why people would be like, that's not what the word stack means. People would be like, yeah, there is. You can have stacks of blocks. Like, what do you mean you can't have? That's not what stacks mean.
Yeah.
Like they're like it's only a verb. No, it's not.
Yeah. Close, mid-range, and far. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I could probably figure it out, but that would be something that takes up some of my like limited like 512 kilobytes of RAM in my brain. Like having to remember
Yeah,
that.
I thought about like if you were gonna change it, like maybe like melee close and far, but
Yeah,
it's
like melee is clear. Like you're right next to me or in melee. Like melee,
yeah.
and then your favorite of close or near, like that's the mid range, and then far. Yeah, like melee makes sense. Like that absolutely makes sense. But
You're
close and near
kind of
are
reach that.
basically identical.
Yeah. I mean, so the way that like it's been, at least the way that I kind of interpret this, I think some people view it a bit differently.
Mhm.
Close is like to melee attack, right? You can you can touch them. They're in like touching distance.
Mhm.
Near is how far you could move within a turn.
Yeah.
At least the standard move.
Yeah.
Far is if you use both your action and your move to get out to that distance.
Yeah. So if
Uh,
if
It
you're
might
at near, you can go either close or far, correct?
Yeah.
yeah,
So like that is
it
mid
might
range.
break.
You're in the middle. Like you can either go
but
close or far.
so the way to think about this right now is like, so this is what have you seen Professor Dungeon Master's Ultimate Dungeon tile?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His concentric circles.
Yeah, so it's mostly thought of around this, where like combat is mostly set to, um, there are different range bands that are abstracted here that we're
Yeah.
combating this unit to.
Yeah.
It's a smart idea, but whenever you get into big units in battle, a lot of units, it tends to be a bit funky. But yeah,
So let me ask you how that works then. So like if we have we have our blue boy here, right?
uh-huh.
And if so like melee is obviously like right next to them, and like say this is close, right? And then we have like another no, near.
Near, correct.
So we have near. And then we have like outside of that is far. Oops.
Yes.
So like what would happen? And like I think Professor Dungeon Master, he had like his monsters were always like in the middle, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, he's often doing this in terms of like they're fighting in his videos. It's often like they're fighting in thieves' house.
right, but like so if we have it's like what would happen if we had like a hero? We have like we have a hero out here and a hero out here and then like a hero here. What would happen if the monster moved out one?
Okay.
Would
So
these
what?
two move in one space and this one would move out one space?
So what I think is happening right now is you are thinking of distance as a uh always in relation to the monster kind of a thing, right? That's not the case. So
Mhm.
the way that I define distance in Vagabond is we only use distance for targeting,
Okay.
right? And that's the reason why I do that is because this is a problem that I've had with Shadow Dark and the way that this conveyed it. I say a problem I've had with Shadow Dark. It's a quibble.
Yeah. It's a great
Shadow
game.
Dark's
You can only there's only quibbles.
yeah. I still think Shadow Dark's probably one of the strongest on the market right now.
Yeah.
So Shadow Dark does this thing though, where at times the distance is written. So distance is always written in reference to the subject which the distance mechanic applies. So that is confusing. It's a mush mouth sentence. Basically, what it means is something can be near something else. If I were to say that I can move up to near, this is why I don't like this vocab in Shadow Dark. So if I can move up to near, it means I can move up to a space that is near to me, correct?
Hmm.
But if I move, I can't move near to something else, right? That, like, if I were to move up to near, it is always in reference to me and the distance that applies to me. So like if I am that guy in the blue circle that was in your original thing,
Yeah.
I could only move up to an area in the red area, right?
Yeah. So that makes sense, but okay, so like my brain. All right, so here's here's the bad guy. He's in the middle. All right.
Uh-huh.
We've got we got a dude who's like near. So this is a side view. No, we have a dude in melee. We have a dude who's close. Oh, I can't. We have a
Right.
guy who is mid range. Well, I'll just use the words that make sense to me. We have a guy. We have a guy who's far. All right, far makes sense. So if I was playing with Professor DM's Ultimate Dungeon Terrain, can this guy move out? So like if this guy wanted to make a melee attack against this guy, like how can he?
Right.
So like
So
what I
you
imagine happening is this. Like this guy moves out and then these two are moved forward. If this guy's like always in the middle.
right.
Am I thinking completely backwards of all of this?
So yeah, there was a bit of a staging that kind of happens here, or like a restaging, right?
Uh-huh.
Um, so in this situation where your platform is always centered on the main monster,
Okay.
the other characters would move, but I think what you just did right there was move the close, the guy who was close. You actually moved him back to far, so that guy actually just teleported. In fact, he would be near, but he's on the other side, right?
Okay, so if he moved, so like if we're using the dungeon terrain, this guy's
Correct.
in the middle. So everybody would just move over one.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go, like that. Yes, like that.
Yes. Okay. All right. So these two are now mid range, near. So these two are near,
Correct.
and he's close. Okay,
Correct.
so this guy doesn't actually move. When he would move, everybody else just sort of moves in relation.
Yes.
Ooh.
You're more
That's how you would
so
do it with the actual physical plate that he's using. You don't necessarily, if you wanted to play with close, near, and far in your game, like people who don't play with that disc don't have to do it that way. They do it
right.
like Karen was saying, like with Shadow Dark, you say like if you're inhabiting the point of view of your player, of your character, then you say like, what's near to me? That guy is near to me. I can move to him. What's far from me? That guy is far from me. I will have to double move. I'll have to spend my whole turn moving to get to him.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's more that there's just like three bands to live in. All of these guys are in melee with each other, and so like any one of these three can move into any of these other two categories, but this guy can only move here unless he like dashes or what. I don't know what the terminology is. There's only like three buckets. Is that basically what we're saying?
Kind of. It's
And
still
it's like
always
the. Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead, Terry.
No.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, so it's still contextual, right?
Mhm.
This is always contextual, as to the position of the main like monster you're fighting.
Mhm.
Now, and also, by the way, this is not actually. This is gonna sound confusing. This is not actually the way that Shadow Dark does this.
Okay.
Shadow Dark doesn't actually do this as per Professor Dungeon Master's perfect dungeon terrain thing.
Mhm.
What he has here is a different version of is it flanks, or it's another type of wargaming term. But I also like to think of this as zones.
Yeah.
So zones have meant different things in different games. Fate, and I prefer the way that Vossen and Fate kind of do this with zones.
Mhm.
So your zone is like if I'm like in my house right now, I'm in my studio. My studio is a zone. Now my studio is connected to the hallway. If I was to move from my studio to the hallway, I would have moved one zone.
Mhm.
Now if I move from my studio to my hallway to my living room, I've moved two zones.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. So
uh,
like this guy can move two zones, and he's like in this other zone now.
yeah.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm in that same zone as them, I can melee attack them. If I'm in a different zone and it's unobstructed, I could probably like, I don't know, fire a gun or something like that. So this is a different way that people have kind of thought about this, and it's in a way that I kind of think PDM's grid is better at kind of emulating there.
Hmm.
I think of that more as a zone-based kind of a thing, where all the zones and all the positioning in Vossen is all in context to the monster's position rather than yours all the time.
Mhm.
It can get a little bit yeah.
This
He
hurt
has
my
a good,
brain.
if you go and watch the video, he has a good description, just like Darren's saying, where he's like, if this person is in this outer ring, they're like outside of this building right now.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily measuring it in feet. Kind of like if this person is in this ring, then kind of like the Beastmaster's companion, you can be in the ideal space within that zone for what you want to do, as opposed to saying I'm going to move 5 squares within this zone to achieve this thing I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those things where I think a lot of these guys have thought like, look, we played so many of these RPGs. Is there a way for us to get away from describing everything as feet and figure out a way that we can go like, can we just reel this back and find the most abstracted term for us to describe a bunch of different situations rather than always close fantasy combat?
Yeah.
And
I think I'm gonna have to withhold judgment until I can like play a game with someone who knows how to do that.
I'll run Boston for you sometime. Yeah.
All right, all right.
Yeah.
Like it's breaking my brain. Like I don't understand. I don't understand it.
A couple of
One
thoughts for
thing
you.
that you've mentioned,
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I was just say, I think even something for Nimble as simple as like a blurb that says like make this decision at your table, as far as cones, circles, like whatever, near, far, like that's for shapes of AoEs or whatever. You want to be able to serve all the people who want a grid-based combat. You want to be able to serve people who want to do the ICRPG like zones or whatever. But just something addressing shapes is probably more important now that there's cones.
Yeah.
It doesn't. You don't have to say use this shape. Just like just talk about it somewhere. But I also wanted to throw out that I think it might make close, near, far make more sense to your brain if you considered near as nearby, right? Like nearby is like it's there, like I can see it, but it's not here.
Yeah.
I get
That's
it.
how I
I get
conceptualize
it,
it.
but
At least.
like
Like,
near and
yeah.
close they're identical. They're the same thing. In my brain. My brain is broken. I don't get it.
you've said
Fair.
so many times during these conversations, I've been very confused by that because close and near seem different to me. I mean, they don't have to
They
be
seem
for
different to me
everybody.
too.
Everybody's perception of language is slightly different, and that's the great thing about language. But it is interesting to me that you're like, I don't understand how there could be a difference between close and near. Where like I think if I am close to my computer right now and I'm near to that chair over there, like I'm nearly there.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
near it, but I'm
I
not
get
quite
it.
so close.
I get it. But like if someone made the argument and they're like close is closer or near is nearer, like I'd be like,
Right.
yep, that makes sense. You know.
Yeah.
That's
And
totally fair.
a big thing for me is just like, this is kind of the language that pretty much I mean my main audience, because Vagabond is more of an OSR game.
Yeah.
My main audience is going to be more familiar with what they've used since Black Hack for this kind of stuff.
Yeah. And I
But
think
yeah, with
I like me and my audience don't even know what Black Hack is.
yeah,
So
so
at least
like
I
Well,
don't.
some of
Yeah.
your audience does.
Yeah. I can't speak for you guys.
the way to think about distance, at least here, is that like it's almost like a range band system. So like if I'm talking about close, near, or far, that's always in subject to like, am I targeting something, and is
Yeah,
it close,
like
near, or far to me?
like I understand that like it's a range band system. Like so like if I'm talking about from like my perspective, like if I am this barbarian and there's an enemy that is next to me and
Yeah.
like an enemy that's a little bit far, like one move away, and another enemy that's like much further away, like that makes sense. Like close, near, far, or near, close, far, like whatever, like that makes sense. But the moment something moves, like then like all bets are off, baby. Like all bets are off.
Move one of
Like
those
so,
Well,
I get
and
that. Like
and
Yeah.
this one
Darren will
could
tell you which
move.
place it ends up in.
Like I get green could move like next to blue, and like now these two are both near, and this one's close, right? So I get that.
Mhm.
Um, but like if there, so like if there's another guy, if I have an ally, like this ally is like it's far from me, but near to these two. Like I get that, I get that.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, is
Sounds like fun
everything? Are there like multiple far buckets? So like, could something be far this way?
in a different direction.
Like just be like
Yeah.
if two things are far, does that mean that those two things are like close to each other? Like
No, they're not. They don't always have to be close to each other. No.
yeah.
It-
So
yeah. So this is always, like I said, it's in context to whatever the subject is that is being discussed, or doing the targeting, right?
yeah.
So if it is you, you're either targeting or moving to that area or whatever.
Yeah.
So if and this is also the other bit of context to this is anything that is out of the scene, like anything that does not apply to the battlefield currently being discussed, is not even really considered for the distance thing. So it's like, yeah, but
I always say close, near, far, and too far.
yeah, I've heard distance applied as well to that. So like that would even break your brain even further if you want.
Yeah.
But
So okay, so in Vagabond, cones are only 15 feet.
they by default, yeah, but because Vagabond's augmenting spells,
Okay.
yeah, you can extend the length of that cone.
So it's 15 feet out, and at the end of it, 15 feet wide.
Correct.
Is it curved in Vagabond?
Curved.
Is the end of it curved? So is the if you drew a line from the center straight out, that would be
Like
15
this.
or 15.
Is it
Oh, you mean
curved?
does
And if
it
you
like
go-
yeah? So does it bow out like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Or
why
is
are
it
you
like
trying to
whatever?
make- What? What? No. Yeah. So basically, it's like this. I try to just keep it like, if you're gonna put a spell template up on that, go for it. But doing anything that would like try to calculate the distance, like if we're making Minecraft towers or something like that, that's getting too far into the weeds with it. There should be enough there to make a quick ruling, and
Just, like,
then
player's
keep
choice.
things
Like-
moving on.
Yeah, figure it out. Like whatever.
He's
Just
drawing it now.
Yeah.
it's in it. It's in it. Next turn, please.
The only reason yeah. I mean, I don't like spaces. I don't like cones in general. So
Uh-huh.
this is like I'm not just near to out of my depth. I am far from my depth. And so I usually for years it's always been like close, near, far, hand waving it. This spell is a 30-foot cone. It will reach to near. It'll almost get your far friend, but
Yeah.
not quite.
Yeah.
So that's how I've been doing it. So like I don't mind the ambiguity in my games that I'm just playing how I play. But in
Yeah.
a Nimble, I care only because it uses cones and squares. So I want to make sure that I understand the way you want us to do it when I'm play testing.
Yeah, I think you can, like, either way is perfectly fine. If you want
Okay.
to do it's close, mid range, and far, because that makes sense to me. If you want to call it near, like you knock yourself out. But like if you're mid range, you
well,
can
I don't-
move close or far. Like so, like that much makes sense to me. And if people like playing that way, hey, that's fine. Mid range is this many spaces, like whatever. Like you have enough tools to adjudicate.
To give you
Okay,
good data, I always try to play it as written without the variants. Like you've got variants, and I really appreciate that because when I'm not officially playtesting things for you and
Yeah.
giving you as much feedback I can, I will be using those. But just so that I do it the way you want, I've been trying my best to
Gotcha.
do it that way. And now that there's a cone, one of my players is definitely going to be using routinely. I'm like, okay, how do we get
Yeah.
this? How do you
Yeah,
want?
like there initially there weren't, but there needs to be something between like an AoE, like hitting everything around you, and a line, right?
Yeah.
So like hitting something very narrowly or 360 degrees. So like there should be something.
I'm down with that.
There should be something between that.
I feel you.
And it should
I'm
be
not
like
opposed to it.
like Taryn was
I'll be
saying. I
able to
think
do it.
Taryn like has it exactly right. It should be like player's choice. it's less than more than a line, less than everything around you. Keep going, please.
Okay. So that means even like the width is negotiable too.
Yeah.
Or the arc length. I'm sorry.
Yes. So like how do I describe that in as few words as possible? So that to make like I don't want it to be a mathematical calculation. I want it to be like it's roughly this. Keep going.
I mean, maximum of 90 degrees, minimum of a line, right? That's. I think you kind of hit
And
the nail
based
on
on
the head when you
context
said
sections,
that.
that's exactly what it would be.
Yeah, yeah. If it's up to the player, great. You know, or the
There you
caster,
go.
whatever that is.
Thank you.
Target all space within reach in an arc of up to 90 degrees.
Beautiful. I love it.
There you go. I do like having like a default cone. Cubes. All right, let me see. Cubes. So Taryn,
That's a really
can you have like a cube like next to you versus a cube like away from you?
Yeah, so the way I was trying to think about this with cubes, like ideally I wanted to find as many deliveries to cover as many types of spells as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So cube is like if you want these to connect, you
Doggone.
want them not to connect, you want them to be make a weird shape. Yeah.
That's interesting.
So yeah, this actually comes from Neoclassical Geek Revival, and a little bit of
you could totally
Errant.
be making up like all of this stuff. Keep going. Sorry.
Dude, I got all this cited
like-
in the front of
I
the
like
book, man.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
really
technically
like Aaron.
speaking.
I think it's fun.
No, keep going.
Uh,
I like this concept of delivery.
Yeah, so delivery is the way that the spell manifests, right?
Uh-huh.
So the concept here is that, like, in Vagabond, anytime you cast a spell, you can craft it, or you can design your own signature spells, write down the mana cost, and cast away.
That's cool. That's rad.
But what this means is, instead of like, if you cast Fireball, like from 5e, that's a very specific thing.
Yeah.
That is 20-foot sphere of fiery death, right? Now in Vagabond, you can do that at level 1, but the thing is that's going to
Fireball
be
at level 1 confirmed.
yeah, but that's going to be like your entire mana like output for the day, and you're going to cast
Gotcha.
it at like half damage.
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah, if I have like 4 mana, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, I want to get Fireball. So I'm going to need the burn spell, and then I'm going to need to cast it with a sphere delivery. So that 2 is going to get me a 5-foot radius sphere. That's going to be 4 squares,
Mm-hmm.
right? So 5-foot radius sphere that I can cast this spell into, and then I'm just going to increase the damage. So I'm going to spend another mana to increase the damage to 2d6. So it's a 2d6 5-foot sphere. Yeah.
So does mana work similar to like spell slots, but more flexible, like sort of like a Nimble, or is it like just a different system?
It is. So it's not Vancian.
Okay.
I wanted to make this to where it was like, I wanted to make spells more granular to where you could do a lot of custom stuff with it.
Okay.
So it's almost like taking Vancian magic and like reducing that even further down to its like basest components.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of the deliveries you see in here covers every single delivery that appears with a D&D spell whatsoever.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm kind of, like I said, I'm a big fan of Aristotle, the philosopher. I don't know if there's a game designer out there called Aristotle, but
Probably. Yeah.
Aristotle's big deal was like, before Aristotle, they were like debating on what the hell a soul was even supposed to be. They were like, how can we describe what it means? Like, I am Terran. What does that mean? Oh my God. You know,
what does is mean?
Yeah.
The
Aristotle
isness of a thing.
Yes. Aristotle
yeah.
was the guy that came across and was like, everything has like an essence.
Right.
And he started to give people terms to start to describe like very basic fundamental ideas of like understanding. And I tried to do that if a concept is like, if I want to find design space for a thing, I might try to like reduce it down to the ones and zeros to figure out how can we tweak this to make it something slightly different, or yeah, and
Can I ask you some questions about delivery here then? Because this
yeah,
is
totally.
and if you guys this is Terran's a vagabond, which is cool. So like you can sort of like manipulate or like tweak your spells. You're casting your spells. I want it to be a glyph. I want it to be a cube. I want it to be a line. Like you can like fiddle with your spells as you cast them. Do I have like the concept broadly?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the difference between like remote and like this one, imbue? Like plus, so there's additional targets.
Okay, so what imbue does is, this is like if I wanted to cast like elemental weapon. Imbue is always specifically you're casting that spell into a weapon, right, or into an item.
Okay, so it's not like a
yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. So it's different. It's different kinds of targets.
Correct.
Okay, so remote then.
That is, if you wanted to like throw the spell, if you wanted to shoot it as a bolt, if you just wanted like you want to create some ambient frost around someone's head, that's all remote.
Okay, so this is like a fire blast or whatever. You're shooting a low mode of fire at someone. If you want to hit 2 people, it costs 1 additional mana.
Yep.
Okay, that's cool. So
That's awesome.
So
really
sphere then. So if I have, so if I make it remote, so I can throw it at one person, and then I add a sphere, does it like sort of explode at the point in which it lands?
Yeah. So sphere is like these are like the AOE. So you are manifesting the spell as like, this is a 5-foot area of effect or whatever.
Right.
So like for increasing the size, if we were going to make that 20-foot sphere of fireball, so it would be the 2 mana and then another 3 to make it a 20-foot sphere. So 5 mana total.
So so I can't just add a sphere to any spell. It's like there's certain spells that like affect a sphere, and then this can make the sphere larger, right?
Oh, every single spell can be cast with all these deliveries.
Okay.
The spells
Okay.
are a lot more basic, right? They're basic because you can edit them. You can change them. Right.
You're not converting fireball into a remote. You're converting a spell that does fire thing into a sphere or
bingo bango. You got it.
Yeah.
You say bingo bango?
Yeah. What?
That's what I say.
Oh, I thought it was like an Okie thing. Yeah.
No. Okay, so where are the spells then? So like, what is there like magic? Here we go, page 90. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So nice. I like that. Glyph, cube, sphere. So is there like a ideal of fire damage to a dude spell? Like what's the most basic like apoplex?
Yeah. So that one, yeah. Oh wait, that one still does fire. Oh yeah. Oh, because it was a very specific. Yeah. Sorry. Anyways, yeah. Burn is like if you're gonna just straight up throw fire at some dude, it's the burn spell.
Okay, so burn by default. If the target has an immunifier, they are burning. Okay, CD4. What is the C?
That is a countdown. Yeah, it's called a countdown die.
Ooh.
So what that means is that is rolled at the beginning of every round until it rolls a 1. If it rolls a 1, it gets reduced down a size.
Interesting.
So D6 to D4. This way we don't ever really track like you're burned for 3 rounds. No, it's you're burning while this die is in existence.
So it's just like some other game state that it's referencing.
Yeah, this is based off a usage die from Black Hack.
Okay.
I was going to ask what made you choose to make it C versus U, like countdown versus usage versus stock versus all the various different ways.
Yeah, so usage die is actually something really specific, and it's used to track resources.
I've seen it used, like I've seen it just people will be like, I like what the Black Hack does, and they will just call usage dice for other things, or they'll call it stock dice. I was curious why you specifically chose in your game to use C and not other things, or do you use different letters in different scenarios?
No, it's just this, and this is a really good question. The reason I made the distinction is because it does something. It has different uses than what it does in Black Hack. In Black Hack, it's always the usage die reduce on a 1 or 2, and here in Vagabond, it's always on a 1.
Yeah,
So
I've
I
seen,
didn't, I didn't want to do the U D4 because I didn't want people to get confused about how that worked.
I see. I was just curious about that because I've seen on my quest, I've seen so many different ways to play with that mechanic, including using it like a countdown. But I
Yeah.
haven't heard anybody call it a CD4 before. I haven't seen that notation elsewhere.
Yeah, I love it as a timer. Using it for resources, in Vagabond, it's like you don't need to track your arrows in this game. That's never been fun. I've tried different games that do that. It's just been a headache. Vagabond's not really trying to be this heavy survival game. It's an action, like pulp fantasy game.
Yeah, agree. By
So
the way,
I don't want to track arrows. That's just not necessary. If it's magic arrows, okay, it's
agree
yeah.
with you.
All right,
I used to
so
always agree with you. Surprisingly enough, I changed in the last year or so while I was looking at all these different house tools. I was totally on board, and then I have slowly converted to enjoying tracking equipment and even like uh, like uh, not exactly encumbrance, but like encumbrance. I used to hate it. I used to think it was dumb.
like an abstract
And with
encumbrance.
all of these interesting, so it's not particularly abstract. We use a sheet with sticky notes, which I love. Because sticky notes are one of my most favorite things. And then we do use I call them stock guys. That's when I first learned about them, and then I eventually found out it was in the black pack. But I call them stock dice, and then we just adjust it. So like most things are on a D6 and they count down on a 1 until like so you're using your healer's kit. You can use it, D6 once it hits a 1 that goes down to a D4. Once the D4 hits a 1, you have one more use. So you better stock up, or your next use is going to be extremely important to you. You better save it for a good one.
That's pretty close to Mouse Ritter, I think.
It's yeah.
Those things have been really helpful. And it's not surprising that that's close to Mouse Ritter because that sticky note system is very much based on Mouse Ritter. So those things have really changed the way that I do it. Oh, also, Rook is a channel who talks a lot about tracking things like arrows. And he has a very good system that we use, which is basically like a jar of dice tokens or whatever you want, and that has worked very well.
I can definitely see the fun in it, but like a default thing, I don't know. Taryn,
every table is different. That's the important thing to remember about all these movies. Every table is different. Like, I enjoy that, but I know that tons of people don't, and I know that because I used to hate it.
I used to be part of them. So Taryn, burn. All right, so if this is just like a basic ideal fire damage, right? So by default, it costs what, 1 mana?
So if you're casting a spell, basically think about it like this: everything starts as a cantrip. So if I just want the effect of it, I can just cast it and it's 0 mana, and that's always with either. You see how there's like touch and where was it? Touch, remote, and imbue have a 0 cost.
Yeah.
So what that means is I can cast those as the quote unquote cantrip version, which is I can either deal the damage or do the effect with those deliveries for free. This is to make sure that spellcasters still have like their magic that they want to use, right?
So go ahead.
Do what? Yeah, so if I wanted to do the damage and the effect, so it's 1d6 damage for all spells.
Okay.
If I wanted to do that with the effect, it would be 1 extra mana on top of that with any of those deliveries, right? So that is like 1 mana. Not only does it take the 1d6 fire damage, it's also burning. So if I
So by default, it's 0 mana, or mana. I say mana. 0 mana touch, and I can deal a d6.
Correct.
If I add a mana, I can deal a d6 at range.
You could do that without you can do that without the mana or mana whatever just by casting it as remote.
So the first remote target is free. It doesn't cost any.
Correct.
Okay. But if I want to either like touch 2 different people or range 2 different people, that's going to cost 1.
Correct.
Okay, so if I throw the burn at someone and I want it to explode in a sphere, that's going to be 2 out of.
Yeah, so that's the sphere delivery right there. So that's a 2. Yeah.
Okay, in the sphere, so like what kind of range does it have? Like it's a sphere within like some
Far.
area. Oh yeah, far.
Everything is just all based on if if you can see it and it can, it qualifies for one of these deliveries, you can do it.
Okay. Okay, interesting. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, I'm having to wrap my mind around this, man. This is interesting.
I have a question about your mana.
Yeah, sure.
So there are different ways to scale mana, like like linearly, like a first level spell is 1, a second level spell is 2. You can do it by like it's non-linearly, like logarithmically, like in the 3.5 Unearthed Arcana book, they had a very specific system so that it was like 2 level 2 spells did not cost the same as, or I should say, yeah, did not cost the same as 1 4th level spell. It wasn't a linear. How does yours advance?
Yeah, so
I'm ashamed to ask this question because I actually backed you and I have it in my inbox, but I've been fully engaged. I'm fully engaged in testing and helping for development with Nimble, so I actually have not been able to read that.
Fake fan. Okay. Yeah, no. So so the way that this works is it's capped based off of your level. So basically early on this was the idea where it was like, okay, well, casters have a limited amount of mana, and if they want to, they can just burn themselves out like a battery and do like one big whole hog blast, right?
Time to short rest.
Yeah, and it got to a point where it was like people were just like kind of saving up this one big blast to do stuff, and I was like, okay, well, so what I found was that I could kind of get similar to the Vancian kind of gradient of power by limiting the amount of mana you could spend on a spell per level. So it's not.
That's like the 3.5 psionics system.
I actually have not looked at 3.5 psionics. I need to go and check that one out.
I can fit here. I have the PDF if you want.
Are we pirating? Is that? Oh no.
No, I'm just sharing. I'm sharing something with my friends because I own the book, so I'm allowed to have the PDF. And I'm just showing you this thing. Now I'm expecting you to delete.
Don't get me in trouble, guys.
Oh yeah.
You just DM you DM me at some point.
Yeah.
And I'll share it with you.
But so Evan, the really cool thing here, I and this is like the thing I was like most like proud of, I think, with Vagabond's design. You should go and look at the difference between sorcerer and wizard with the mana system.
Okay.
Because this was a huge thing for me early on. I wanted to make sure that because a big complaint that a lot of people have with sorcerer and wizard in 5e is that they just don't feel like they do anything different.
Yeah, you know how I fixed that? I mushed them together.
Because the 5e wizard drank the sorcerer's milkshake. They were like, we like how sorcerers work. We're just going to do that for everybody.
Yeah. And I went even further, and I also added the witch. So those are the 3 big arcanists here. But sorcerer and wizard, the way that they handle mana is I felt this is one of those things I look back on still with the system, and I'm like, oh yeah.
you did good with that.
I feel like this is sick. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I was like, yeah, they're the mage. They're the mage now. All right. So they were equally complex. So is there anything particular I'm looking at, or should I just sort of read it through and see if I can figure it out?
So the way that I kind of describe this to people is, so I like Settlers of Catan.
Yeah.
And one of the big strategies in Catan, one of the big first kind of meta things that you get into is whether you want to build wide or tall.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
So building wide, you get a lot of settlements out there. Building tall, the settlements you do have are built up to be cities, and you collect more resources on smaller amounts of tiles.
Mm-hmm.
So the sorcerer is tall. You
Gotcha.
are blowing a lot of mana to do a lot of damage with a smaller breadth of spells.
Okay.
Whereas the wizard is the wide. You are getting more spells, and they're getting discounts on focus to make sure that the spells last longer. So the sorcerer is this like big bright flash. I want to do things really, really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas the sorcerer is I'm spreading all this stuff out.
Okay.
So
Explosion versus
yeah.
campfire.
Yeah, so like sorcerer is critting with cast checks like way lower. They can throw some stuff out as like I mean they can throw out 2 spells, whereas the wizard is getting a discount on deliveries. They're getting a discount on focusing, which is how long the spell can last. They can focus on 2 spells, whereas everybody else can only focus on 1. Yeah, so like sorcerer is supposed to feel like this huge like spell slinger. Just I wanted the sorcerer to almost feel like Vegeta in Dragon Ball Z.
Uh-huh.
Uh, Final Flash, just crazy stuff.
Yeah.
This is why, like with overpowered, the combination of tap and overpowered is like the only way I give you to like just magically evaporate yourself.
Man, so
So
all
yeah,
right, so let me read it. Like this. So first
yeah,
of all,
go for it.
I like a lot of. So I've not seen any of this before.
Yeah, no,
Look
totally.
at that art.
Yeah,
Oh man,
that's
like
a
all right.
Luthien Leargast.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Okay, so I really like this starting pack, Major Occultist. I like that they have a key stat, Astronomer Mage, Logic. Yeah, so like that's cool, and I really like the complexity thing. I really like that. Um,
Thanks.
where is
Putting
your
the starting pack items in
do you have
alphabetical order.
a vagabond character sheet, right?
Yeah, let me send it to
Yeah,
you.
send me that. Um, okay, so glamour glamour. Can cast spells using influence. You learn 4 spells. You learn one. So I assume that's a like pick 4 from amongst the like however many spells that you have, right?
Yeah, and every mage can learn any spells. There's no spell list. It's just every spell is supposed to be open to you no matter what.
Okay, that's cool. You learn 1 other spell every 2 sorcerer levels hereafter. Okay, and it's up to level 10, right?
Here's the fun thing. Because of the way that these are written, you can level up into infinite and vagabond.
Oh, okay. Okay, so there's like levels 11, level whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Your maximum mana is equal to 4 times your sorcerer level. Nice. Highest amount of mana you can spend to cast a spell is equal to presence plus half your sorcerer level rounded up. You regain spent mana when you rest. Okay. I really like that we have sort of converged on like similar kinds of things, I think.
Yeah.
I think that just goes to show like you and I have like pretty similar like preferences in RPGs. You
Yeah.
gain
I
meta
think
magic.
we were.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think we were both looking for a mental defrag for TTRPGs.
Yeah. Yeah, I hated having to. I don't know if I told you about one campaign. My buddy was like a cleric, and he had like some ability. I think it was like mass healing word, or he had some other ability, and like it took him like 5 or 6 minutes, like fully to like calculate how
Yeah.
much he could heal everybody in the different party, and like everybody had to tell him how many hit points he had, and he had to like it was like a serious like SAT problem.
Yeah.
So it was brutal. It was a great spell. Like we loved it when he cast it because like we all gained a bunch of hit points. But like man, it was absolutely brutal. Like if they try to design a spell that took longer, I don't know if they could.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, the meta magic perk. Is that important for me to know what that is? Or
It increases the amount of mana you can spend to augment by 1.
okay.
So
Okay,
the
cool.
sorcerer is immediately getting a little bit of an oomph at first level there.
Okay. Further, when you cast, you can reduce your max hit points to regain mana equal to 2 times the reduction. When you cast, you can reduce your maximum hit points to regain mana equal to twice the reduction. When you cast,
Yeah. So like let's
explain
say
that to me.
so let's say I have 6 hit points, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I can do is say I'm casting this spell. I'm out of mana right now.
Mm-hmm.
I need to reduce my hit points by 3, and that's going to get me 6 mana. Now, my
Okay.
maximum hit points stay reduced that way until I rest.
Gotcha. So you're not merely taking damage. You're
No, you're not
reducing.
taking damage. You
Okay.
are literally like cutting into your vitality here.
Gotcha. Okay, so when you cast, you can reduce your maximum hit points to regain mana equal to 2 times the reduction. Okay, that makes sense now. Got it. If you die from this reduction, the cast resolves before your death and your body is repressed. See everybody? Blah.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is Vegeta's final flash. Like this is supposed to
Okay.
be the like if you need to nuke something and like save your buddies, this is supposed to
Yep.
be the sorcerer's like yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. And I really like thinking of like the fantasy first, like how could I make a Vegeta? And
Yeah.
then like then working that into the mechanics. Okay, cool. So yeah, you can you use your blood as your mana. Spell
Yeah.
Slinger. It gives me like a World of Warcraft Warlock vibes because they had was it Life Tap? I think?
Life tap, yeah.
Yeah, Spell Slinger, you crit on cast checks a roll of 19 to 20. Okay, so I assume a nat 20 normally crits, and then you're doubling your crit chance.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, and your spells use a D8 damage die rather than D6. Okay, so I assume like hit points and damage, everything is like pretty low and linear.
Yeah, so it's using basic expert's damage structure. All hit dice for monsters are 4.5. So I'm a D8. Yeah.
Okay. So do monsters have static hit points, or is it like you roll hit points?
You can roll if you want. I think the assumption by most people is that you are rolling, but
Okay.
in Vagabond, it has recommended hit points right there.
Okay. I'd be interested to take a look at what your monsters look like also.
Yeah.
Okay, so you crit more often and your spells hit harder. Quickening, you can skip your move to cast a spell. No mana can be okay, so you can cast a cantrip instead of moving. Yeah?
Yep.
You reduce magic damage you take by half. Cool, that's cool. If you cast the same spell twice on a turn, the second cast check is favored. Okay, so
yeah. So the way.
so like
Kinda like
you
the
roll a
damage.
d6, right? In addition to it?
Yes,
On the to
correct.
hit, yeah. So is that on? So could I like cast a cantrip and then my big mamma jamma is favored? Can I do that?
Yes.
Okay. So like when I'm attacking in Vagabond, I'm rolling a d20 and a d6 at the same time, basically, right? Or a d20 and d8.
So favor works very similar to the way that it works in Shadow of the Demon Lord. In Shadow of the Demon Lord, you get boons and banes. So a boon is a d6 that you add to a d20 roll. A bane is a d6 that you subtract from a d20 roll.
Well, I mean
But
like for the like to hit and damage, right?
yeah.
Okay, like assuming there's not any banes and boons. So do you add anything to the d20 roll, or is it just
Uh,
d20?
s- so if it's no, all right, there you go. So on the Vagabond character sheet, it's not showing you a modifier; it's showing you a difficulty. So think about it like all the DCs that you need to hit are right there on your character sheet.
Gotcha.
So as a result, everything that you need to roll is calculated before you even so you don't add anything to that d20 unless it has like favor or a bonus from something else.
Gotcha. I think I'd have to see that, but I think I'm following.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Vagabond. Owl. This is Vagabond. Check it out if you've never heard of it. Arcane Anomaly. Okay. So that's cool. I do like how like the different abilities build on one another. I think that's pretty sweet. What about you? Crit on cast checks of roll 18 to 20. Okay, so a wider band. Further when you cast. So what does a crit do, by the way, Darren? Is it just roll again or something?
this is a fun thing with spells. So it's going to add another die of damage, but on spells, some spells do things like if they crit, they can be continual, and that means it's permanent.
Okay, so like different
Yeah.
spells do like it depends on the spell what a crit means, but like crits are good.
Yeah.
Okay. For when you cast, you can choose to gain 2 fatigue. How can I? Is that like exhaustion, wounds type of thing?
It's like exhaustion. Yeah,
Okay.
exhaustion or wounds. Yeah.
If you do, you regain CD6 mana at the start of your turns, and you can spend as much money as you like. Okay, awesome. Okay, so with that in mind, now the wizard. You cast spells, you Arcana, you learn 4 spells, you learn 1 other spell every 2 wizard levels hereafter. So how do we does the wizard the wizard and the sorcerer they learn the same number of spells?
Correct. However, the wizard is able to learn more and swap them out a lot easier.
I see. Okay. So your maximum mana is equal to 4. Do they have the same maximum mana as well?
I'm trying to double check that for you. Yeah.
I'm peeping for differences so I can
Yeah,
understand.
right. So what they're getting here is it's really in their page master feature.
Okay. You get the bookworm perk. Additionally, when you successfully cast a spell, you can spend one of your studied dice and add it to the damage or healing roll. Oh, they can heal.
Yeah, so because you can pick any spell.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
they can pick. Yeah, you can make a white wizard if you want.
Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. So the bookworm. What's the bookworm perk? What was that?
I was just saying, I like how you topped the section with a. Well, I like how you topped the section with a Billy Joel quote. I was reading the quotes on the top of the page. I like that.
Yeah.
Is Page Master an intentional reference to the Macaulay Culkin movie, or is that just a fun?
Yeah, yeah. There's I do a lot of stupid rips on like metal stuff and whatever. Actually, if I remember right, let me be sure. Yeah, you should check out the quote for the Vanguard.
I'll have to see it soon.
I think that's next, right? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So, what is the bookworm perk?
So, yeah. So the way that this works is in Vagabond, the way that time is working is we have these different terms for it, and the shift refers to 6 hours of work, 6 hours of time, right? So you can spend your downtime doing things like studying. Study, what that does is you gain a studied die, and this studied die can be used to add a d6 to a d20 roll, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it also allows you, if you study, you can swap out some class feature stuff. Like if you want to change a spell, you do that with the study stuff. Or fighter, if you want to change your fighting style perk, you can do that with the study shift task. So you don't have to wait on leveling or anything quite like that.
Okay.
Now, what this means over here is with the bookworm perk, wizard actually gets 2 studied die whenever they study.
Okay.
Now, and then they get this other effect in here that they nobody else can really add the studied die to damage or healing, and wizard can.
Okay.
So you get like a free upcast here.
Gotcha. Okay. So the sorcerer, they can just like juice themselves to get more mana, and the
wizard gets discount on the mana.
They crit. So higher ceiling and then more efficiency. Okay.
Yeah.
You can focus on up to 2 spells. So that the concentration, I assume.
Yeah, basically.
Awesome. Okay. At the same time, when you become 8th level wizard, you can focus on 3 spells. Okay, cool. When you cast extracurricular, Manifold Mind, you have some of the coolest names. I will just tell you that. You have a knack for names.
Thanks.
Manifold Mind. That brain's got a lot of creases in it. You can, I've got a smooth mind.
At the time that I think whenever I was working on the wizard, I was doing a rewatch of Venture Brothers, and like I just kept quoting the monarch, and I just kept thinking like manifold mind, and like
Okay.
it just
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. I
That has
too
some
am
of the
heavily
best
influenced by
world
whatever
building
I'm
in any
listening to.
superhero show.
Yeah.
What's that, Ross?
Oh, I just said that Venture Brothers has some just amazing world building.
Oh yeah.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it.
You want to know something? Brock Sampson is the quintessential barbarian. It's not Conan. It's not Red
like that.
Sonja. It's Brock Sampson. He is the best barbarian you will ever see in fiction. I
He's
swear.
fantastic. He is, and one of my favorite descriptors of him, I do believe, comes from the Monarch, which is he describes him as a walking Swedish murder machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love all the henchmen. They're like, oh, what happened to him? He got Samson. Like,
It's a very verbal.
Oh no,
yeah.
Edie, no.
When you, extracurricular. When you cast, you can spend a study die to cast any one spell with that casting, even if it isn't a spell you know. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, like, yeah, you're secretly studying that spell in the background. You pay 2 less mana
Bingo.
for a spell delivery. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's interesting. So, yeah, I can see how this guy is like very spiky,
Yeah.
and this guy is more wide. That's interesting. Yeah.
And the witch is just like very single target focused. This is like it's all based around hexing, pretty similar to what like Warlock does in 5e. But yeah, it's like where the other two are like Wizard is the wide one, Sorcerer is like the big damage spike one, Witch is like the big debuffer, but like while everybody else can only do like one spell at a time, the Witch is like, I'm just gonna stack on. You're poisoned, you're confused, you're charmed, you're frightened, and
Gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha. So it's sort of like a ranger type of thing, like Hunter's Mark. Like you like this is my dude that I'm gonna make your life terrible. Is that
Yeah,
the kind
they're yeah, almost exactly. It's like
Okay.
magical hunter's mark. Yeah.
Interesting.
They're
Cool,
spinning
man.
and blinking and flashing red and flashing green, and they've got little birds above their head and stars above
Yeah.
their head, and the green
Yeah.
lines waving off of them.
Yeah, your life is gonna suck before I'm done with you. You're not gonna
Yeah.
die. I'm not gonna kill you. It's gonna suck. Okay, cool. Well, I think that does help with cones. It helps with cones a little bit.
Perfect.
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, no, that's cool. All right, so what else do we need to do? What else do we have to do? So I think the spells are mostly set. As far as what dice we're using. Oh, Taryn, did you see what we're doing with the dice for some of the spells?
I saw you in a spreadsheet earlier, and I get. Look, whenever you start pulling up Excel, my brain it just kind of shuts down. So yeah, what were you doing?
So we changed some of the dice to like D66 or D88.
Okay.
So like whatever you roll with your 2d6 is like 33 damage. So like rather
Right.
than like handfuls of like a bunch of dice, you have to do a bunch of math for like the really high damaging spells. They like you roll 2d6 and well it's 33 again. But that is the damage you do. So like a lot of like Mouse Ritter uses like I think D66 for like different tables and stuff for random tables, but using like the 2 polyhedrals as your damage dice sort of open up a lot of really interesting design space that I really like. So trying to limit like how many dice that you're rolling at any given time to make it quicker, to simplify the math, a lot of these sorts of things.
Yeah.
And it like all the cold spells, all the ice spells, they sort of have a theme of like rolling d6s, and the fire spells are d10s. It's like it helps keep that flavor while like making it faster and sort of making it a little bit more interesting. So that was just something that I thought of that sort of helps with a lot of like minor little issues that have been coming up.
If you're like overarching like big Arc Devil does not have a D666 spell, you've absolutely lost this. So
So
But-
there's a necrotic spell, Unspeakable Word, which is like D66 with advantage. So you'll roll
you'll get that.
you'll roll 3d6 and then you just take the 2 highest. Yeah. So you're rolling
that's funny.
you're rolling 3 6s. So
There you go.
yeah,
Yeah. So, okay. So doing, um, what is this called? I guess it's coming up with a digit rather than doing cumulative is kind of the way I would look at it.
yep,
Um, it's it's interesting in that it gives you it gives you a floor and a ceiling.
yeah, and
And
because
that
because
it's a big
you're
floor.
yeah, like it. Did you ever play Diablo 2?
Oh god, forever ago. Or wait, did I play 3? I something like that.
Like it was older. Like
Uh
Diablo 2 was like the 90s, early 2000s maybe, I think. But like the lightning spells, like they have like the lowest range, like the lightning spells always deal like minimum of 1 damage, but they can deal like crazy high, like 300 damage, like that kind of thing. It averages out, but like you have the floor of like 11 to like 88, you know.
mm,
Um, which is like really really cool. Like I kind of like the swinginess of some of these really powerful spells, but like it
yeah.
interacts like a in a really interesting way because like some classes like allow you if you roll like a 1 and a 4, like the blank side is a 1. If you roll a 1 and a 4, like some classes like our bard class can like let you re-roll like 1 dies instead of 14, now it's a 54, like that kind of
Okay.
thing. So like that interacts like in a much more interesting way with some of these other abilities that let you re-roll any die.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you're just rolling a bunch of d6s, like the best you can do is add like 5 damage, right? But like being able to roll 1 die, you can add like 50 damage. So
But it
Right.
really
that
keeps you like it's a mechanic that people have not fully grokked yet from other RPGs necessarily. So you come in and you're like, oh, what does that mean? Oh wait, there's more complexity to that than I first realized. Which has
yeah,
got a good effect. For something
Yeah.
that's we're kind of falling in the same vein as 5e, at least in terms of compatibility.
yeah,
So having some wild cards in there is helpful.
yeah. I don't want to scare you away with the spreadsheets, but it's the numbers are like exactly where I want them to be anyway. But like it's just a cool, interesting little design space that we're able to cook.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So typically these have always been used like they've always kind of less so been used to determine a quantity, and they've always kind of been used to determine chance, right?
Yeah,
Um. So using it here to determine a quantity, I so I think that you get something more predictable. I'm trying to think here. Uh, that swing though is huge.
mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
talking about a variance between 11 damage and 66 damage
Yeah.
feels massive.
Yeah,
Um,
like a lot of
yeah,
them, so a lot of classes have ways to like fiddle with a little bit. Like you can re-roll it, or you can get advantage on it to like help with some of that. Like
yeah,
others, like this is like you're rolling like d88, so you're rolling 2d8s, but you roll it every turn. So like if one turn
right,
it's low, the next turn it's high. So like it sort of averages out. But like 88 damage is like way above rate. So like if
yeah,
like that's exciting. That's almost as exciting as like 11 damage is disappointing. So I think having those areas of like where you can have that swinginess and those memorable moments, like 11 damage is not as unexciting as missing. So like we're bringing like the floor isn't 0, the floor is 11. Or the
right,
floor is like something else and like some other status, like this like tier 9, like level 9 spell essentially, like does other cool things. So even if the damage doesn't cap out, it does other things. Uh,
right, right, right,
but
right,
just
We
right.
just
were,
as a way to
we were
like immediately tell like a large amount of average damage without any math is I think it's a interesting way to do it.
Yeah,
we we were already deep in that boat anyway, because a lot of these replaced things that were like 3d20 plus 10 or something, which is like still 20 to
Quite a
80
huge
ish
range.
gotcha.
damage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's a bit
yeah,
of a bell curve, but like yeah, just rolling like D66, it's completely flat curve. Like you're just likely to get this or that if you're not manipulating it in some way.
Sort of a
So
dotted line, I suppose.
what's that?
Sort of a dotted line because it's like missing 67, 68, 69.
Yeah,
Or
it's
57,
some
58,
numbers are
59.
missing,
Sort
but
of a dotted line. It's
it
not,
doesn't
that's
really
not
matter.
necessarily
Like the
it
numbers that are
doesn't
missing
change.
don't really.
The averages work out, but it's kind of like you're like, oh, it's more of a flat. It's more of a flat line. Well, actually, it's a dotted line.
Yeah, it's with it's a smile with some missing teeth.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
it,
You
ahead.
do have the oddness of not really having the completely granular, like, hey, we go all the way from 11 to 66. You don't have the entire range,
Yeah.
but I mean, like you were saying, in all reality, with the fact that you are already kind of adding flat modifiers in there, I think it's fine.
Yeah. I don't think anybody
yeah.
missed like, oh, I can't roll 37. I don't think anybody missed that.
I was really
What
excited to roll.
Little do you
opens
know, 19 is my lucky number, and yeah,
Too
Turn that
bad.
six
It opens up
upside down.
yeah,
the design space for matching too. That was something we were talking about too. Is like
Yeah.
if you get a 66 or you a 22 or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Dude,
these are spells that like they don't miss on a one, they don't crit. So like, but if you roll samesies, like yeah, like maybe something else could happen. So I just like having like little hooks around in the game design to be able to like do cool things with.
Yeah.
At my table, we have this ongoing joke. Like when they roll, if somebody rolls with advantage and they roll the same number, we have this ongoing joke. Like that could mean something, but we choose not to let it mean something. So that could mean something.
Nice. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Were there anything else, you guys? I mean, you guys are welcome to hang out. But was there anything else like urgent that needed to be looked at in the?
Before content complete, I don't have anything in spells.
Okay. Well, I think I might do some drawing. I might add. That's the wrong one. I might add some things about the one of the areas. I think I might add some stuff about the areas.
One
Yeah,
last
go
thing
ahead.
on spells. I don't know if you looked over that document. I don't remember who sent it. Was it Blue? Somebody put together a document about feedback on spells,
Oh,
and there's a lot of
yeah.
like consistency stuff that's like this is worded in 4 different ways, like
Yeah,
but it
yeah.
means the
Oh,
right
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, let me look at
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
where
that's
is
worth a
that?
look over for sure.
Where was I said I was going to look at that. Do you remember where that link was?
Yeah, sort of. I
Spell
think it was in
feedback.
feedback.
I got
Yeah,
it.
I think it's
Yeah,
spell
yeah.
feedback.
Spell
Yeah,
feedback.
you got it.
Okay. Spell formatting. Things being capitalized, run on sentences. I love me some run on sentences. and putting both too many and too few commas. Like my editor will look at this and like, listen, commas don't belong here. Commas belong there.
Yeah. My favorite thing that people have caught is like there'll be an idea that I have about like, hey, we need to add this to the game, and I'm like, all right, cool. So I'll like type out the title, and then I go and I type like and then I kind of move on and forget about it and go to something else. And the amount of times that people have caught stray these that I've left in my exported PDFs, I've been like, oh yeah, that was a section I was going to start and just never did anything with. Oops, like.
Yep. That's good. That's good. You gotta watch it. And you can't just like search for these because there's gonna be like 1,000 of them.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. There's it's a nightmare. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Kelsey would put like XXXXX or something like that. So like something she knows, like I have to come back and fix this.
Ah, that's smart.
I use 3 asterisks because that's what we use in our I work in medicine, and in our note writing software, if you have 3 asterisks in a row, it's called a wild card, and the note won't let you close without addressing it. So I'm like programmed. I have been trained to look for all the triple asterisks, and it's super easy to Google. I mean, super easy to control asterisks for them.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, that's cool. That's it's good. It's good to have something like that. So how should I think the Do you have reactions in Vagabond? Taylor?
No,
There's no reactions?
um, people can take perks to do like intercept, but no, I cut back on reaction because it was just like whenever everybody's expected to have one, oh god, whenever everybody's expected to have one, it turned into a thing that more people were forgetting rather than like, here's the thing I'm glad that I have. But whenever we moved over to like, this is an optional thing that you can like take a perk to get a a conditional extra attack, people seem to be more likely to remember it, and yeah, things just kind of sped along.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so like in Nimble, if you use a reaction, like you just have less you can do on your turn. It takes one of your it takes a little bit of your turn away. So if you don't use it, you have more you can do on your turn.
Do you take that? Do you take
huh?
that from the upcoming or the past?
Yeah, so you have 3 actions, use them, and then at the end of your turn, you get all 3 back. So if you want to use a reaction like before it's your turn, like you can, and the start of your turn, you have like
Yeah,
two actions back. You have 2 actions left. So you
yeah.
don't ever
Eating
have
it.
to
Eating.
guess.
Yeah. No,
No.
you're right. Yeah.
So
Otherwise,
what?
you'd be like, maybe I should hold on to one.
Yeah, no. There's I hate that kind of stuff. Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't like that. So like not having to guess whether or not you're gonna need it or not, and then the GM doesn't attack you, and so you wasted your defend reaction or whatever.
One of
Exactly.
my favorite things that happened in like when we first started playtesting this with that whole process, like the 3 actions process, was my X1 player. He didn't have all of his free stuff yet, so he interposed and defended for 2 actions, and then the monster tried to move away from him, so he attacked it with his attack of opportunity attack, unleashed all of his judgment dice, killed it, and then when his round came up, he was like, "That is my round. I am done."
Yeah, yeah.
Used it all off turn, and it didn't waste anybody else's time because his turn came around and was 0 seconds long.
Yep. That's cool. That's cool. What do you guys think? How should a reaction thing look?
Based on the way that you do things, I feel like capital and not using parenthetical is the way that I have seen you do more things
The first
in
one?
terms of yes.
Okay. Let me see. How
But
is it used
only base that
elsewhere?
only base that on the fact that it seems like you are trying to use some of like the least amount of space and the symbols, but you still do seem to capitalize things after the period. So if you cut out the parenthetical and make it a capital, then that's in line with what you seem to do oftentimes. But
I
in
do
this case,
I do love me some
in this case,
parentheses.
in this case, it's a little bit different because when you look at say Chaos Lash, you're not bolding reaction because you're starting with Chaos Lash. In
Yeah.
spells, you drop down below the spell first.
Yeah. What was that, Matt?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you've done it differently in spells than anywhere else, right? Classes and class features and things, you typically will put the parentheses in. Spells, there's like an expectation that you'll put like concentration in bold or like reach 4, damage 30 on condemn.
Yeah.
Like that. Those kind of bullet pointy things are up there.
Okay. Yeah, I
It
like
does
that.
kind of make sense to standardize that, but
Yeah. No, I like that. I'll keep that. All right, so we're doing it. No parentheses here. Yeah, that's fine. Reaction. Parentheses. There we go. As long as I have like a direction, we could just do it.
That's it. Make a ruling and stick with it.
Yeah.
The only other thing that I can think of that I wanted to chat about of anything, I think, is the judgment dice, which I know you had mentioned that you were open to considering. And I don't know if that's anything that you've evolved on in the last few days, but whenever you get to that, I'd be happy to chat about that. I don't think there's any other spell thing other than I think Electrolash. The way that I was calling it when DK and I were working on it was Livewire, which was fun. But Electrolash does sound far more fantasy.
Yeah, live wire makes me think
Yeah.
like there's actually a metal wire that is like happening, you know, um,
Mhm.
which wouldn't make sense. Like unless you have like you have to have a whip equipped, a metal whip, and you know this and that.
Ooh, that'd be cool.
That
A
would be
metal whip.
cool, but just different.
Yeah, there's another term for lightning that I found in a Fire Emblem called Levin.
Ooh.
Levin. Yeah, it's like specifically like connective lightning, if I remember right.
Ooh. I just think of this guy. I've heard of this guy before. So
The
uh,
I
I don't know if
love
it'll
how
help you.
I love how it's
Google,
like Levin lightning, and it's the most like duckbill looking car.
look at how
Lichtenberg
cool this car!
figures.
Like in the '80s, that car was
Yeah.
probably like, whoa! It looks like the future. And now it just looks like, oh man, I'm sorry, you have to drive that.
Oh, it was a Corolla model. That's so good.
Yeah. Oh man,
Look
that's
up
pretty funny.
Lichtenberg figures.
Lichtenberg figures?
Yeah, here I'll put it in the.
I don't know if
try
I
to
want to
put it
look
in
that
the
up
chat.
while I'm streaming. Let me. Oh yeah, yeah, that's wild. That's probably named after someone though. I don't really want to use like people's names in the thing.
Oh, this guy actually got it tattooed. Okay, I was like, how this looks black on this guy's skin. And it's like, oh no, he actually just got it tattooed.
Yeah.
Um,
All right. So I think we have all the defend reactions. Flame barrier. Okay, yeah. So this one is different. Reaction would you
So,
defend?
if I'm like understanding on this right, so with defending, it is you're using a reaction that comes up on an upcoming turn, which means that you can only do that once per round.
Yep. Yeah, you can do any of the reactions once per round.
Okay. Did
Yes.
you whenever you were writing this, have you checked out Dragonbane?
No. I've got
You
it on my
should.
list. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah. They do something really similar.
Okay.
Defending is a thing that actually uses your action. Though
Yeah.
this sounds horrible. But whenever I tell you that Dragonbane is one of my favorite TRPGs out there right now, it's because of this right here.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you have to forgo this, but that means that everybody else does as well. And you're kind of like hoping to get a higher initiative so that you can put out that like offense instead. And it's I really dig it. It
Yeah,
feels more like a chaotic tandem.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I have to check it out. It's on my list of things to buy. So if I don't get it for Christmas, which I don't think I will, but I'll have to buy it myself. So yeah, you can like you can either spend like all 3 actions like attacking, like if you don't have to move or if you didn't do any of the other things. But generally, like you might defend once, you might move. So you'll only have like 1 or 2 like actions worth of attacks to make. And that might be 1 attack or 2. But yeah, there's like different reactions you could do and different actions you can do as well. So
it was really surprising to me when I watched that. The guys who gave their review of Nimble, like, but quite delayed. They played it with you like months prior, and then they posted their video about it fairly
yeah.
recently.
Yeah.
I can't remember what that was, like RPG table. I was really surprised. They were like, I guess I'll just attack again. Like, that is so much to do. Why are you still attacking? I was like, oh, like this is several iterations ago, but I still feel like there was so much to do.
Yeah. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody has their own opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. But but there is, as you said, like you can attack, 3 times if you want to. But like my berserker, who at my table he frequently rages as his first action with 1 wood. But even he's like he attacks once and then he does other things. He'll rampage or he'll into the fray or whatever. You have lots of options.
Wait, did any of you guys know that they made a Dungeons and Dragons tricycle?
I believe it. Why not?
I just gotta send this in this chat. This is so funny to me. Let me find that. There we go. Totally off topic, but yeah, here you go. This is. I love this.
Ooh,
Man,
classic.
I know, right? That's
I
big.
don't. I
more
don't
than
see
I
it.
thought it was.
Where? Oh, in
Oh,
the
I had the
in
Batman.
Discord.
In the Discord.
Yeah.
I've got too many things open.
A big wheel. That's what we call those, big wheels.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Big wheel. Yeah,
That's
man. I had a
phenomenal.
big wheel. I had a big wheel growing up. Those are the best. Oh, it's an older one. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Well, hey, I gotta actually. The dogs are begging me to
Yeah,
go
man.
outside. So.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
But,
Appreciate it. Appreciate
oh
the
yeah,
input.
man! Thanks for showing up back up on a little bit on here. And,
Yeah, sure.
But yeah.
Let me know when we play.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get some stuff figured out before the new year, so I'll definitely ping you on that.
All right. Later, man.
But, all right, man. Have a happy holiday, and I will see you all later on.
See ya.
See ya.
All right, so we've got frame barrier reaction when you to defend. Defend for free, and until the start of your next turn. Should be that. Defend for free. Do we need an and there? Like I'm so bad at defend for free. I'm doing it.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
I think my
I don't think
editor
it's
will yell at
necessary,
me.
but I don't think it hurts either.
I feel like you know, when you're writing this sort of like, I don't know, it's somewhere between prose and bullet points. It seems like it should be okay to be like writing fragment sentences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the others have it more chopped up. So.
So,
We'll make it
Twin, what are your or Ross? What are your thoughts on Oathsworn and Judgment Dice?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, Oathsworn and Judgment Dice. So, they haven't. I mean, like my general feeling about Judgment Dice hasn't changed much since the last time. I've had some other thoughts about kind of how to maybe address some of the things that you were saying, like in your video, you're like, if Twin Seal listens to this, go. These are some of my thoughts. And I thought, well, maybe I can at least speak to some of that. I posted it, but I'll basically forward it to you. Which is a couple things. I just from sort of like what does our experience show? Like, what do our games suggest? We did notice a big downtick in interposing following the Judgment Dice overhaul, which I like the Judgment Dice overhaul. That is, I'm not. There was a time when I thought like, oh, maybe we should. Am I going to advocate for going back? I don't think so. I really like the way we are right now. I think it's the best place it's been. But losing the impetus to interpose really comes down to every time you got attacked before, you were generating them, and now it's once, and then when you attack again, you clear them.
So is it so like right now it's whether you interpose or whether you're attacked, it's the same, right? So
yes,
you want
exactly.
it to
So
be
our
like if you
interposing went way down.
interpose, it's like a little bit better.
Yeah, so the way that we did it, the way that we play tested it, and that we're planning on play testing it again this week tonight, is when you get hits, it's 3. If you interpose, or it's 2, like yours is right now, and then if you interpose, you get another 1. You can interpose and get you can get those all at once. You could get 3 at once if you just jump in and interpose your friend right off. Or you could get hit and then interpose and get that 1 more. So it's just when you interpose, roll 1 additional Judgment Dice.
Mm-hmm.
And on the Vengeance Oathsworn, we found you get 3 dice because that's your class ability. And so the way we ruled it, since we weren't sure exactly how to do it, the way we ruled it is we just said, okay, well, anytime you roll dice, you roll 1 additional one. So we said you'll roll 2.
Yeah, that's what it is. So whenever you roll Judgment Dice, roll 1 more.
yeah, so we didn't know how to rule it with this little playtesting thing that I added, which was you roll one anytime you interpose as well. So we said, well, if you're rolling an additional one for interposing and you interpose and you're not like that's it, we let them roll two. So it ended up being they could get 5d12s,
Yeah,
which
that
ended
something
up
that's hard to
evening
word.
out with. Pardon?
It's something that's hard to word. It would have to be
Maybe
something
we
like,
talked about how to do it.
okay,
Numerically, it ended up being a tighter spread, but essentially the same range as D20, 3d20 versus 5d12,
yeah,
and it dramatically changed the way that the class played. Like immediately, they were interposing again a lot more,
okay,
because one of the things that um, we said, one of the things we talked about before, like, well, interposing is really useful in and of itself.
yeah,
But why weren't they doing it more? And one of the things that I was not reporting in my after action reports was that who are they most consistently interposing for? And when it was pre-overhaul, they were mostly interposing for frontliners,
hmm,
um, because everybody's in the mix together, and they're close enough that they can easily make that distance. Versus like skirmishers, less so, but still some. And then like backliners, like people who are staying really far away, like when the hunter's really far away or when the mage is way in the back line, they would rarely interpose for them,
yeah,
for a couple of reasons. One, those people aren't targeted as much. And two, if they are targeted, they're probably not close enough to make the
yeah,
distance. So they were rarely interposing for the people who we might think are like the most important people to interpose for if we're going to
sure,
try and like keep anybody alive. And so I was trying to square that and figure out, how to address that. But I think overall the general feeling was if you can get something more for interposing, it will incentivize the use of this part of the class that has a lot of great utility. Like
yeah,
the class is built around being really good at interposing,
hmm,
and generating judgment dice off of getting hit. And in the previous sense, there was always another reason to get hit because you could generate more and more and more
yeah,
judgment dice. Now you have these two separate things that are not actually synergistic anymore.
yeah. No, I got you. I got you.
Um,
Um, so I'm open to that. I'd have to math it out. So like we'd have to downstep the die size.
yeah, that's
In
what we
order,
did.
so the number's in the right spot. So it shouldn't be too hard. But the question is like wording that might be overly complicated. Like playing it would be easy enough, but like wording that and reading that it might. I don't know if that's worth it.
So
So
does it?
yeah.
Sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
I,
So I mean, there are other ways that you can use interpose to benefit the Oathsworn without toying with the math. I would think, but I don't know if if this touches on the Berserker too much. But like, if you said, okay, great, we are now pre-rolling the Oathsworn's judgment dice, right? That's the standard operating procedure here. Like, can we have them, if you interpose, re-roll one of them? Like, is
Yeah.
that
So
a
yeah. So what I'm thinking is like you gain your judgment dice. So like there's no like no fiddliness about that. But what if it was like whenever you interpose, you can just roll your judgment dice with advantage instead. Like something like that would be like so you still have the same number. We don't need to change the math of it a whole lot, but you're like slightly rewarded for interposing rather than just being attacked yourself. Something like
So
that
in
might
that
work.
scenario, would you end up in that scenario though? Like if you got attacked first, would that mean that you couldn't then interpose and take advantage of your interposition? Like if you get attacked,
Um,
are you no longer incentivized to interpose since you're not going to
yeah.
be
So let
rolling the dice
me.
anyway?
So this is the intent. So this is what I'm thinking. So rather than messing with like the number or the size of the dice, so let's say we normally roll 2d12. So we'll roll 2d12. Ooh, that's a nice roll. So we normally roll 2d12. If we interpose and you don't have any judgment dice, we'll roll 3d12 and we'll drop the lowest. Okay. So what if we already have one? We'll roll one more and we'll just drop the lowest. So like that. That's basically how we would do that.
This
So
might get back into like the old problem of re-rolling and hit with the storm shifter, which is rolling with retroactive advantage, retroactive disadvantage. It's like, oh well, now I rolled my dice. My total is 24, and oh look, I get to interpose now. I'm gonna go ahead and roll another one. All right, cool. I rolled a 7. Is that better or worse than what I rolled before? Because like
right. So
the
you would
berserker is
have to, yeah, you'd have to have like the dice on the table, like in order for this to be like an easy thing. Like, all right, so I rolled 8, 8, and a 10, so it's 18 instead of 16. You know.
What? And you don't have the complexity of like, is it hitting? Is it not? What's the leftmost die? Because this is just added on damage.
Yeah.
So
Alternatively, you can just do like increment one of your dice by 2, or like add 2 to one of your dice. So like, so we change my the 3 changes to a 5, and if you don't remember what it used to be, I added up already. It's 13. I'm at 15 now. Something like that might be okay. Yeah, because like
the
at
problem
my table, like we roll the dice and like they sit on the table. All right, so it's a 15. I have a 15 for this round, and if I'm rolling with advantage, I would just do this, like it's easy, you know. So like
yeah,
at
we
my
used
table,
to
but
do that, but there are too many like with a lot of these things there are enough dice rolling around. Like we used to do that with our berserker too. But when you have like 3d8 sitting in front of you, and then you're rolling, it's very easy to bump those, knock them.
yeah,
Oh,
no,
I need another d8 for this other attack that I'm doing. I'm out of d8.
yeah,
So it became much easier to roll a d8 and write down the number for my berserker. Because even though I liked having a little line of d8, it wasn't working for our table. Like I thought that was cool because it worked really well to be like, okay, I'm going to increment, like, I'm just going to turn this one to the max because I crit my
yeah.
enemy or whatever. I liked that, but it didn't. But it physically at the table, it wasn't working well. I don't know how it would work. I would be interested to hear from DK. How would that work on a virtual
VT,
tabletop? How
yeah.
do you increment a dice that you already have rolled?
yeah, you're gonna have to hear from Phil about that one, unfortunately.
You probably just like right click on the die and like change it to like what, like you could probably do that kind of thing. I don't know. Like my primary concern is, does it play fast at the table? If it plays fast at the table, then you can like you can play fast on a VTT. You know, VTTs generally make things faster, not slower.
The nice thing about rolling off turn has essentially I would say that has entirely solved the problem of speed with the Oathborn. We immediately upon starting doing that, it was like, yep, this fixed it. That was the problem with speed.
Yeah.
Now the problem of burning down the Vengeance Oathsworn to be able to take advantage of their class ability, their subclass ability, was still in place until we did this other thing. But rolling off turn solved that problem.
So,
Dylan,
look,
to answer your question, these are custom dice from Justron. So these are custom dice that you can add to your order if you're a kit backer, but otherwise that's the only way to buy them. If you reach out to Justron on the Discord, I think he will sell them to you separately. But these are dice made by him and his wife.
Yeah, he said he's going to sell them after the fact too.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, all of that goes to Josh Tron. So if you guys want to support him, then you guys can. Go ahead.
Yeah. If I guess it's more a question for us. If you're in the headspace of like, all right, I'm going to roll my judgment dice and I got like 18. That's probably too much. I got 10 or whatever, right? And you would write down on a scrap piece of paper or something 10, or on the top of your character sheet or something, so that you'd remember that number, right? But it's preloaded, it's ready, you're ready to go your next turn. Why not just write down like 5, 5? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Part of the speed is having already solved one problem, having already solved one question. What is it? So like, okay, I rolled a 7, a 9, and a 12. Like part of the speed is already having those.
Yeah.
Right.
What if it was something like this? So my life, my friends, you can interpose for free. Whenever you interpose, add key to your judgment dice.
I think that would be good. There's something I like, something like style wise I like more about the like 5d12 than 3d20. There's something about that I like more. But I
Yeah.
think that if you add a flat amount to your judgment dice, as long as it doesn't interact with anything strange, like, you might, I don't know how you want to say it, but like plus T would get knocked out by armor. So people might interpret that to like increase the value of your judgment, like increase the result of your judgment dice by T, or however you want to say it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be interesting. That would be something that I think would help.
Because rolling d8s or d10s is on average going to give you like plus key damage if you roll with advantage. Like that's mathematically essentially the same as rolling with advantage, and then by the time you get up to d20s, your key's gonna be like 5. So like rolling a d20 with advantage is adding roughly plus 5 on it on average. So that's mathematically the right thing.
Numbers what?
Yeah, numbers wise.
That's what I was going to say. I think that tracks mathematically. Yeah,
It does.
Agreed.
It does.
Yeah. Can you do it multiple times? No, you can only interpose once. So
Yeah,
it's
you can
that's
interpose
it.
once per round.
Yeah, that's
okay.
why in the original version that I used, it was when you're interposed, roll 1 additional dice, because there's no need to worry about like, oh no, am I going to get 3 of these landed on top of each other in a row? Like, no, you can only interpose once. I don't know of any abilities that make it so you can interpose 5 times in a row.
Yeah, whenever you interpose, roll 1 additional die. Roll 1 additional judgment die. I mean, it might just be as simple as that.
That's how I wrote it. I'll see if I can go back and find the original one that I sent you that has the.
Yeah,
But like,
I think
I
that's
don't want Oath of Vengeance to be rolling 2 additional dice. Like if they're attacked and then they interpose, then all of a sudden they have like 2 additional things. So like the wording gets a little bit tricky. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I think that and I'm not as familiar with Oath of Vengeance at this point, but I think that gets at the heart of like that balance between hit points and outgoing damage. You're driven to want to do that outgoing damage, but you need to maintain your resource.
Yeah, I sent it to. I forwarded you the latest feedback that I did on the Oathsworn. That's pretty similar to the language I think I used, which is, you can interpose 3 when you do roll 1 additional judgment dice. That's how we do it.
Okay, so how's judgment dice worded? When an enemy attacks you, if you have no judgment dice, roll 2d6 judgment dice. On your next melee attack, if you hit, okay.
And then on the
You can input free.
Vengeance, whenever you roll judgment dice, roll 1 more.
I mean, I guess that works. I guess that works.
One second. Let me hop in here. Lower my volume because there's some people talking. And I'm sure you can hear them.
Are you talking to me, Ross? I can barely hear you now.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Just give me one.
Okay. Yep. Okay. I don't really want to change it, but
What was the argument against just adding key?
it adds a little bit of fiddliness with how that interacts with armor. So we can either word it differently, like this ignores armor, this doesn't ignore armor, that kind of thing.
There we go. Sorry, I had to step away there for a second. But
That's
yeah,
okay.
I mean, I hear you. Like it. What is the? Obviously, I'm interested in doing this, but I'm hearing that like you have some serious reservations. So like, I want to know what that is, so that if I hear that and it totally blows my mind, I'll be like, oh yeah, I don't want this. or if I hear that and I can speak to it in some way, I can do that.
Yeah. The
Like I
the
can tell you, I can
complexity
tell you the problem.
of it's the complexity of communicating it clearly to someone who we can't just sort of like explain it, you know? So
Yeah.
it has to be able to be communicated clearly in few words because it's not much more complicated. It's a little bit more complicated. But sometimes very simple concepts, when you're
Trying to write them
explaining
down.
them in text, it takes a lot of words and it can make it feel harder than it actually is.
What if you wrote it that way? My friend, my life for my friends, you can interpose for free. When you do so, roll 1 additional judgment dice. What if you clipped that and just put it into the general and said, what does this mean to you? That could be a litmus test as to like, is that actually clear? Because we're so deeply embedded in this, it can be very difficult to know if that's actually clear or not. Because that sounds clear to me, but that could be very ambiguous to other people.
Yeah, like reading this thing in Vagabond, like it's a simple sentence. I couldn't understand it for the life of me. I read it like 4 times, then Taryn explained it, and then I read it again. I was like, okay, I think I get it.
Yeah. That's one of the things about like when we try and shorten text, like people will be like, why is it so many words? It could be cut down to half the number of words. And it's like, it could be, but that sentence is actually somewhat ambiguous. And the only reason that you are instantly interpreting it the bigger way is because you read the original thing.
Yeah.
So like, I know what we're trying to say. So to me, this sounds like, yeah, this is straightforward, but I also know that I have the curse of knowledge in this scenario. So like,
Yeah.
I totally get what you're saying. So be good to ask some people who are a little further away, maybe to get that insight. That's the only thing I can think of that speaks specifically to your concern about the complexity of writing. I don't
Yeah.
have probably anything else useful to speak to that concern. So I think
Okay.
I've run dry.
So let's see. When do so judgment dice increase to D8s at level 3? So level 3, it's going to be D8, so 9 damage, right? 4.5 plus 4.5,
So,
9 damage.
so we just pushed back the increments like.
Yeah.
So,
So
went,
I'm just getting an average of where it is now, so I can compare it. Judgment dice are D10, so level 5, it's going to be 5.5, 11. Level 8 is D12s. Level 8 is 6.5, 13. If I was smarter, I could do that quicker. My brain is starting to fade. Level 10, it goes up to D20s. So it's 11.5.
10.5 each.
Yeah, that's right. Equals 10.5.
The way I do it is I just take for every 2, I take the dice size and add 1. That's how I do it.
Yeah.
Like there was 3d20s or 4d20s. I'd be like, 21 times 2. That's how I do it.
Yeah. So like, so how do we? It's like whenever you roll judgment dice, roll 1 more. So like that is clear, right? But if there is this situation where sometimes I have 2, but if I interpose, I have 3. But if I have 2 and then I interpose, do I roll 2 more? Do I roll 1 more? You know? So like, how do I word that?
Perhaps you could say when you interpose, roll. I don't know exactly how we said it.
Like type it out. Like see if you can like type it in a way that makes sense in like 4 or 5 words or maybe a sentence.
The way that let me go back to my specifically the way I type it. The way I typed it before was you can interpose for free. When you do, roll 1 additional judgment dice. Now, you could say you can interpose free. When you do, roll 1 judgment dice. I think if you say it the second way, some people might say, "Am I rolling 1 instead of 2?" Versus if you say it the first way,
I like my brain is a little bit. Let's get a little bit soft right now. You have to write it down so I can read it. Yeah, there's
Lose
just
the
there's
Yeah,
just
I
too
think
many words.
it's in your I'll send it again, but it's in your DMs from me.
You can interpose for free.
Oh,
When you do, roll 1 additional judgment dice. So if I already have 2, so if I've already got judgment dice and I interpose, I can roll 1. So
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. But what about when I get this level 14 feature? Like whenever you roll judgment dice, roll 1 more. Like now I'm rolling. Now my maximum is like, instead of the maximum being 3 or 4, the maximum is 4 or 5 or 6. It's like I don't want that
so
interaction to happen.
there's
Yeah.
there's another element here. I don't want to complicate things, but I think I can provide a solution potentially with it too. Oath of Zeal, is it Oath of Zeal?
What's his vengeance?
Aura of Zeal.
Aura of Zeal.
Aura of Zeal says whenever you roll judgment dice, roll 1 more,
Roll 1 more.
which could be interpreted as, well, I interposed after defending, so I'm going to roll my extra judgment dice, so I roll 2 extra judgment dice because I am rolling judgment dice, right? So like the solution to my mind at least is to say like, and the problem is the feature is called judgment dice, the level 1 feature, right? But in other classes like the cheat, we say like when you trigger feature name, do that, and then that separates that out from any of the other things that add, in this case, that add judgment dice, right? Like when you trigger, I
Oh
don't even
yeah.
remember what it is in the cheat.
Like rage generates fury dice. Rage doesn't generate rage. It generates fury.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Or like when you trigger vicious opportunist, you get to do this. Like you're calling out. The problem is that Oathsworn's feature and type of die is the same name, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're getting foggy, I don't want to push you past it. So you know,
Yeah, I'm
we can
just
pick it
trying
up
to.
later
I mean,
too.
I'm happy to I'm happy to think about it and get back to you. I can ask my players if they have any thoughts. I mean, I'm happy to ask anybody. And like I said, you know, like I've always said, first and foremost, you're in charge. So that's what you. And then beyond that, I like where they are now in 1.98 more than I have liked them up to
Yeah.
any point. I miss some stuff from
Yeah.
previous versions that we don't have anymore, but I still think overall it's better.
Yeah.
So at level 4, it could potentially be, instead of 2, it could be 3 judgment dice, right? So 3.5
If you're
times
avenging.
3. Yeah. Okay, and then this could be equals 4.5 times 3. And this is assuming no subclass right now. Then level 10, it could be 5.5 times 3. So it's a bit of a nerf if you do that, and that is like requiring you to interpose. So the numbers.
So if you interpose, you could in the way that we played it, if you interpose and that was all you did, you could get 5 all at once. If you defended and then interposed, you would get 5 into attacks. So the way that
How
we
do you
saw
get
that work,
5?
it encouraged because you roll. So when you interpose, if you've got 3,
That'd be 4. So
because
like you
you
get 2 from the feature, 1 from the subclass, and then 1 from interposing is 4.
so well, the way we did it was if the guy got attacked because he's a vengeance, he got 3. If he then interposed, he got to roll 1, and vengeance says when you roll 1, you get to roll another one. So he got
Okay, so
2.
you are double dipping, I guess. So like okay, I see.
If you do it separately, you are. If you do
Okay.
it separately, you are. So if you do it separately, you're getting more for more. You're spending more by getting hit more and
Yeah.
getting more. But you can do it however you want. You could say like, no, I just want 1 additional one. Then it would cap out. Then it would cap out at 4 until you got to like level 14, and then it would cap out at 5.
So I think this idea needs to cook a little bit more. So like right now, if you're attacked before you can interpose, like it's basically like a nerf, right? So I don't want you getting attacked to feel bad, right? So like if you are attacked first, you already have judgment dice.
It doesn't feel bad. It feels good because if you get attacked first and then you can interpose, then you can generate more dice.
It should be the same whether you're attacked first or not, so that the GM doesn't have to worry about attacking you in the right order or making you interpose in the right order.
Right,
I
because
don't think they have to worry about that.
in one sense, you get hit twice for the same amount of judgment dice as getting hit once, right?
Well, in the way that I'm describing, you can get hit twice for more judgment dice.
Right. Yeah, it's a question of whether we want to change the math, right? That edits the math a lot.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't. I mean, depends on how you want to describe it, but like 5 judgment dice, 5d12 is the same as 3d20. That part doesn't change. And in that scenario, you're interposing in line with what we were interposing before. Now the Oathsworn is generating as much damage as they were before and taking less damage than they were before. So they have received a buff. I'm suggesting a way to encourage doing more interposing will require them to get hit more often, but that is part and parcel of interposing and choosing to protect your friend. Else the hit points wouldn't come from anywhere. The idea of this is they're going to have to interpose more because it's what their class is built around. But there's a cost to it. They will be taking more hit point damage.
Yeah.
If they want to.
I got you. Alex said maybe when you gain judgment dice from interposing, roll 1 more. Maybe I'm too tired to get the subtlety of that, but I think that's what we're saying.
Well, let's talk. I mean, think about it. And
yeah,
if you want to talk about it again,
I think I'm going to take it offline,
and if you don't,
and I'll chew on it. Yeah, I can't. It's hard for me to think when there's a whole lot of talking. So I'm going to have to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, but the point is noted. If it doesn't change, I think it's good where it is. But if I can make it better, I want to. It's just a little bit of math that's involved. So this is probably going to push back the final files a bit. But I think it's okay. I think 1.9 it is close enough to the final to where I'm okay with that. Okay, I'll click on that a little bit. I think I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, I'm starting to get pretty tired. So like once I hit that 6-hour wall, it's it's a little bit hard for me to keep going.
Totally understandable.
Okay, everybody. Appreciate it, Ross. Appreciate it, Matt. Taryn. I think Taryn already left. But appreciate you guys for
Thanks, Taryn. It was nice to meet
hopping in and chatting with me. So I'm gonna take it offline. I'll probably come back to it later today, and I'll let you guys know what I come up with.
Excellent. If there's anything you want us to test, I'll be gaming tonight, so feel free.
Okay.
I can if you happen to come up with a different way you want me to word it or try it or anything like that, I'd be happy to.
I would be interested in testing any of the new spells. If I don't know if you have any spellcasters.
Yep. Nope. We do. One of them is sort of dead right now. So, but actually, that player isn't going to even be here. So we do have another one who's going to be able to use them. So that'll work.
Awesome. Okay. Cool. All right. Appreciate it, guys. See ya.
Yep.
Later.
See you guys.
Thank you all very much.